long time since we've been in meeting. So welcome to our budget meetings, our annual plan meetings. We've got a lot of work to get through in the next day or so. I say also guardedly. I've got apologies from Councillor Doody. She's going to try and get along where she's able to. So that's the first. And the other is, I just thought it would be appropriate, actually, I noticed in the paper this morning that Denise Hamilton of Tuahiwi has passed away. A number of us would know Denise very well, very strong representation on a number of issues, including the footpath where the Urapa is. So I've left a message for the family this morning to let them know our thoughts are with them, and we'll arrange some flowers to go on behalf of the council. But if we could just stand for a moment's silence to recognise Denise's passing. Thank you. Is there any conflicts of, sorry, are there any other apologies for recording? Any conflicts of interest? So just, we're fine to not wear masks as long as members of the public aren't here or if the media arrives. So if they do, then we'll need to put our masks on at that particular point in time. So just, but of course that's up to any individual. If you wish to wear that, that's entirely up to you, but just to let you know where that's at. So we now come to the overview and financial strategy. So I'll hand over to both Jeff and Jim. Do you want to say anything to start with, Jim?
Just a very brief introduction. The staff have worked very hard to keep the proposed, or the draft annual plan 22-23 with an average rate increase of 4.3%. Inevitably, as you go through the detail, there's some unders and overs in there, but that's what it averages out at, which was the high level expectation, and I think they've delivered on that. The operating environment, according to Standard & Poor's, for us is very stable. So we're getting the same credit rating we've had before, which is something or other stable, which is good. We did push for an upgrade, but fiscally the organisation and the council's in very good shape. When you are discussing the budgets, I would encourage you also to pay attention to the benefits of the work and the service levels, because we tend to just focus on the money, but sometimes it's useful to think about, well, what are we actually leaving behind if we spend that money for your kids, kids, and future generations, which we use the term well-beings, but in my language, that's what it actually means. So, but it's very easy when we talk money just to get tied up with the numbers and forget what it is we are buying. But I'm pretty pleased with the work that's gone on. The main challenge for all of us in a delivery sense is going to be Omicron and what that means. And it's kind of like the phony war. We know there's an enemy out there, we can't actually see it. But when it arrives, it's either going to be by stealth, and we don't appear to be following the norm from other countries because of our small population and the various measures we've taken. But once it does get moving, it will, 1,000 becomes 3,000, then becomes 6,000. It moves very quickly. So in our response to that as an organisation, well, we're doing everything we can to prepare for it, but we don't actually know how it's going to work because we've never been there before. So, and the other issue, which is a real issue, is just the pressure on staff and the uncertainty of the government's reform agenda. Particularly Three Waters, but it's broader than them. It's the whole of the organisation. So we're going to see more people under pressure during the year. So having said all of that, as you've seen from the work we've been doing with Jared's team, we're trying to get a better handle on resources to delivery and making sure we're not asking our people to do unreasonable things. So with that introduction, I'd like to hand over to Jeff.
Thank you.
Good morning. Welcome to all the twos. So it's the second of 2022. That doesn't often happen or not. I thought I'd raise that one.
Hopefully that doesn't jinx us.
So this is the second year of our long-term plan. We wouldn't expect a lot of change, and we haven't. So this is the timetable that we're looking at, starting on the 2nd and 3rd. adopting a draft on the 22nd, subject to any changes today, and then going out for a full consultation period of 1 month, with the hearings on the 4th and 5th of May at each of the 3 service centres, including Oxford. And then deliberating on those hearings on the 24th and 25th, and then the staff bringing back a final plan for adoption on the 14th of June, with the reserve day being 1 week later. So the key documents leading into the annual plan are much the same as, much the same as a LTP. The only difference is that we aren't audited for our annual plan unless we have any items that are significant that would cause an amendment, which we haven't. I understand there's quite a few councils already that do. The other thing is that we don't have to put in front of the community and infrastructural strategy for the 30 years, which we do one for the whole of life. And there's no hot review this year, so it's a little bit more simplistic in terms of audits. But all the other documents and presentations are roughly the same. We do a consultation document, and it has to be a standalone document. It can't be just mimic the annual plan itself. It needs to actually outline all the options that you're looking for submissions and feedback on. As Jim said, we are looking at a rate movement of 4.3. It's 0.1% change to what we forecast in the LTP, so we're it's about $5, or $4, something to be exact. So we're pretty close to what we said, but there's a lot of factors that go in and out that make that result. That number includes all of the reports and commentaries that are having an effect on the 2022-23 financial year. So all the reports that you've got there are all inclusive of that in that number. Even though it's an average, we'll come in the last few slides and show you some of the district movements that are happening throughout the district. The assumptions and all the policies that go into the annual plan remain unchanged. There's no significant change to anything. There is a change to the rate submission that's highlighted there in the green, and that takes into effect the Local Government Act that has to take effect of the Murray Act that needs to be considered in all policies now. As you touch a policy, it needs to be reviewed in accordance to that Act. And with that being just underlying AMPs and levels of service provisions, there's no reduction in those. You'll see some of the capital works there. There is an increase in quite a few of our levels of service that we've forecast previously. Other adjustments, so the uniform annual general charge, we're not recommending a change to that. It remains at $135, so that's the key one that changes the incidence of rates across the district between rural and urban predominantly. No change in the recreation level of service for the neighbourhood amenities. That's an additional $85 for the urban area, so we're saying no change to that. The 30% cap that we're restricted to under the Rating Act, so we can't breach that 30% in terms of fixed charges on properties. That remains around about 26%, and it peaks in around about year 8 or 9, around 28%. Of fixed charging. The roading, there is a small change, and that's in relation to the revenue and financing policy. We have moved that $2. The impacts are very, very minor, and that's just to keep intact that 20% is charged by a fixed charge. And once again, level of service, they're adopted in the LTP, no changes to those effectively. The growth provision, you've seen this one before. We are keeping intact that we're going to add 4,800 properties over the 10-year period. We've had a large increase in the current year, current calendar year. We've had over 900 properties, And so that's actually helped our position a little bit, but in other ways you have to allow for additional expenditure for those properties as well. And that's one of the complex things that we're looking at. So still quite a significant growth provision. We're still thinking that we sit on the medium to high level of our growth over the 10 years. In the later years we've adjusted to keep intact the calculation for our DC movements. As you'd expect, you shouldn't have a lot of things that are in the annual plan for feedback, and there's only 3 that we're saying that we're looking for specific feedback on, and that's the levels of service for our road network in relation to the reduced funding. The Kaipoi stormwater and flooding improvements, so we're adding 4.3 to that program, million to the program, and the funding to complete the Kaipoi Community Hub, just an additional 600,000 for that. So the other ones that are the key issues that we're seeking feedback in the consultation document. There's some other issues that we're not saying are key, but other issues that more levels of service which we have to do anyway, so why would you consult on them? And that's upgrades to the Rangiora Airfield, the Ashley water supply that supplies the campgrounds and the reserves, protection of significant natural areas, so there's a minor increase there of 50,000 per year. There's some other important updates which we include in the annual plan, and that's just updating the community on the issues that are facing us locally and nationally, and that's, I won't go through all of those, but the key ones are the 3 reforms around local government to ensure that our community is updated on the recent events, and some changes to our development contributions, policies and fees and charges. So when we forecasted our rating projections, including the growth, additional costs and so forth, we're very much on track to what we said in the LTP, which we should be. 0.1% is a pretty good effort, I think, from the staff to try and keep that intact. Very little movement. And just to try and rationalise that out, you're seeing the local government index over the next 10 years move between 2.5 and 2.9%. That's gone up slightly. If you remember, it was ranging between 2.3 and 2.8. 2.9. Progressive earthquake funding, we've got around about 1% on that at the moment, and there's a few reasons for that, which we'll get into later on, mainly interest rate movements. Levels of service, so we're saying is you can see the first 4 or 5 years there, we've got a level of service which we use a smoothing for to just, a lot of the services we put in are long-term ones. So we have that policy of spreading those long-term assets and costs across as far as it's prudently to do, so the other people that come into the district through growth actually pay for those services as well. So the baseline that we're looking at should be somewhere between 3.5% and 4.7%, and that's exactly what we've ended up with in the bar graphs there. I don't have much confidence. Sorry, I pushed the wrong button there. Don't have much confidence in the. How did that happen? Don't have a lot of confidence in the outer year just in here. Because there's, we haven't really revised these. We've concentrated mainly on these first few years to ensure we have that right. So why I don't have much confidence is we really haven't done the budgets for it. So it's an extrapolation of what we think it's going to be. So those numbers, I should say, exclude opt-in to the curbside collection. And you'll see through the budgets that Jared's team, Kitty has done, has put quite a bit of growth in those, the expected growth based on the current year. And the other one is the Ashley water supply. We don't control the cost there, but we tend to negate that out as well. That's an important graph there. I try to make it colour to make it exciting because it's boring stuff. For the first time, that I can recollect, our CPI is higher. So the CPI is the orange line. The blue line is the local government cost index. They are the costs that affect local government. Now, I've challenged these numbers 3 times from Burl and got the same reply 3 times, and they started getting sick of me asking. But I couldn't rationalise that to start off with, but I'm starting to understand it a bit more now. Economists are a little bit different to accountants, but first time ever, and you don't see that correction come in until 27, 28. And that's important because there's that love affair between interest rates and CPI. If you look at the yellow line here, that's what our rates would be if we didn't have the progressive earthquake funding, and with 1%, around about 1% for earthquake funding. That's our true rate line in the grey. So why I say it's important is there's a substantial risk that sits between the 2 factors that Bill have given us. When I did this, inflation was sitting at 5% or 4.9. The recent one that just came out last week was 5.9, just under 6%. And the primary reason for that is the cost of housing, how housing is affecting the average consumer. There's a restriction on supplies at the moment, and pricing's just gone haywire. You hear stories that to build a house now is 30% dearer than the previous 12 months. Why it stays up there is interest rates that you're paying on mortgages. Your petrol's gone up. They're not sure about the restriction on supply. They're not sure about how COVID's going to affect. But that produces another problem for us, because I haven't put the labour index there, but the labour index for staff for local government sits around about 1.8 to 2% at the current, over the current 2 years. So 2% this year, 1.8 next year. We're going to get a lot of pressure, and you're already hearing economists like Sharon Zollner from the ANZ saying the real take-home pay for people, consumable amount is reducing, and it will do for 3 or 4 years. So a lot of pressure is going to come on us for that. Private enterprises sitting somewhere around 2.2 to 2.5. They're generally a bit higher than us. So a fair bit of risk sits in our numbers in this year, but rather than try and be smart and inflate them, we'll see what happens, see what Bill's numbers are. I have confidence in them. We've used them for 9 years now, so let's see what happens. Most of the effect will be around CapEx works. Next slide, interest rates. So I explained what's happening with them. Quite a bit of our movement this year that's causing the cost that's offsetting growth is interest rates. We modelled that with our Treasury advice, and I'll have a slide next that shows what we're facing. We've enjoyed sitting on floating and a mixture of floating and fixed term debt for some time, with the OCR sitting around 75 points. I'm pretty sure that's going to go to 1.5 in the next, well, I'm not sure, but everyone is saying it's 25 to 50 points on the 23rd of February. So we'll see what happens there. The previous forecast that we're working with, we were saying an OCR, that's the official cash rate, would go to 2% by April 23. So that's only just over a year away now. Forecasts are now saying 3%, so that's going to affect mortgage rates. And we're looking at a little bit of a period of increasing interest rates to try and combat the high inflation that's in the market at the moment, and the Reserve Bank want to keep that between 1% and 3%, so 6% is way outside of what they are wanting it to be. So a small movement for us, around 45 points. We were predicting 3.3, sitting on 3.5, predicting 3.3 in the LTP. We have to move that up a little bit because our floating rate is going to move, and also some of our debt that matures under our policy to mitigate the interest rate risk is maturing as well. So just to show that, the top of the blue line there is we're sitting at the moment at 75 points. Over the next year or so, that's what's expected from, this is sourcing ANZ information for it to go to 3%. So each one of those different colours shows a movement in the OCR. And so we're looking at a 2.25% movement in that OCR. Nothing like that was predicted 18 months ago, or even when we adopted the LTP. So looking at expenditure, 119 million predicting in 2023. And now the areas where we're seeing the movements in expenditure, and lots of reasons for that, predominantly interest rates again, but a lot of that was forecast in the LTP. I won't dwell on that, but you can see our two big movers, recreation and roading, and the three waters. You can see there around about, these three here, around about a quarter, 29% of that. Operating revenue, additional 6.5 million excluding GST and rates. Fees and charges, we've gone with the 2.9% movement that we forecast in the LTP, so they've been moved right across the accounts. Subsidies are greater, 5 million, but not as much as what we expected them to go. And then other revenue, which comes in there. That table there doesn't really represent the true movements. The top table. I pulled that one out, which is the old FIS statement, which I pulled one wrong one, but it negates subsidies. So there's and a few of our fees and charges. If you remember, Rodney Hyde brought in a new policy that said any non-type of cash movements or capital movements needed to be excluded from an operating statement. So that's that one. But the other true movements there. Expenditure 9.2 million, that doesn't represent a rate increase. As you can see, it's 6.5 million. A lot of growth in that figure in terms of additional rates we're bringing in. And, just to explain some of it, which the other managers will explain when they get to the commentaries, is that they're dealing with some of the unprecedented demand, probably growth have been somewhere around the third highest in history, in the last 30 years anyway. And to deal with that, they've got additional resources they need to have to get to provide that level of service. Capital expenditure, so we're actually moving down from 81 million to 60 million. It would have been a lot less than as well, but we've got another 22 million of that shovel-ready and stimulus sort of feeding into that a bit. And so you can see there that apart from this year, we start a downward slope in our CapEx program. Unlike a lot of councils, we've actually attended to a lot of our issues. We've got sewer outfalls, and we've got our earthquake strengthening, and that's why you see a lot of councils with quite high rates at the moment, because they're still trying to get on top of those sort of issues. Out here, the reason that goes up is we've got the Kaipoi Library, the service centres, the parking building, and some significant strategic roading sitting out in this area here. And just that the funding for that just mimics the requirements that we need to get to fund it. It's a mixture of subsidies, loan funding, and reserves. Building up some good reserves at the moment under our policy. I've got a table later on that shows that. CapEx by category, I thought I'd just throw that one in just to show that we've got a good mixture there. The blue is the replacement of assets, the red is the levels of service, and green is the growth. I've got to state that it's predominantly, when we categorise it, it's predominantly one or the other. But when we do things like DCs and that, you have to consider the cost benefit, and therefore the DC's policy is more specific than that table there. Debt, probably seen this, and it looks very much like the LTP, and it is. The red is our new debt, the green is repayment of debt, and that line there is the total debt. And the indice for that line there sits on the right. So that's our total debt. So we're just raising a little bit there because the red's rising, and then just we get here it drops because the green is kicking in. And then up here we've got those 4 or 5 major expenditures out here. I think the key thing, is our rates are dropping. Even this debt's increasing. Our rates are dropping because of efficiencies and growth and so forth. And when you look at one of the key indices for our credit rating, you can see here it's dropping. And even though it's increasing, I would suggest that will be put on positive around about here in year 2, or 2 years out. When I say positive, put on positive to go to AA+. So the sovereign at the moment was upgraded last year to AA+, and that's where I think we should be in 2 years' time. So we're in a really good position at the moment, subject to the L point going. And even for that, we've got contingency plans and headroom to try and combat that as well. And that just shows that same sort of picture. That's our borrowing as a percentage of revenue. It's dropping array here. The blue is if we have insurance. The orange is if we don't have insurance and have to fund all the capital works ourselves. And that was done on we've updated this information on of what we had previously, and you can see it's dropping away quite significantly. So it's a lot of headroom out here. And once again, if something did adverse happen, we would actually do what we did in 2010-11 and adjust our CapEx program. You'd see all this red stuff disappear a bit, and we would put in a different program to replace it. Interest, so we've just moved that interest up a fraction, but we're still only less than half what we can actually afford based on our Treasury policy and the local government, way under the local government funding agency requirements. Once again, good position. That's just a quick one. I won't spend time on that, but that just shows that we're building up reserves for future replacements. Not a lot of councils do this, but it's, we get a lot of accolade from it, and it shows that we are managing our future replacements according to the growth that we're getting. We're not actually sucking up those dollars from growth and putting them into current generations. We're looking after our future generation as well. Rate cost drivers. This is just trying to put a general, and it's very general. I've done some really rough numbers around how does the 8.8% total movement work, and after growth getting down to the 4.3 work. So the interest rate movement is costing us 1.9% of that 8.8% movement, and that's the dollar equivalent. The 2.9% is on local government goods, so anything outside of basically labour and interest. Additional staff levels, so that's 1.3 to meet the service level agreements in the that were shown in the managers' various areas, and the managers will explain those. Salary movements, so that's at 2% that we've got provision for next year. That's under pressure. And we'll, to a degree, have to respond to what the market does, to a degree. And then we've got other movements, and there are ups and downs all over the place. There's a bit of smoothing, there's service growth, we've increased the COVID loan up to about $2 million now, and we've got depreciation movements, and you see the biggest one there is in roading, where we've been able to reduce depreciation to offset some of that CapEx program due to the lower Waikoku funding that we're receiving. So that's equals that 8.8% total rates movement. The growth component that we've got in the budget there for the growth that we're getting in the current year, and the expected growth towards the end of the year when we set the rate on the 1st of July, we're saying is around about 3.7%. it drops it down to the 5.1 after growth. And then this bin movement we can't control. So that's just people that are opting into bins. And so if you look at the true rate increase, that's going up to District 4.3. But once again, there's a lot of different movements across different areas, and I'll show what those are in a minute. So where have the dollar increases been? I won't delve into this. You'll be looking at the commentaries soon, and but you'll see it's a pretty, I'd say it's pretty general movement right across. There's some larger ones there, but generally there's a few different top projects that are included in there, but mainly it's the interest rates effect. The rest of it sort of sits on what we were forecasting in the LTP. So the green shaded areas there, and this is based on dollar increase movement, not percentage movement, is what are the rates that affect most people across the district. They're the ones in the green, so a lot more green at the top than the blue shaded areas, which are more targeted rates. So they're, to give an example, that the water rate in Rangiora will be different to the one in Kaiapoi and so forth. And if you look at that in a table, past years it's been a little bit the opposite. Target rates have been slightly larger than district rates, and that's why a lot of the movements across the district is around about that 4.3 for the district-wide rate. Any movements above that rate is due to targeted. District-wide rate movements, so everything that's district-wide, they're the key movers there. So you can see the earthquake, once again, quite a significant portion of that, and then general rates. The ones that we don't actually target but are general, and to show that that's the portion of breakdown of the district-wide movement, and they're the individual movements that you can see for the individual. I've taken the key ones here. There's about another 10 or so that are around 4 or 5%. So under the rate movement that I haven't shown. But you can see there, once again, the COVID loan interest rate movement is affecting quite a few of those. Once again, the commentaries will just explain some of those movements. But you can see there, the biggest one there is that COVID loan. We've had to absorb some of the increases from the closures of some of our libraries, service centres, and absorb some of that cost, and we're funding it over the 10-year period. Rates by area, so just 2 more slides to go. That's the rates from 1.2% to 4.5. You can see that the ones at the top there are giving quite there's not a lot of movement for some of our western properties. And that's generally because they're larger, or they've attended to a lot of increases in the past. And it's good to see Oxford Urban there at 3.5. It's they've had some significant movements over the years, but yeah. So they're the ones that are under that around about the 4.3%. Another one, that's the one most probably interested in. What's the outliers? And you can sort of rationalise why that's happening if you look at the individual rate samples, which will give you the more detail later on. All those properties there have a district-wide rate movement of 4.3, but what increases them above that is the targeted services such as the Three Waters and water, sewer, drainage, and so that's what moves some of those. These ones here for the central business area, there's a little bit of effect there. They have the commercial area rate, and also sometimes when you get into those larger valued properties, there's some movements. in relation to improvements on properties, and it just changes that average around a little bit. But most should be expecting around the 4.3. Once again, some of the movements that the public, the community will bring you is if they've done any improvements on their property and it's been registered and captured, that will move their rates. There is no rate revaluation this year. Property revaluation this year. That occurs at the end of this year and takes in effect in the last year of our LTP. So any movements that are incidental, which shifts because their property increases have moved, won't take effect until that year, not this year. You will see where people have had a section and they've built on it. That will affect their rates because they get the improved value that they're rated on, and they're charged for various services as well. So that's the end of that. Hopefully it's made you a little bit more wiser. Happy to take questions.
Thanks, Jeff. Just firstly, those slides are really good. Is it possible we could get a... Okay, that's good. So we're going to get a copy of those.
Yep.
David Hill's texted me. He's online and listening. I know that he would probably appreciate a copy of those as well if they could be
certainly,
sent
yep.
through. Hello, David, from all of us. So any questions? So, Councillor Williams?
Yeah, without growth, the way I worked it out, it would have been 8.8 increase instead of 4.3. It was one your slide said. Without the growth, without the 9,000 houses being...
Not quite.
900 houses.
Not quite.
900, sorry, 900.
960.
Yeah.
Yep.
So what happens if we get in future years a big deterioration, like the houses are going 30%, we're running out of land and what have you, and all of a sudden that growth could come to a big halt? How would that affect our projections?
Yeah, it's probably a little bit less than 8% because we've got the waste growth in there for bins and so forth. So that's another factor you've got to allow for. As you progressively go out, a lot of our CapEx programs would reduce, but the key thing there is that we're keeping in line with the 4,800 properties per year. So we're not actually extending past that growth. We're not actually adding anything more in than what New Zealand stats think it is. We do sit on the medium to high, and we've sat on that for quite some time now. You'd find a lot of CapEx programs later on, the tap would be turned down on those. There'd be a lot of factors that would have to come into play, but generally we're living within some limits anyway. Like that happened at the earthquakes. The opposite happened there. We turned off capital works programs, but we had to open up other areas, and after the earthquakes we had an increase of 11%. So it's difficult to determine, but we're living in a sort of a period of uncertainty, and the one we've got uncertain at the moment isn't probably around growth. It's more around inflation and those impacts that they're going to have on us.
So what would happen if the inflation and the growth the inflation carried on, and the growth because of what's the
just what happens? Yep, just what happens with people's mortgages at the moment. They've got to either cut their cloth, or they have to put more of their. They've got additional expenditure to try and meet in the short term, and we'll have strategies in place to do that. And we're doing that to effect by using debt to try and cushion out the blow. And you can see from a lot of the projections we've got there, we've got quite a bit of headroom to try and take some of that cushion.
Just before I come to the next question, can someone please adjust the temperature in here? It's quite cold. Thank you, Jim.
The other thing we would do, Councillor Williams, is look through all of the council expenditure, which we do anyway, but particularly for areas like Gerard and Tracy, where they may have some consultancy resource that's linked to, because we don't staff up for a peak, but we do need to take on consultancy or contractor resource to help us get over those peaks. So if growth turned down, then we would make a judgment as to whether we can reduce some of our staffing costs, potentially delay an employee replacement if they leave, to try and match that up to the workflow.
Councillor Barnett?
Thanks, Jeff. When you apply growth across the district, do you also then apply it area by area, which then affects what they pay in water and sewer for targeted rates?
Yeah, that's correct, yeah. So every targeted rate, which is an area rate, we actually look at the population that's happening in there. So you might see someone like Garrymere Water go up by 1 or 2 properties, but someone like Woodend, where they've got large growth with Ravenswood, that'll move significantly. And
So when I asked you the question though, you said you took it on this year's 1 July figure plus an allowance for growth. What if an area is growing way more than that, for example, with subdivisions that are known to be coming live this year?
Oh, definitely Woodend area with Ravenswood.
And Pegasus?
Yeah, Pegasus, and we've got a little bit of Rangiora with the subdivision to the west.
Because some of these schemes seem to be having quite a lot of raises in water particularly, or in those sort of areas, and yet they're experiencing huge growth. So that has definitely been factored into the water.
Yes, that's correct. And you've seen a little bit of if they've got they've had capital works in the past and they've got significant debt, they're seeing a little bit of an effect on the interest that's built into that rate as well.
Just on the interest, you did mention to us over the last 2 LTPs that interest rates were likely to rise. Why wasn't that factored in at the LTP?
Yeah, it was. It was factored in. There was a slide there where I showed it was going. They thought it was forecast at 2%.
Yeah.
It's now going to 3%.
Right. So you're saying it's probably the impact of the shovel-ready projects that have actually pushed that up further with the increase in debt?
No, so our debt's done as a whole across Treasury, and so we model that and allocate the debt based on need, and then that's averaged across all the supplies. So you have something like a big project like the stadium, for instance, we take that debt on, it's an average debt across the others, so you'll see the others move up and down, so that they take benefit of the low interest rates as well.
So in the documentation that's going out for public information, will you be putting a really good summary about interest rates and why it isn't the same as what was in the LTP?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? Well, Jeff, can I just say it's really excellent work. Thank you that set the I guess the summary and the overview for this next day or so. And in general, how we run our finances and the level of growth that we have in this district. We are the envy of other councils. I've had calls from neighbouring mayors very envious of how we run our system. So thank you to you and all the managers that have put together our budget papers. In fact, can I just say in general, I think our budget papers are excellent this year. There's a range of questions which we've had from colleagues which really appreciate that they've been summarised. So thank you for the way in which the process has been put together. Thanks, Jeff. So we were scheduled to have a break at 10 o'clock, but I think we're running good time at the moment, so I think we might go straight into roading first. I did ask Sarah to make sure that managers were on notice, so if I can, I'd like to get us done today. Now I've said that, probably jinxed it, but there's no reason why we can't, so if staff are on standby to come over here and be ready to keep moving through. So firstly, if the roading team want to come, Joanne wants to come forward, if I can just move a pro forma that the recommendations and the budget papers be adopted. Can I have a seconder for that? Seconded Councillor Atkinson. So it's just a pro forma. We can, as we've done in other years, if there's changes, we just move those by simple amendment. We've got a whiteboard right next to you. So I'll put that. All those in favour, please say aye. Contrary, declare that carried. So. Joanne, we're dealing with your pages. There's no reports relating to your section, is that correct? That I've picked up in here? No. So we just come to your budget summaries. Thank you. It's pages 1 in your folders.
There is one report, but we can take it under
Oh,
drainage.
is that
Smarts
the-
Road, which crosses over between roading and
Oh,
drainage,
okay,
but we
that-
take it under drainage. That'll work.
Why don't
for
we
us.
deal with it? It's probably simpler that we deal with. Should we deal with Smarts Road first? That report, or how do you want to handle that, Jared?
Yep, happy to do that. Yep.
What do you want to come forward? So that's 4.3, item 5, tab 5, Smarts Road flooding issues, May 2021. So Don, are you going to lead that?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, happy to lead that. Sorry, Jared, if you wouldn't mind just pulling up the report. This is a result of a representation made to the council by a number of residents post the May flooding. The Mayor led a wee delegation out there of staff, and we met with residents and discussed their issues. Since that time, we have been working on potential solutions. The solutions are not easy. The roading infrastructure is relatively undersized, as I must say, as much of the roading infrastructure around in terms of side drains and whatever. We don't have a standard where we're trying to meet in every kilometre of road we have. But in this particular instance, it's also quite difficult to upgrade that infrastructure due to the lay of the land. We did look at improving the infrastructure, as you'll see in the report, by potentially running cut-off drains or swales across private property. That leads to some real complications in terms of ongoing maintenance and ownership and rating areas, etc. So what we are recommending is, I think, what we believe is to be a good compromise, where it is an improvement in the existing infrastructure, but it isn't trying to aim for a specific level of service as such, but it certainly will improve. I think in the report you will note that there are a number of contributing factors to the issues there, and I don't think it would be fair to lay them all on the council's table in terms of the results that we have ended up seeing out there. We're also mindful of the fact that there were an awful lot of areas which came under stress from both that flood and other floods. Yes, these residents have got together and pointed those issues out, and that's all good on them for doing that. But we as staff are also a little nervous of the expectation here versus a number of other residents who may not have been so organised or vocal about their concerns. In summary, we do believe there is a pathway forward here that the council should contribute to. At this stage, we have recommended that this be considered unsubsidised. Joanne might like to speak to that a little further, but it's certainly, you will have gathered the impression that funding from NZTA is difficult to get and difficult to justify, and we believe this is the appropriate assumption to be made at this stage, noting that the staff will be continuing to pursue that as an avenue. That's about all I'd need to say, and happy to take questions, unless Joanne or Jared has anything to add.
Thanks, Don. So I support what you're recommending here, by the way, following the meeting with residents, but going back to them and explaining that, is that part of your plan to make sure they clearly understand what we're doing versus what their expectation might have been?
Yes, definitely. We have only really been engaging with them by email since then. We've sent a couple of updates to let them know we're continuing to work on it. But we certainly, once the council has given us direction following this meeting, we would organise a meeting out on site and discuss it. That probably would be useful, having both staff and political representation. And I think, yes, we would then see the results of that in terms of their expectations. I think it would be varying amongst the personnel out there. Once there are differing strengths of opinion, I guess, amongst the residents, and we would see where that fell.
Thanks, and I'd be happy to pop along to that. Perhaps the rating portfolio holder might also, we'll come to that. Councillor Atkinson, you had a question?
Yeah, very quickly, Mr Mayor, just around precedent setting, not just here and the views you will have had. How does this sit us? Are we far enough away from, or can we defend a position of precedent setting for any other disasters and similar type things that may happen? Are we sort of opening ourselves up to contributing for the rest of our lives when events come about by doing this?
I think the staff would suggest that if you went ahead with the recommendation here, there isn't a precedent. This is just responding to issues, which we do all over the district in some form or another where we are identified that there is concerns. The staff get on board to look at what they can do and they look at responding. I think some of the other options which are included in this report would certainly be moving beyond our normal level of intervention, and we as staff would be concerned about the potential precedent for that. As you would have seen, one of the options here was to almost to establish a small rating area and set up separate ability to maintain things on into the future. I think that would be taking a step into something which is really, we would be difficult to defend.
Any further questions? I'm happy to move the recommendation. Someone prepared a second? Yeah. Seconded. Councillor Atkinson. Just speaking to it, there has actually been a number of incidents over a number of years, but the last flooding that occurred out there, in actual fact, this wasn't on our radar until the residents raised it with us, and they'd actually coped with quite significant issues on their particular properties. This here, I agree with Don, is a step. It's not going to meet all their expectations, but if in meeting the residents they're not happy with that, they have the opportunity in which to submit to our annual plan with further views. But I think this is a reasonable step. I think Don and team have done a really good job coming back to us with what I think will address a significant number of the concerns. Councillor Atkinson, do you wish to speak? Do you wish to speak, Councillor Stewart?
Make a comment. I note what Don has just said about rating areas and setting precedents, and this issue generally comes up in the rural land drainage area all the time, and it was addressed in that district-wide services and general flat rating for services across the district. Is that now, with Three Waters or whatever, all on hold? All on hold, because we did do quite a lot of work about, which would have serviced and taken up.
Are you talking to the motion, or are you asking a question?
Well, I'm asking a question
Right.
about because you've raised the general issue of a district-wide drainage rate, effectively saying that here is another issue, another instance of an area we don't collect drainage rates for, and we've got pockmarked across this district, and because I'm your rural drainage person.
I think we've
so
got the...
where does that whole issue sit? Because it's overdue for it coming back to us.
So that's the question you're asking. So
Yes.
Jared, could you...
Yep. So we do have that district-wide flood rate that we have had for quite a number of years, and so that gives us an amount of money to be able to get in and intervene in some areas. It's not enough to manage an issue like this. And this we're actually in this situation, we're looking at upgrading some roading infrastructure. So it's mostly culverts and road drainage. So that district-wide flood rate is quite useful, and we do, we allocate that to projects on an ongoing basis. And so I suppose this is just one of these ones that we had a big storm event and we had quite a number of demands on that, and this is something that's over and above what's...
Yeah, so council gave a direction, it has decided on this. It's not to be dealt with this term,
correct.
But it has given a direction on it. Perhaps when we go out on property, you might want to join us as the portfolio holder at that meeting, Sandra, but today's not... we've already decided on that, so we don't need to yep.
Setting a precedent would be to go in and set up a
Yep.
rating area, because that starts
Yep.
the chain of process that we haven't addressed as a piecemeal thing.
But that's going to be
Do that exercise.
It's going to be addressed next term, as that's when we've...
Yeah, we have got a program that's been approved by the council in terms of the
district-wide.
work that would be looked at for potential district-wide Three Waters rating, and the council has made the decision to defer that given a number of factors, including the Three Waters review by the government.
Okay. Any further speakers to the recommendation? Sorry, you wish to speak, Councillor Don?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I omitted to mention, and it's not clear in the report, if this was approved, it would be added into the roading budget as opposed to the drainage budget, but it would be unsubsidised roading.
Okay, thank you. All right, no further speakers. I'm not going to respond to myself, so I'll put the recommendation. All those in favour, please say aye. Contrary? Declare that carried. Thanks, Don. So, Joanne, if we come to your pages, and we'll try and get through this before we go to morning tea. So, that's all right with you?
Thank you. I will try and keep it brief.
No, it's all right. Yeah. Take your time.
So, I guess in summary, one of the main things that affects our roading activity commentary this time is the funding levels endorsed by Waikoku as part of the National Land Transport Program. So this has been well covered through the November council meeting, following briefings, and then also the reports came back to council in December and were endorsed subject to consultation through the annual plan process. So these two were in relation to maintenance operations and renewals funding, which had a shortfall of $637,000 over the following, in the 23-24 year, and the low cost, low risk capital projects, which are also planned, and we have agreed a process forward in terms of delivery of those. And I think probably just the one key thing for me to note is that with some of the projects that we have on hold or are proposing to take through to detailed design ready for tender should funding become available, there is a risk that these may need to be deferred beyond 22-23 if that funding does not come to pass. So that's just one thing for me to flag. Within my commentary, I have also outlined some other projects for consideration. Main Street, Oxford was one of those, and that was following the request for a 40km/h speed limit along Main Street. I would just note that the cost estimate for that does assume that what we would be doing is putting in the cycle lanes to create the traffic calming, which has been consulted on as part of the walking and cycling strategy. So the two are somewhat interlinked, which is why the estimate is sitting at $450,000. We have also had requests for a new curb and channel from the Rangiora Ashley Community Board. The first being on Ashley Street, which is Rangiora Town Centre entrance from the north, and the other on Coldstream Road from Ashley Street to the railway line. And this request was because there was a desire to tidy up that area. We would not estimate there would be any NZTA funding with those projects, and the staff suggestion is that those be considered as part of the next long-term plan process so that those projects can be prioritised against the other needs within the district. Also included is the Rangiora Airfield Priors Road development, and that is proposed to upgrade Priors Road and seal the road in conjunction with the development which is proposed to occur. The total cost of that is $1.2 million. But there will be revenue, assumed revenue from the developer, private developer, of $731,000, which would mean the cost to council would be $481,000. I think they're really the key issues. Sorry, sorry, Chair.
There's one, just one more that's not included in the commentary, and just bearing in mind, most of this, our budgets and commentary were prepared pre-Christmas, so we've just been having a look in the capital works and the allocation for for the coming financial year. The Rangiora car parking funding allocation, we've actually got currently got a $1.1 million carryover signalled, plus $3 million for the 22-23 financial year. Now, with our capital works, we've certainly got a very well-established now practice that unless we've got a very clear line of sight on a particular project that we know we're on program to deliver, or if it is for land purchase, to have some certainty that that's going to happen in a particular financial year, we normally actually would push that out until the following financial year. So we're not actually suggesting that you consider removing that, but it might be prudent for you to consider moving that money into the 23-24 year and leaving some provision for investigations, design, negotiations, and that would then give you the ability to bring that back into the 22-23 year at any time if an opportunity does arise, because we know there may be opportunities that do come up. Just I'm a bit concerned if we put effectively $4.1 million into a capital program, there's a good chance we'll be carrying that forward, and it shows that we're not delivering as per our program.
So to deal with that, would the staff report be the better way, so we've got a combined view of that rather than just addressing that piecemeal now?
Yes.
Because I think I'd like to see that and some thinking go behind what that amount should be.
We could,
because that picks up a workshop that we discussed, looking at alternatives, other strategies, all those things. So perhaps before we do that, because we've got, this will get reported back to us, that could come back as part of the recommendations when the annual plan's considered, couldn't it? By the full council.
Certainly, yes.
When we report back to ourselves.
I just thought it was important that we
let's flag that,
today.
And if that could come as part of that, that would be helpful.
That's
the
fine.
Other, Oxford you mentioned, that's already come out of the, following the council's decision around that. Joanne, has there, just a question around Oxford, have we done other investigations with that community with respect to those who are short-sighted? Because that's one of the main issues through there is people getting across the road, particularly from our pensioner housing. Have we done any work out there, or could we do any work this coming year with those residents to see what options there might be to improve that area for them and make it feel safer for them?
Yes, we certainly can go back and engage further on that. We do have some funding in this financial year in our minor safety program for upgrading those crossings to the new markings, which I'm not sure whether you've seen them, but actually the one out here on High Street, I think it is, they have been marked with there's a new requirement for wider bars, which actually does make them stand out quite a bit. We're also looking at whether the crossing outside the town hall could be relocated slightly so it's not immediately at the intersection, which I think would improve safety for that one. So Ali's been doing some great work for us, and we'll be taking a paper to the Oxford Waikoku Community Board as well on that one.
When's that likely to go to the board?
I'll confirm the date and let you know. It won't
And
be
if you could let Councillor Mealings and Councillor Doody know as well, that would be appreciated. Councillor Atkinson?
Yeah, thanks, Mr Mayor. Just around the Coldstream Road, Ashley Street, and around the priority there, or like how we get it into a priority list. There's a couple of things that I'd really like to know about that, and there's one, if council was of a mind to move that forward as such, could it be done? Because would we have the ability to get it done? And number two, what would be the effect on the rates if indeed that project was included? Now, that's sort of, if you like, moving aside the priority look at it. And if I may, Mr Mayor, just looking at things like car shows and the way that the AMP show grounds, not right at the present time while we've got COVID, but is moving moving everything up and trying to get events there. To me, certainly what I saw at the car show last couple of weeks was pretty unacceptable for pedestrians and people around that area. So I was just interested in what movement it would have on the rates. Could it possibly do? Could we actually do it? And then, of course, besides that is that question around priorities and where that sits. Do we? Thanks.
Is that also something you would like brought back as a staff
I
submission?
think that would be worthy of consideration. Is that a view here? That could come back to us before that goes out. When are we scheduled for that? That's later this month, isn't it?
Yeah.
Or is it March meeting that we sign that off to go out to the public? So 22nd of February.
Sorry, I should have raised it
That's okay.
earlier in the
Maybe we
questions,
could
but
just,
I forgot about it.
It's a whiteboard issue, really, and perhaps the car parking measure as well. We just put it there so we don't lose it. Who's handling the whiteboard? Is that you, Mr. Chief Executive? Oh, they've got note of that. Okay. Yeah, well, we'll find a mechanism of getting that, but 22nd is probably the logical time for that to come back. All right. Further questions? Councillor William? Yes. Yep.
About the 50k there for the closing, or looking at closing of the road, Mulcox Road, off of Lineside Road. I would have thought that would probably come to council to see if we should decide to do something like that, because it's going to affect a major business in that area by closing that, and $50,000 just for the seeing if we're going to close that road seemed to me quite excessive for a start, and I just don't know whether there'll be the appetite for that road to be closed there. And on the portfolio of that, and it's the first time I've actually heard of it when I heard a big rumour from the business person that approached me on it. Should we have a bit more discussion on that before we set that for a closure? Because once we've closed it, it'll never ever be able to be opened again.
So I guess to provide a bit of background, that was one of the projects.
Joanne, do you think you put the mic a bit closer? Sorry.
That was one of the projects that was included in our long-term plan briefing to council when we set the long-term plan. The reason for that funding was to investigate whether Mulcox Road and Fernside Road should be closed or not. To do that, and I guess part of the reason for that is there have been a number of accidents at those intersections over the last few years, and in 2019 I think it was, there was a fatality when a truck was hit by a train. We were always been very aware we need to work with our other partners, being Kiwi Rail and Waikoku, on what the future of those intersections needs to be, and as part of that we also need to do some network modelling to understand the impacts on our wider network if we were to consider closure of those roads. So that's what that funding is for. There's also at the moment Waikoku have in their program safety improvements on Lineside Road, and that in itself means that we need to form an opinion on what we want to see happen to those intersections. So I would strongly advocate for that project to stay.
So before that will be done though, it'll come to, so this is in our budget, it'll come to council and community board, I'd assume, for a direction or a workshop beforehand around that level of travel.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And it's just also worth just reminding councillors, this is a small part of quite a big and important picture for our district. So both Fernside and Flaxton Road, railway crossings and intersections with Lineside Road, they tie in very much with the work that you will be aware Waikoku have got on. They've signalled quite a significant expenditure on Lineside Road for a safety improvement. Also, that fits into part of the network that includes the Skew Bridge. So, each one of these can't be considered in isolation. So, if you think about the whole network of Skew Bridge and Flaxton Road, Lineside Road, the connections between Fernside Road and Malcox Road, the safety issue. And we've been painting that picture with Waikoku and certainly our Chief Executive and Mayor have been trying to put that issue in front of them, along with our road and portfolio holder. This isn't preempting any kind of decision by the council or the community on that. It's actually giving Joanne some funding to be able to carry out the kind of investigations that you need to do and be able to respond to Waikoku as part of that and be proactive. So it is important funding, but it's definitely not predetermining any possible outcome.
So is this Whakataki fund initiative to close it, or is this Waimakariri Council?
Originally a safety audit that we had done of that intersection recommended that council consider closing that intersection.
So it is full council?
So,
It was full council, yeah.
so it's going to come back, Paul, but it's just a holding line, and there's a budget item there.
Yeah.
That'll come back as a briefing to council and community board.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
Yeah.
I was mainly
Sure,
on
no,
how we're
good
going
question.
to reply to the email that I've personally had from the business there that Jared mentioned.
If you want some help in the response to that, staff can assist with
cool.
that with you. Yep. Or if you forward it on, they could respond for you if you'd like. All right. Okay. Councillor Ward.
Just on that, could you please clarify for me that it's not completely closing off Millfops Road? It's just that road would still be open for the businesses there, but the access across the railway line is what you're considering for safety reasons.
Again, that hasn't been determined. That would be part of the whole investigation. And there are really three options. One is there's no change. We get to the point of deciding that the intersection needs to remain open and it is as it is. And the second option is there may be some limits to movements in and out. And the third is complete closure. So, there are options.
Okay.
And that we would need to work through that, as I said, with council, with Kiwi Rail, to understand, and the community to understand the implications and what that might mean.
Good. Well done.
Just sorry to really clarify that question, which we would not be shutting off anyone's access to their property. That would not be on the table.
Okay. Councillor Barnett.
Yes, thank you, Joanne and Jared. Sorry, it's a bit early in the morning. I think most of the questions were answered, which was really brilliant to have done a lot of the questions ahead of time. The one question that I just wanted to clarify was on page 12 of our agenda, which has the roading operating expenditure. Looking at 21-22 compared to the budget that we had originally in the long-term plan for 22-23, there was a 6% rise in operating expenditure. There's now, it's been cut down to a 2% increase in operating expenditure. When we've got sorry, you've got the page, operating expenditure page. So it's dropped from the forecast. Considering that we have a 3.4% increase in growth, shouldn't we be increasing our operating expenditure rather than decreasing it? It's actually a reduction in
Sorry.
structural corridor maintenance, quite a few lines.
Jeff has just advised that's the depreciation, reduction in depreciation effects.
But there's also a reduction in corridor maintenance and structural maintenance.
Which is in, I would assume is in reflection of the reduction in Wakakotahi's subsidy, I'm assuming.
That's what I would guess, but I guess what I'm asking is, should we be putting in some more budget in unsubsidised roading to try and keep up with the growth in our district? Because I'm concerned at the drop.
Well, we aren't, in effect, we are still working to achieve the same level of service with the budget that we have. I guess my reply would be, I wouldn't be encouraging putting additional budget into unsubsidised at this time until we have done some more work to determine what that needs to look like. Otherwise, we would just be putting in a placeholder that is based more on feel. So my preference would be to go away and do some more work on that and consider that as part of the next annual plan.
So are you comfortable that the levels of service in our district won't drop with the drop in operating expenditure?
No, I'm comfortable we can maintain at the moment, but as I said, we do need to do a bit more work in that space.
Great. And just an overall question for the Chief Executive, if I may, which relates to roading and all the budgets actually. When we do the annual plan, is it possible for staff to give us a wee chart of all the pull forwards and carryovers so that we don't ask questions that we don't need to on those budget lines? It's hard to see when we only have a 2-year spread of budgets when things have been pushed out or pulled forward, which relates also to that car parking question. Is it possible for there to be a small chart in the budget so that we can see the pull forwards and the carryovers?
Just looking at Jeff, I would imagine that's possible,
Like
to be very clear.
The major ones. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
That-
just quite hard for us to see.
I think
when we've
that
only got
would
1 year. Yeah.
be helpful going forward. It's
Thank
a good
you.
question. Councillor, Williams, please. Thank you.
I'm also a wee bit concerned, as I brought up, about the maintenance on our gravel shingle roads. We're always getting complaints about, and these are from some of the actual grader drivers, there's no guts in the service there for them to actually spread across the road and redo all the time.
Structure, you mean?
Structure,
Yes.
yeah.
Yeah.
And, you know, so they're just basically spreading the stones across the road with no grip to hold it all there. And I know we've had some reports saying we've got some, I think 60 mil of base course there where we can actually move and all that, but when you actually see the graders, they're sort of, something's not happening there because we're getting so many complaints about our roads not being good enough, and we need an extra budget to actually, effectively put some more base course on top of these roads so they can last better. Some of the roads haven't had any.
Yep, so it's a very good question. Thank you.
So back in 2008, a gravel loss study was done, which is where the 60mm running course recommendation came from, and what that then outlined was how much metal was required, assuming that we needed to, on our higher volume roads, replace our gravel every 4 years, right out to our really low volume roads, which we needed to replace gravel every 15 years. So depending on the road hierarchy and the traffic volumes, we set our program. We do need to go back as part of this next review of our activity management plan and reassess that gravel loss and make sure we've still got that right, and also have another look at our roads where our traffic volumes have increased and whether we need to do some more work, whether we need to allow for some additional metal maintenance, metalling. We do occasionally have roads that are sealed also, so they come off our metalling list. So in the past that's largely been balanced, but we are in the position where we need to review that over the next 12 to 18 months, and we would put that into a future program. With unsealed roads, we will never have no complaints. If we have no complaints on our unsealed roads, then our level of service is far too high.
So I guess the point is you're going to bring that back in the review. You also, because we had a portfolio meeting the other day, you're making sure that SciCon and the measurement that's there is audited and kept to the standard it needs to, and where improvements need to occur, that's being monitored and fed back. So rather than getting into the detail now, that'll come back and perhaps to our portfolio meetings, Paul, if you're happy with that. Councillor Blackie?
Page 17, Joanne. The old waimakariri bridge handrail replacement, 122,000. I presume that's our 50% with CCC. Is that correct? That's our half of it.
Yes. Yeah,
Okay. So can you explain why is that unsubsidised? Wouldn't Waka Kotahi have a subsidy thing in there? I don't see how that relates to the page back on page 15 where we have bridge component replacement, which is subsidised. What's the difference?
Yeah, I can explain that one. So what happens is, because Christchurch City are managing that work, this in effect is our 25% share, because they put the project into their NLTP bid and get the approval
So that's
for the
25,
Waka
not 50.
Kotahi. So yeah, this
Thank
is
you.
yeah.
All right, no further questions. So we've already approved the recommendations that are there, so thank you, Joanne. Appreciate all the work. There's a couple of points which we'll pick up in February later on that have been raised here today, but thanks for all the work you've done in putting together the budgets. Right, we're going to break now for morning tea. If members could be back at 10:45. So we now come to the solid waste budgets, pages 23 to 55. There's no white pages, so no decision-making pages for your section, Kitty, that aren't already contained in here? Yep. Right. Kitty, thank you.
Thank you. So the key points from my budgets are in the collection account. While the overall rates income is projected to be about 6.4% above the LTP budgets, that's mainly from the continuing high district growth and higher bin uptakes in the LTP. We're proposing to increase the recycling rate higher than we projected for the LTP to fund higher collection costs, processing costs and auditing costs. But we're also proposing to partially offset those by not increasing the rubbish and organic bin rates as much as predicted in the LTP. We're also recommending that the rubbish bag prices be increased to $3.60 to fund increased bag supply costs and rubbish charge increases. In the waste minimisation account, the general rates, we're proposing to increase that to $37,000 next year to fund all council-related costs, which is in line with the Ministry for the Environment's recommendations after their last audit. But we're not proposing any other changes to the account, especially in the operating accounts. In the disposal account, no changes are proposed to the general rate funding. However, because the landfill levy is increasing from $20 to $30 per tonne, and rubbish transportation and disposal charges are increasing above our CPI, these both impact on the rubbish gate charges, and we're proposing to increase rubbish, green waste, non-recycling polystyrene, clean fill, hard fill and commercial recycling charges to recover CPI and other signalled cost increases, increasing Bikashi charges to cover the increases that we've had recently, but no other gate charges will be increasing. With regard to capital expenditure, our two main upgrade projects, the design will start this year but probably won't be completed until next year. So that's pushing those projects out a year, and a couple of other smaller works which are dependent on these projects have also been deferred. Happy to take questions.
Thank you. Questions? Councillor Williams, followed by Councillor Stewart.
You just, the rubbish bin rates increasing, and you've got an increase there owing to district growth and uptake of optional bins. That's what's on the budget implication. I presume we're getting an income from that as well, so it's actually should be cost neutral. Is that correct? Because I thought those bins were not costing the general ratepayers, so it's all, if you wanted a bin, you'd pay for it, and that was it. It doesn't actually seem to balance out there as far as I can see. It probably does somewhere, but whereabouts does it balance out? Or does it?
It does balance out. They are they're targeted rates, so only those people who get the bins are charged for the rubbish and organics bins.
Yeah, but
Yep.
what I'm saying is what they pay is actually what it costs, or do the
Yes.
ratepayers subsidise as well?
Well, they pay the cost of those bins
So where's the income from that in your budget?
in targeted rates. If you look at page 50 in the top row, the waste bin rates are 2927584, so that's both of the organics and the rubbish rates combined. So that is the full charges for those rubbish charges for the bins.
Yep, so that's
Yep,
on page,
cool.
second line down, Paul.
Yeah, no, just pretty hard to,
Yep.
for me to pick that was
It's
all.
okay.
Yep.
Thanks for the question. So I heard Councillor Stewart.
The redesign of the rubbish bag, which has gone to a lighter grade of plastic, and instead of having handles at the top, has got that long string. Have we had any complaints about that? Because I've heard complaints about their robustness and the fact that it's gone from a quite handy handle that you could tie up to this long string that you've got to keep track of while you're filling the bin. So what prompted the change of plastic and the change of design?
That was prompted by supply chain issues, which I believe we did report back to the council when it happened last year. These are locally manufactured bags, and they don't have the capability to manufacture the handle bags anymore in New Zealand. So these are a temporary measure, and once they've run out, we have got more handle bags in stock and they'll be rolled out to the customers. We have had a few complaints, not too many, but it's also, I've got to remember that when we changed to the handle bags, we also got complaints about the fact that it was more lighter weight and less capacity, even though it was exactly the same as the original tier top bags.
Can you use your microphone, please?
You said, when are the lightweight ones likely to run out? I mean,
when they're sold out. So when supplies have run out, then new bags will be rolled out.
Yeah,
Okay. All right. Any further questions? Sorry, Councillor Barnish.
Kitty, the waste minimisation policy that we have, we've been trying to reduce and divert as many materials from landfill as possible. That's correct? Why would we reduce the rubbish, the red bin and the green bin from the LTP forecast and raise the recycling so much? I know it's cost falling where they lie, but wouldn't it be an opportunity to encourage the diversion into recycling by keeping the red bin and green bin at the same as predicted in the LTP, and perhaps that would help ease the burden on the recycling bin, which is compulsory?
Oh, as you said, yes, I'm trying to make the costs lie where they actually come in, and my report does say that we are looking to have to raise the recycling rate up by $5 per year for the next 4 or 5 years to recover all of those costs. So we are getting some cross-subsidy out of the rubbish and organics costs.
But if we were to do that, how much would the recycling go up? If
It would need to go up to $127 per tonne next year. So my proposal is that we increase, at this stage, just $5 this coming year, and reassess what the price impacts will be or the cost impacts will be before making further
So no, I think you
predictions.
misstate my question. If we were to keep the refuse, the red bin and the green bin as they are in the LTP, providing that extra income, what would then be the increase to the recycling if we used it to offset? How much would it change?
I've looked at that, and we would get very similar costs to the current budget sheets if we kept the rubbish on organics to the LTP increases, but would also have to increase the recycling rate by $3 rather than $2 per bin. But that would also put the cross-subsidy up on a lower number of people who are using rubbish bins, rather than everybody using recycling bins paying additional costs.
So I think when you answered this question, you said that it would drop the recycling increase change from the LTP down to $2 instead of $3.
No, it would increase it from $2 to $3. So we were projected to increase $2.
In our budget sheet, it says $3.
Yeah. Does it?
And
Okay. So $3.
Which page are you referring to?
page 26 in our agenda, the recycling rate is $3 extra than what was predicted in the LTP. We're already changing at $5, which is $3 more than was predicted in the LTP, plus 4.8%. And
So in the table,
Yep.
it's saying it's an additional $3 on top of the $2 increase
yes,
that I proposed.
sorry, that's what I'm saying. Yep. So how much would that change from LTP reduce if we were to offset it by keeping the costs the same for the green and the red bin that go to landfill?
To balance everything out, that would have to go to $108, so it's a $3 increase.
Right, so that would make the recycling $108 and save it $2 per bin.
Yep.
So it would only be a $1 change from LTP if we did
Yes.
that. Right, Sorry, that's what I was just trying to clarify.
Okay.
Mr Mayor, just a question on that. If I wanted to test the meeting on that, how would I go about that, the way we're doing the pro forma? And,
We just test it with an amendment,
With an
really, if you
amendment.
wanted to test that, so relating to that matter, so. Yeah.
Sure. If once questions are finished, I'd like to do that, please.
Okay. All right, any further questions? Okay, so what are you going to?
Thank you. So the amendment that I'm proposing is to keep the refuse and organics bins at the LTP forecast levels to encourage diversion to recycling and reduce the change in LTP for the recycling bin.
So just to go over the consequence of cost again, just so we're clear on that. Sorry, did you want to say something, Kitty? No. So what's the consequence of cost on that, please, again, just so we're clear on that? It's just shifting the cost centres around, isn't it?
It is
Right.
shifting cost centres around, but it's also putting cross-subsidising from the rubbish and organics rates to pay for the costs of the recycling cost, collections and processing.
Right. So do you want to read back your amendment, Kirsten? And
Trying
sorry,
frantically to
Councillor
write
Barnett,
it
pardon
down,
me.
sorry.
That's all right, we'll just give you a minute, that's
No,
okay.
that's cool. So it's keep the refuse and organics rates at
That might change.
LTP forecast levels and use this income to offset the rise in the recycling bin rate.
Okay, is there a seconder for that? Councillor Mealings? Councillor Nicky,
Thank you.
seconded. So do you wish to speak to that?
Yes, please. Just wanted to test the meeting on this one with this proposal. I certainly think the budgets have been absolutely outstanding, and I'll always say that Kitty's budgets are one of the best to read and the easiest to understand. And I understand the principle of keeping costs where they lie. However, our waste minimisation policy clearly states that we should encourage diversion from landfill. To do that, we want to encourage people to actually use their recycling bins and to use them properly. So we have less in the red bins and the green bins which go directly to Cape Valley. My premise here is that these forecast figures were already in the LTP, so they have been provided and consulted on with our community, and our community has commented on them already, and they were accepted in the previous LTP. Keeping these rates at this level, which is just a standard increase, means that we then can provide a little extra revenue to be able to offset the large rate of increase that we're seeing in the recycling rates due to external factors. Continually putting our recycling rates up is causing people to recycle less. We are seeing evidence of that in the community, where people are seeing that it's actually not worth bothering. We want to encourage that. So in a way, I'm asking the council to slightly incentivise at no impact on rates, but no major impact on the community, except to reward those who are recycling and encourage those who are using red and green bins to divert the materials. This will benefit Cape Valley. This will benefit our waste minimisation footprint, and it's in line with our council policies. So I would very much like to see if members would support this amendment.
Thank you. Just seconder, do you wish to speak? You can reserve if you don't wish to at the moment. It's entirely up to you. Okay. Councillor Bryan, you've got some questions? Councillor Bryan?
So it's been mentioned that the green bins are going to Cape Valley, is that correct?
No, the green bin's going to the compost plant.
So If we cross-subsidise this year, on this occasion, would staff then have the expectation that next year you're going to do the same thing, and in consequential years you will keep cross-subsidising?
I would take council direction on that. I would not have an expectation that this would continue, and I was proposing just to every year would refresh what I think is an appropriate use of rating charges. We may find that we have sufficient levy funding that will reduce the rate take for the recycling.
It's suggested that recycling has decreased, and I appreciate we've had troubles because of COVID and rejected loads through some miscommunication from Christchurch. Has our recycling, has tonnage, irrespective of where it's ultimately ended up, has it reduced?
I would say it's probably stayed fairly static. So on a per capita basis, it probably has reduced.
So if this amendment goes through, then next year you would highlight that in the budget papers, and that would be a decision for council to see if it continued. That's my understanding. Is that how you would take that, Kitty?
That's how I do it.
Thank you.
And also next year we will be starting our waste management and minimisation plan review. And this would certainly be something we would include in that document.
Thank you. You wish to speak, or do you want a question?
No, I was just saying I'd support this move, because I think our recycling have dropped off, and I think we've, unfortunately, with what happened in COVID, we've been called the recycling police, and I think we need to start educating people to start using their recycling bins again and get it back to a better recycling level, and hopefully we'll keep the contamination out of them. So I think this is a move in the right direction at this stage.
I think there's just a timely reminder, everyone, make sure your cell phones are on silent. It's Helene Shout. We like Tiger Beer, by the way. Yeah, thank you. Right, sorry. Councillor Redmond.
Just to clarify, Mr Mayor, it's a question. Kitty, what size is the recycling bin?
The predominant number of recycling bins is 240 litres, but we do have 140 and 80 litre bins out there as well. They're all charged the same at the moment.
Right. From looking at your table, the recycling bin is the cheapest of all bins. Is that correct?
It is, and that recycling rate also includes the council administration costs and overheads and all of the advertising and collateral that we produce. So it's not just the recycling collection costs that we're paying for in that. There's also the other council costs. But yes, overall it's the cheapest bin.
Okay. Further speakers? Councillor Bryan.
Pardon?
Thank you.
Sorry, just to complete that answer, it is already subsidised through the waste levy. So when we charge refuse, whether someone comes into the transfer station or through the curbside collection, that gets charged a levy, and we do use some of that levy income to cover our recycling operational costs. So there already is some extent of subsidy going on, not as direct as this. But it's through that levy route.
Shall I speak?
Thank you. As somebody who uses all three bins, we're talking about a relatively small amount of money, but we're talking about a reasonable size principle on this. The budgets reflect a decrease in the red and the green, and the proposal is that that decrease be removed and subsidise the yellow. So the costs are not falling where the costs are reflected. I can understand the reasoning for it, but as somebody who studiously recycles, has not had a bad audit, got all my ticks and all the rest of the carry on, so I'm against it, transferring across to yellow bin. To me, costs fall where they fall, and our budgets should reflect that.
Thank you. Further speakers? Right of reply, Councillor Barnett. Oh, sorry, Nikki, you're reserved. Do you wish to say something? Sorry, pardon me.
Whilst I accept that, we are changing cost drivers a little bit and how we charge this out, it's about the environmental benefits, not just the dollars and cents. And we do have obligations towards waste minimization. So to me, this does make sense because we are actually incentivizing people to not just recycle, but recycle properly. And it's not a fair reflection when people talk about the costs associated with recycling, because there are far more costs in not recycling. And we really do want to keep that waste out of the landfill. And if we're actually incentivizing people to do that, then hopefully that will eventuate in the desired behaviors becoming more widespread. So this is, but in actual fact, this isn't going to cost our ratepayers anymore. And in the average Joe is never going to see the difference in what the cost, what costs are being driven by what. They're not going to probably look that closely that I've got $2 cheaper here and $1 more here. But the principle of the fact that we actually want to encourage that recycling and discourage the waste going to landfill is the underlying premise that I support this motion. And I hope that you will also see the same. Because, at the end of the day, we cannot carry on with status quo. We must make changes. And whilst this is a tiny change, it's a change in the right direction.
Okay. Further speakers? Right of reply, Councillor Barnett. Do you want to use your microphone, please? Sorry. It's all right.
Just in reply to some of the comments, we have quite a few policies in council, such as the sustainability strategy as well, which we need to give effect to, and we've actually been criticised a little bit for being slow to respond in that space. So this is only a tiny change, it's just a step in the right direction. Effectively, it's smoothing in a way. So I don't think it actually goes against any of the principles that we actually hold dear as a council. I think it builds our reputation as a leading council that wants to encourage sustainability and protect the environment. It's a one-off opportunity this year because we happen to have some cost savings in those areas. And it doesn't mean it can change everything for the future. We can review that fully in the waste minimisation strategy. So I think this sends a message to the community that we care about the environment, that we want people to divert as much as they possibly can to recycling and put as little as possible in the red bin. So I urge you all to support it.
So we're all clear what the amendment is. I'll put the amendment. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Contrary? Declare that carried. Do we need a division? It seemed to me, I heard it carried. I declare it carried. Well, look, I don't really necessarily, unless I'm quite clear it's carried. If you really want a division, I'm happy to do that, but I don't think we need to do that all the time unless it's absolutely necessary. All right? Okay. Thank you, Kitty. Your budgets are complete. Unless there was any further matters anyone wanted to raise? Okay. All right. Thank you. Water. So is our next budget. So that's Kelly and Colin. Hi, Colin. Welcome to the table. Emma, do you think, or staff, do you think we could make sure we get more than one microphone up there? Because there are some spare ones, and it just seems, maybe just take Wendy's over so you're not having to... yes. There are some more up here as well, I think. Is that right? Okay. All right. Thanks. Colin, are you leading this?
Yes,
Thank you.
Just thought I'd confirm.
Pages 56 to 127, is that correct?
Yeah, and I had a report under item 4.2.
What was your report?
Ashley Gorge water supply.
Why don't we deal with Ashley Gorge first, because that has a consequence to the budget. So that's page 25, item 4.2, pages 25 to 32.
Okay, cool. All right. So the purpose of the report on Ashley Gorge water supply is to inform the council of the change in the legislative status of the Ashley Gorge water supply, and also to request the council allocate the necessary funding to undertake works triggered by this change in legislative status. So the status changed following the enactment of the Water Services Act. So previously under the Health Act, the Ashley Gorge water supply wasn't considered to be a public water supply and didn't follow the same requirements as our other more conventional public supplies. However, this changed when the Water Services Act came into force in November last year, and it was also a bit unusual in that most of these supplies like this were given 4 years to register and a further, I can't remember, it's either 4 and 3 years or to register and then comply after that, whereas Ashley Gorge was on a previous register, but the register didn't trigger any obligations previously, but just being on the register meant that it was transferred to the new register and the legislative change took immediate effect. So that means that as of November last year, Ashley Gorge should be meeting the current drinking water standards, which it doesn't. So hence why this is being treated with more urgency than other similar supplies that weren't on the register, which include the Rangiora Airfield, Woodend Beach and Warren Reserve are the examples that we're aware of. So what this means is that we need to look at undertaking an upgrade to the Ashley Gorge supply to meet the drinking water standards. This scheme is most comparable to the Garrymere water supply, which you'll recall has undergone an upgrade in recent years, which got filtration and UV treatment put in place. We got to that conclusion after doing quite a comprehensive options assessment. So the proposal is to do an options assessment first, followed by the capital upgrade. And I've based the budget on the assumption we'd end up with the same kind of treatment system as Garrymere, but there are other options we should explore, such as connecting to the Oxford Rural Number 2 scheme. So the budget is based on that design in the next financial year and construction the following year, but there is also some budget we're requesting straight away, which is to do the initial options assessment, which will tell us what type of upgrade we're designing, which we'd like to do this financial year, and also to put in a chlorine analyzer and alarm system, which is quite essential because the supply essentially has one barrier at the moment, which is chlorine, but no alarm, so that if the chlorine system were to fail, we wouldn't know about it until an operator goes on their next weekly check of the plant, whereas all other suppliers will have an alarm that we'd know within minutes of something going wrong. So that's considered an urgent requirement, and I think it's quite clearly needed under the Water Services Act, as well as needing to meet the standards, that any supplier has the obligation to always make the water safe, which is the overarching principle. The rating impact is outlined in recommendation F, which it was proposed to be funded from the general rate, which is consistent with the rest of the reserve area and, given the reserve benefits, the whole district, which would increase that from, the increase would be $1.03 in 2022-23 and $1.44 in 24-25. Happy to take any questions on that.
Thank you. Chris, your name is on the report as well. Do you want to add anything?
No.
Thank you. Questions of Colin? Councillor Redmond, followed by Stewart.
Thanks, Colin. When does this work have to be done to comply with the legislation?
Well, it had to have been done on the 15th of November last year because there was no lead-in time for it. So it's unusual. When the Health Act required changes back in 2005, there was a certain period of time small suppliers must comply by this date and others by this date. But the Water Services Act simply requires all water supplies to comply with the standards and doesn't mention anything about by the date, so it's effective immediately.
Councillor Stewart.
I'm just trying to reread it to see if you'd covered whether with Ashley Gorge and potentially with the other ones that you're talking about, connections, is there opportunity to bring in rural suppliers that are on their private supplies to join into this if you're going to put pipe work in and spread the cost and deal with some private suppliers?
There's always that potential in general. With this case, there's a couple of k's of pipe from the end of the Oxford Rural Number 2 scheme to Ashley Gorge, so it doesn't, and it's basically one large farm on either side of the road from what I recall. There's not many properties there, so it doesn't have that much potential. It would only be if one of those properties were to subdivide down that there's a real opportunity to share costs. The real question on this one about whether we can join to Oxford Rural Number 2 is whether that scheme actually has the capacity, because it's right on the edge and it's quite small pipe work. The cost to just extend that pipe work would be quite low, but then it may not be big enough in the first place, which could trigger much bigger upgrades. But yeah, definitely with the airport, there's a separate report considering the airport and development in that area and servicing, so that does talk about some cost sharing there with the developer. And the other one considered was Woodend Beach. These are everything except Ashley Gorge, only the supplies only need to be registered within 4 years, and they've got more time to comply after that. So these aren't immediate issues, but I think it's part of your question. So Woodend Beach, there would be some, definitely not so much properties along the route, but the Woodend Beach community itself is there's a decent amount of properties there that would benefit from an upgrade, so that would need to be explored with that supply.
And how would you do Warren Reserve? Because that's out in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, we have, I have been working with the Great Faces team a little bit on that. There's very low water use there at all. Currently, what we had talked about doing is, the one thing that was needed was a tank upgrade. The tank was in quite poor condition, and that was replaced at the end of last year, I believe, or at least a contractor commissioned to do that. And then the well would need treatment as well, or it could actually be, if demand is low enough, it might be more cost effective to fill that tank by a water tanker from a potable supply. And so that's the plan A, is do that and monitor the frequency of bringing in a tanker.
So when you do the detail of this,
Yeah.
you're going to look at any economies that could serve a wider purpose?
Yes, yeah.
In doing it, because certainly that's where I'm coming from.
Definitely,
yeah. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Cool.
All right, further questions?
Thank you.
Councillor Williams, you indicated you're prepared to move. Report, someone prepared to second? Councillor Bryan, would you like to speak?
Yeah, I think it's important we carry on with our best water supplies in the whole of New Zealand, and I think we're a leader in keeping our supplies really good and compliant, so this is imposed on us, we have to do it anyway, so I think it's good to show the public we care about their water, and if this is a small cost to it, we've got to pay for it, but there's nothing more important than keeping our water healthy.
Thank you. Would you like to speak? Further speakers? Yes, Councillor Stewart and Councillor Mealings.
Yeah, just further to my questions, I think this is an opportunity to spread a good water supply into areas which perhaps don't have, and I'm talking about private supplies, and unfortunately I don't think we've got the data right at the moment to know how many properties are serving, with their wells serving more than 2 properties, therefore they're going to be captured by exactly the same sort of requirements. So to me, this opens the door to perhaps canvass within canvass the locals to see who would want to join in and contribute to having very good water, monitored well, as we know all our supplies are. So really encourage this opportunity to do exactly that.
Thank you. Councillor Mealings.
Just want to say it's an excellent report, and I commend the proactive stance that you're taking with this. And again, it is in keeping with this council's proactive stance with our water. And I just wanted to point out on your sustainability and climate change impacts, thank you. That is precisely what I'm asking for, where it says with climate change, the frequency and scale of these events, or it's likely to increase, etc. The whole purpose of that line in our reports is so that we as council see the risks that we are actually taking on and can manage those well, and that's exactly what you've done, so thank you. Brilliant.
Councillor Barnett.
Just one quick comment from me, because everyone's covered it. I would really like to see the option of connecting to a water scheme rather than being standalone, having known the problems we've had with places like Garemere. The costs become prohibitive as you go forward. So even if we could look, even if that works out slightly more expensive, it would be good to see the 10-year and the 50-year cost. Thank you.
Okay, right of reply, Councillor Williams. I'll put the recommendation. All those in favour, please say aye. Contrary, declare that carried. Thank you. So we'll come back to the budget papers now, Colin, pages 57. Pages 56 through to 127. Is there anything you want to highlight in these?
If I was planning on giving a little bit of an overview to start with and then take questions. So yeah, as usual, my starting point for the national plan is to try to adopt the long-term plan figures and only change when necessary. As you're all well aware, we are operating in a rapid change, so there have been a few changes that have been necessitated. These are driven by two key things really, which is the key one, or a key one being growth. With the new district plan coming into effect or being notified last year, there was really a really high rate of subdivision applications immediately prior to that, and this has triggered some reasonable size subdivisions being consented on Oxford Rural Number 2, Summerhill and Garemere schemes, so we've had to respond to that by bringing forward some growth projects. In terms of compliance, there's also a state of rapid change there, which I'll talk about a little bit later, and the other change, not so much to budgets but to rating impacts, is the interest rate increase has affected scheme across the board, as you would have heard earlier, but in particular some schemes that have higher ratios of loans than others are impacted more than, some schemes are impacted more than others by that as well. So table 1 outlines the proposed changes in individual scheme rates. I did want to talk to the Woodend rate a little bit, following a question from a councillor in recent days. So that's currently showing as about a 9% increase. There had been some changes to operational budgets that had triggered that, and also there had been some smoothing done last year, so discounting last year effectively, which had meant that it had come up this year as a result of that. But we've had since this was published just yesterday, we had a closer look with finance at whether there was any opportunity to change that, and we think it can be smoothed down again to some extent, because over time there is all that growth happening in the Ravenswood area that is forecasting rates to come down. So rather than sharply go up and sharply go down, we can smooth that out. The proposal from finance is we could adjust it to a 6.4% increase on Woodend, which, although higher, when looking at water in isolation, is higher than the average rate increase, that because of other changes to the wider rates, that would mean that the rate movement for the average Woodend rate payer would be in line with the district average of 4.3. So that was the finance team's recommendation of how we could adjust it, but we can be flexible with that smoothing if the council wishes to do that. I thought I'd talk through the key issues to consider a little bit, which I had written in a bit of detail. So really the main area of uncertainty and change, aside from growth, is around the drinking water standards and chlorine exemptions. So drinking water standards, at the time I wrote the commentary, had not come out for consultation yet. They have just come out for consultation in recent weeks, and the indications are their expectation is for them to be effective from July this year, although in response to queries from us or from a number of councils, there's still uncertainty although they'd be in effect, whether there'd be some leniency given to when you actually need to comply by, because it's that would be an incredibly quick turnaround to consult on something and then get feedback, and then actually all councils having to have implemented changes within a few months. But regardless, that change is signalled to be coming quickly. And then mandatory chlorination, the expectation is all supplies will be chlorinated by November this year unless an exemption is gained. So both of those things create some uncertainty, both in terms of what the final standards will look like and how quickly we'll have to adopt them and react to what that triggers. And also in terms of the chlorine exemptions, the outcome of that process creates a few permutations in terms of how we respond to other parts of the drinking water standards. So I've tried to introduce budgets where there's a high enough degree of certainty about where we think things are headed, but also push out some budgets where we don't have enough certainty yet to say we definitely need to do this. And that's detailed in the commentary, but I can answer any specific questions on that. And the other thing mentioned is the fluoridation bill recently became the Fluoridation Act, which gives the Director General of Health the ability to require drinking water suppliers to fluoridate their water. We have got an initial request from the Director General to provide costs on that, which we are working on preparing, but we haven't allowed for those costs in our budgets yet, so that if we are required by the Director General to fluoridate supplies, that would be a further change in the future as well. Just got a couple more points here. On page 67, there's mention of budget for Three Waters reform. That's a provisional allowance at this stage to respond to the reform, and it was prepared on, or assumed that that would be offset by the No Worse Off funding, but I just wanted to highlight that that is definitely a provision only, and we wouldn't have an intention to spend that until we get, until we get specific council direction after getting more information from government and making a conscious decision on how we respond to that. But regardless, it's got no rating implication because it's an income, there's an income assumed and then a cost assumed which cancel each other out. And then finally, page 67 has breakdown of key capital budget changes. As I mentioned earlier, these are mainly growth driven. And then finally, I thought I would just talk to a couple of other points about capital budgets, which were also some things that we'd responded to councillor questions on. I just wanted to correct. One was about a Waikoku Beach renewal budget, asking what that was for. The answer provided was that it was to do with the campground headworks upgrade, which was not accurate. The budget was actually pipeline renewal on Kings Ave and Queens Ave. So that point isn't, the specifics about Waikoku Beach is not in the commentary. That was in a response to a councillor question. And the other response to just correct was there was a question about how many below ground bore heads we have in the district. The answer given previously was just about the Kaiapoi bore heads, of which there's 4 below ground, but in the district in total there's 9 of our 32 primary wells have below ground bore heads. So that's all I wanted to talk about, but happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Any questions of Colin? It's very extensive and you've covered it really well, so thank you. Questions, Councillor Barnett?
This is a question for you, Colin, but it's also kind of a general question, I think, for Jeff, in terms of when we build things for expected growth, and I'm looking at Summerhill scheme because there's one there. I would have thought that would have been offset by DCs. Why is it that current ratepayers end up paying more before the properties come online for growth that they didn't have any benefit from?
I guess the way that we, with any growth project, either that requires new infrastructure, either the developer essentially builds everything and pays for everything, or the council builds it and recovers that cost through development contributions. So with the case of the Summerhill scheme, it's not simply just extending a scheme out, which would usually fit the bill more for a developer just to build. It's actually upgrades right from the Davis Road pump station and out west and east. So it's renewing existing pipework. So it's not purely there's a renewal benefit and a renewal funding portion for that work, and also because it's essentially modifying trunk mains throughout the scheme. It's modifying the existing scheme. So those are the cases where it's more common for the council to lead the project and then recover the growth portion from developers through development contributions. So that's pretty standard in terms of how we deal with growth across the district, and there is always a balance of risk of not recovering costs. I think at this point in time that risk is a lot lower than usual because there is such high demand for new sections. Developers would be extremely motivated they've got the consents, they'll want to do that as soon as possible to sell the lots and make the most of the current market. So,
just to further answer that question, perhaps exactly, hopefully hitting on the point, by and large, the development is very beneficial to current ratepayers. There are times, correct, eventually. So there are times where they may be front-loaded with a bit of additional capital expenditure. Really good examples, Rangiora Water. And on the bigger schemes, it's easier to spread it. When you do get some of the smaller schemes, it does become a bit more lumpy. But if you just have a look back over the last decade or more, I would say all of our suppliers have benefited from growth, including the likes of Summerhill, because it does actually help offset some of those costs of upgrades by, first of all, sharing in the capital cost, which we accept that the existing ratepayers have to pay for that initially, but then that's loan funded and paid for by development contributions, but then also they share the operational costs going forward. So it's a really good question, and that's the way we approach it, and on the whole, it's very much to the benefit of the existing ratepayer.
Do you have a comment, Jeff?
Yeah, I think there's no easy way. For development contributions, policy's been around for quite some years and it's been tested thoroughly. But if you sort of look at it in terms of development, with development on shore of, we ring fence it and it's new development and we try and contain it. But with development contributions for this type, we expect the development to occur over a 10-year period because that's what contributions are for. And so it gets back to Paul's question before, how do we know that we've covered the risk for our future ratepayers as well as the current? And so we've put the line over 25 years, which is longer, much longer than the growth is intended. But on top of that, we do an assessment on benefit versus cost. So where does the benefit actually lie? Is it with current or future ratepayers? And that comes into the actual funding formula as well, and also pushed out. So there's a bit of a midway approach between funding DCs over 10 years, but we actually push the loan out over 25 years, which is quite a long period to capture that growth. As Colin was just, and Jill was just saying, there is benefit to current ratepayers, and by taking that approach, it not only reduces the development contribution, but it helps the development occur. If you remember quite some years ago, we had the Eastwood Inway, and we tried to influence that and development just didn't happen. So it's a midway approach, and it seems to work for us, and it works well. Growth is just continuing, so it's good. Good midway approach.
I guess the question I'm asking is that obviously Summerhill's becoming one of the most expensive schemes in our district, which has been raised before, and there is inequity showing with Points Road paying a lot less and West Eaton paying a lot less on the same scheme. I'm going to ask this question every chance I get. What is being done to address the high charges for that one scheme when it's connected with those other two schemes, which one has received subsidy?
Yeah, I think okay.
No conflicts of interest.
No conflicts of interest at all. But just for the benefit of the residents in the area.
Yep. Yeah, I think one way to look at it is, I think the concern is the gap is widening or getting worse. If you look at the percentage increases in Table 1, Summerhill's got a 2% increase, Points Road 20% and West Eaton 5%. So the Summerhill increase is less than the rate of inflation. So in real terms, it's actually a decrease. and then Points Road and West Eden are greater, so that is actually closing the gap, albeit marginally. On the case of Point Summerhill and West Eden, it's only a couple of % difference, but it's heading in the right direction for what you're hoping to achieve, which is more equity between the schemes. And in terms of anything further, what can be done about it to close it more, we still have a targeted rating structure where schemes cover their own costs, and to change, to close the gap further, we'd have to do something different with that. And Points Road, I think you're highlighting as an exception where they got a government grant, which is true, but that decision was made, and there was a report to council following input from the advisory groups on that, and that decision's been made, so we'd have to we can't give them up. The grant was from the government and they funded that project, so we can't change it through that stimulus program or funding. It would have to be changed through a change to the rating policy.
Sure. Just a final question, just to clarify about the water connection. With the problem we're having with building materials and the delay in building for people who are buying sites, the water rate is charged for the connection, even if it's not being used by property as yet.
Yep.
Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Redmond and followed by Councillor Mealings.
Thanks, Colin. I was the one who asked how many below ground boreheads we have. Christchurch City have been running around raising their boreheads. Are you saying on page 60 that we don't need to raise our boreheads and we can still apply for a chlorine exemption and those boreheads will still be compliant?
I think it's just that our chlorine exemption approach is a little different. Christchurch Cities, as I understand it, is to get their boreheads to a standard where they can argue we don't need any treatment whatsoever, whereas our approach is to treat, regardless of our boreheads below ground or above ground, to then still UV treat the water as part of our chlorine exemption application, which I think is I think our approach is more in line with the multi-barrier approach that Te Mara Arawai and the Water Services Act is requiring. But so there is no chlorine exemption criteria. This is what you have to do to gain an exemption. But we've just approached it in a different way, which I think in terms of confidence of the quality of the water leaving the treatment plant, I think having our below ground boreheads, which have been upgraded to a higher standard anyway in recent years to get secure status under the current standards. So that I think we have good below ground boreheads, and then we would be proposing to put UV treatment on top of it. Christchurch City are trying to go for an even higher standard of borehead, but then with no treatment. So it's just a different approach, and I'd say both have high degrees of uncertainty associated with them, not necessarily because of the borehead, but probably more so because of the reticulation and how that gets assessed, which is why we haven't committed to doing one or the other yet, because we really need to know the outcome of that reticulation system assessment, from which is just based on a apply and we'll tell you whether we accept it sort of approach.
Thank you. Just relating to that approach, given that obviously it's fairly important to us, that application, that approach you're considering putting forward, would you get that peer reviewed to make sure that that's sort of had a second set of eyes over that? Or do you feel that's necessary?
We are working with Becca on some general chlorine-free advice at the moment. That was more about the reticulation system, but we can definitely include that into it. I think Jared's got something to say as well.
I do, and it's perhaps going back to the earlier question, hopefully will allay some of your concerns. It's not just because we want to do something different because we think that's a different idea. Our approach is more based on we've got a different system to Christchurch largely, so predominantly our supplies are, you can almost think of them as single source. We bring and even in Kaipa, we bring our water into two major headworks, and in most of our supplies we'll either have one or two main supply points. Christchurch, their network, they've got a lot of wells that are just within nodes within larger networks. So they've actually got some characteristics within their network that are different to ours that would have helped guide them in the direction that they're proposing to take. It's not just as simple as...
I'm personally comfortable with the direction you're taking. I just wanted to ask that question.
Yep.
So.
But I think, and also maybe to expand on a little bit more, yes, I suppose we are getting some expertise, but this is new ground for everybody. And even the regulators, I don't believe, will know exactly what bar we're going to have to jump. It's a good conversation because this calendar year, it's all going to come to a head. If we don't have chlorine exemptions by November, we will be required to turn on the chlorine on our non-chlorinated supplies. And we are operating in a very uncertain environment. I think you can be assured that Colin and Kelly are doing a lot of work to make sure we're ahead of this as much as possible and taking on the expert advice when they think it's necessary.
Thank you. Councillor Meetings?
I just wanted to just query a couple of things in your table 1. When we're talking about expensive water supplies, you all might note that Ohuka is listed here as the most expensive water supply. It says per 2 unit connection on that table. Sorry, can you explain? That's not the unit price that I'm aware of. So can you please explain where this numbers come from? As you know, there are some 19-unit connections and whatnot historically, and that's a scary number if that's a per unit.
No, it's a 3% increase anyway. So I suspect what I've done is put in the 19-unit charge, but said per 2 units. Kelly's just got it for me.
Otherwise, that looks terrifying.
Yes, yeah. So it's the rate per property is $12.30. And the amount per unit is $23. This is on page 94.
I'm on that.
So that is, well, for 2 units, it's $12.30 plus 46 is $12.76, I think. Whereas for 19 units, I think I have put in the 19-unit amount in that table. So. Thank you for picking that up.
No, thanks for that. Like I said, I just looked at that and went, that is truly terrifying.
Yeah.
And knowing someone who's a 19-unit connection, Also, I presume, as we've just been discussing, we were slated to have a 9.84% reduction, and I presume that's because that subdivision out the back has not gone through as quickly as anticipated. That accounts for the 3.3% increase instead of the reduction.
The forecast I've got...
So, sorry, that's on page 94.
Oh. Okay.
On the table.
Oh, sorry.
So it was meant to be, it was long-term plan forecast at 9.84% decrease.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
And it will now be a 3.3% increase due to the lesser realization of development.
Yeah, I think actually that it's, and I'm going to struggle to explain this, that first yellow row you're looking at that has negative 9.84 is not actually what the rates get set on, but I'm not quite sure what that represents, because what the rates are set on is every property gets the per property charge, which is in the second yellow box, which was always forecast at 3%, and the third one is the per unit of water charge. So you pay one charge per connection, and then the per unit charge times how many connections you've got. So I'm not 100% sure what that first box is, but I think the reason it's fixed at 3%, I think this decision was made several years ago when the development didn't happen, when expected that the rates were fixed at 3% to basically ensure the scheme didn't jump up prior to that development and then plummet again after. But I think there will come a point in time where we don't need to sort of artificially fix it at that, and we can rate for the true costs, but I'm not sure if and I think that's what comes into it, because usually those boxes all line up.
Okay, because I'm aware since 2013 that we have been paying for infrastructure that hasn't been realised.
Yeah, but I think the key point, is just that the rates are as we had consulted on, like in terms of what each property would actually be charged. The long-term plan had a 3% increase, and we still have that 3% increase, even though that table out of the
Yeah.
budget spreadsheet is definitely misleading.
Yeah, see, there's 13 less properties than anticipated, so I think that
Yep. Yeah.
possibly
Yep.
picks it up, but,
Yep.
okay. No, thank you, I think that answered my question. It just, yeah, particularly that two-unit connection that I wanted clarification on. Thank you.
Thank you. No, any further questions? Thank you, Colin. Appreciate the work you're doing in that space. Thank you. All right, we now come to wastewater, 128 to 177. I'm just checking if we got any reports.
No
to
wastewater reports.
No, sorry?
There are no.
No, that's right. I was just double checking that we didn't. Yep. Okay. Kelly, you're leading us in that. Thank you, Colin.
Yeah, so just to highlight, thank you, Mr. Mayor, just to highlight a few points regarding the wastewater commentary. So first of all, in relation to the impact on rates, you'll note that the Ahoka Utilities connection loan rate has got a 11.9% rate increase at the moment. We've had a closer look at that in response to a councillor question. The account is currently in deficit by $4,000, which we were seeking to recover in the 22-23 financial year. But what we've looked at doing in collaboration with the finance team is to actually add that to the loan. So that will mean that the rate will actually reduce slightly. Rather than it going up to $375, it will stay at about $325. So that will avoid that increase.
I actually had a question on that and highlighted it here too, because putting it up that much was when we've got growth and other things that are slow to come on stream. If it can be recovered over a longer time, I think that would be preferred if possible. So you've made that work, yep.
So that's already been
Good.
added to the draft budgets.
Thank you.
The second change is an error that's been identified by the finance team, and that relates to income on the Rangiora scheme. If you just give me a second, I'll find the page to have a look at. So it is page 142 in the budget sheets. Under income right at the very top of the page, you will see there's a third item down, miscellaneous recoveries, and it shows an income of $240,000 there. So that was for income related to the new septage receiving facility at the Rangiora wastewater treatment plant. And you will note that we've deferred that budget by 12 months. So that should actually be removed as income, and we should not be showing any income until the 23-24 financial year. So that's a change we haven't signalled yet, but it's been identified by the finance team.
So Jeff and Wati, do we need to adjust anything there, or will that just be dealt with internally? So we don't need to do anything. Thank you.
And the final thing I just wanted to highlight in the introduction is the Capital Works program. So under section 3 in the overview, we have made some changes to the Capital Works program for next financial year, predominantly based around resourcing for delivery. So the key project there is the Central Rangiora upgrade stage 8. So that effectively takes us further up along King Street between Queen Street, going past the town hall, through past the petrol station and up to the northern side of Blackett Street. So quite a key area in terms of impact and making sure we're consulting well in advance. So but a combination of resourcing and also the importance of that project, we've pushed it out by 12 months. So happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Questions? Councillor Williams?
Yeah, the ocean outfall, the Kaipoi ponds and all that drama, I know we're meeting our consents, etc. Have we got enough budget in there for our consents going to come onto us reasonably quick for the amount of work we need to do to possibly get it upgraded and what have you. Have we got enough budget to actually, so you guys can inform us what we need to do for the upgrade that's probably going to be coming on that, because we've had a lot of odours from there lately, and a lot of discolouring of the waters and what have you. I'm just concerned we haven't got enough budget sitting there to act when the time comes to needing to act. So you can inform us what we're going to need.
Yeah, that's a very good question, and there's probably two parts to that in response. First of all, we do have issues at the moment with the Kaiapoi wastewater treatment plant, particularly through the summer months where we do get warm temperatures within the wetland, and that adds to the algae growth and the odour issues that we experience. So in terms of addressing that, we are doing some work at the moment, looking at a range of different options. We haven't included any additional budgets to address that at the moment, but we do have quite a significant budget for desludging in the outer years, the 25-26 financial year, and I believe it's in the order of about $1.2 million for desludging. So what we will look at doing once we identify the proposed solution, which is probably likely actually going to be some more regular desludging around the perimeter of that wetland pond, what we'll be looking at doing is reallocating that budget in future years to account for that. In relation to the future renewal of the consent, that is due in 2039, and what we have identified is that we will need to start effectively a 15-year program looking at investigations, reconsenting, and then implementing the upgrades prior to the 2039. So there is allowance within future budgets to look at those initial investigations, but putting in some of the bigger budgets for the more detailed design and detailed investigation and design work, as well as construction works, that would be addressed in future long-term plans.
Thank you.
That desludging, that would actually help the discoloration of water that's going out to the ocean outfall as well, would it?
Yeah, the discoloration occurs because of the algae growth within the water column. So actually removing that sludge will help with giving a deeper water depth, which is going to minimise the amount of, or help with the temperature and minimise the amount of algae growth. So yes.
Thank you. Any further questions, Councillor Barnes?
Sorry, Kelly, I didn't quite understand what you said about the Rangiora line, but I'm just looking on page 139 of our budget in the Eastern Sewers. Loan repayments. Right down the bottom, where it jumped from 2.2 to 4.3. Just querying what that was about, for why principal being repaid faster on that account.
Yes, so that was a question that was raised. And just in response to that, what has happened this year is that our finance team have done a detailed review of all of our development contributions. And what they have identified is that there, for both the East Rangiora development contribution area, the West Rangiora development contribution area, as well as the structure plan area within West Rangiora, there have been capital works expenditure that have occurred in the past under the Rangiora account. And what didn't happen at that time but should have happened was that there should have been a transfer from the DC account into the scheme account to account for that expenditure. So there's been a correction undertaken, and what that effectively means is that there's money coming from the DC account into the Rangiora or Eastern District scheme account, and that actually means the amount that can be paid off the loan on the EDSS this year. So it's actually a benefit for the loan's getting
Just
paid
didn't
off
quite
quicker.
understand the explanation. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? Thank you, Kelly. That addresses the wastewater budget. So we now come to item 5, which is drainage.
So just
Now,
so for
we've
drainage,
got a
we've got
PX report, haven't we?
Yep.
So there's no easy way of doing this apart from going into PX and then coming out. So I was hoping we'd be able to do it all at once, but we'd have to align staffing for that. So I'm going to move that we go into public excluded for the reasons so we're drainage.
Okay. Were we supposed to move those?
They're already done.
They're done as
Because
pro forma, okay.
pro forma's already, yeah.
Just checking.
Yeah, no, good move. Let's get myself back on the right agenda. So we're now, we've dealt with wastewater, we're back into drainage now, so that's item 178.
And Mr Mayor, there's also another report, item 4.1.
Oh, we might deal with that first, thank you. So that's pages 16 to 24, Kaipoi stormwater and flooding improvements. Kelly?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So this report is a follow-on report relating to the report to Council in December last year, where you approved an additional $4.175 million for the shovel-ready Kaipoi stormwater and flooding improvements project. That also included a scope change to remove some of the works and allocate funding to the Macintosh drain pump station. So this report effectively is looking for approval for the funding sources for that additional budget. And what is proposed is that part of it, $705,000, will be assigned to the North East Kaipoi Development Contribution Area. So that will increase the stormwater development contribution to $1,645 per property, and that the remaining $3.47 million is funded from the district drainage account. So that will increase the district drainage rate by approximately $8.22, bringing that rate to $28.12. Under recommendation C, you can see that there is a multiple change of both new budgets as well as shuffling of budgets from different projects. But the net effect of all of that adds up to the $4.175 million. So happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Questions? I've got one from Councillor Doody. She texted me. She's going to try and be here this afternoon. So she wanted to know if York Street diversion CapEx program goes ahead. So I'm trying to make sense of her text here. The transfer of stormwater from Main Street down York Street instead of overloading Tauro alone and into Flanagan's Drain. Does that make sense to you?
Could you just repeat that again, please?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Maybe I'll wait till Wendy gets here because I'm trying to. It's
not really relevant to this current report.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. I've got myself confused with the overall drainage budget. I'm sorry. Excuse me. Right. Any questions on this? Yeah, this is the 4.1 Kaipoi stormwater. Any questions on that? Moved by Councillor Atkinson, seconded by Councillor Bryan. Any discussion?
We've done this, really, and it's just making sure that it gets in there, and it's absolutely necessary to get the result that's required down there.
Okay. Any further speakers? I'll put the recommendation. All those in favour, please say aye. Contrary, declare that carried. So now we come to the drainage activity, and maybe that question of Councillor Doody, if you have an opportunity to, you could cover that in your commentary. Pages 178 on.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So just to highlight a few things from the drainage commentary, you'll note the district drainage and Kaipoi rates have reasonable increases in the order of 20 and 27%. They're predominantly driven by the most recent report on the shovel-ready works. So the reason that, even though Kaipoi is not funding any of the additional $4.175 million, there is the value of that infrastructure coming across increases the depreciation amount. So that is one of the main drivers behind that increase in kaiapoi. Also, the interest rate increase has meant that the works, shovel-ready works kaiapoi urban is funding. The loan repayments have increased for that. Oxford Urban has a 13% increase, and there has actually been a correction to the number of rateable properties there that has meant that increase is higher than expected. Again, both Globurnley and Cust have had higher increases. No significant changes have occurred on those schemes. They're just very small population numbers, and any small changes has a bigger impact on rates. In terms of capital works program, so we have again gone through and done a thorough review of projects. In Woodend, we've deferred the construction for the school road and box drain improvement projects. Within Rangiora, line side upgrade, stage 2, the construction has been deferred. We've started design work on that, and that is a project where we may bring the budget forward if it's going to be beneficial with aligning that in with the Southbrook Road roading upgrade works. Palmer Church Street, that has been deferred predominantly due to aligning their works with the curb and channel works that roading will be undertaking. And then in Rangiora at the Middlebrook Treatment Project. So that is one of, we've got a few projects coming up that is looking at improving our treatment performance in advance of 2025 as part of one of the measures to meet our network discharge consents. That project there has been deferred because it needs a bit more scoping. There's potentially land ownership issues, so that was one of the projects that we didn't feel we were as progressed on. The final thing in terms of just the budget overview, section 5 is new fees and charges that we are introducing relating to our network discharge consents, and in particular medium and high risk sites, and processing application approvals for discharging into our stormwater system. So that is something we haven't had in the past, but it's a new role that we're taking over in terms of providing consenting where the discharge is into our system rather than into the receiving environment. So happy to take any questions.
Thank you. So that question I had at the start
yes,
misaligned with York Street. I assume that's Oxford, the diversion capital CapEx program. Is that's proposed to go ahead? Is that correct?
Yes, it is. So that was one of the projects that was included in the wastewater and drainage reticulation package that went out to a consultant. So we have had a consultant working on the design for that. Where it discharges at the end of York Street, it crosses Harewood Road, I believe it is. And then through private property, we have gained a positive support for the project from the landowner. So the hurdles for that proceeding next year are being addressed.
Thank you. And just for clarity, Waikoku, we had public meetings last year. There were a range of Swindles Road flooding, etc. What is our proposed program down there, and by way of addressing certainly the concerns that residents raised around the speed of that program, and have we capacity to get that investigation work done, completed?
Since the 15th of December flood event, we've actually revisited the speed that we were getting through addressing all of the service requests and the follow-up investigations, and also with the additional work coming out of the 15th of December flood event, we have sought support from external consultants. So we have 2 people, consultants that will be working in the office 3 to 4 days a week. And effectively we're setting up a mini flood team that will actually work through that program of works. So that is expediting getting all of those investigation works completed and undertaken. Probably just a follow-on comment to that, it's worth noting that those investigations will potentially may recommend upgrading works. We do have some limited budgets for improvements within the Waikoku area, but any more substantial upgrades, that would actually be a report back to council seeking additional budget. So we specifically haven't included any larger budgets for any works that get identified because we haven't completed those investigations yet.
So going back to residents so they clearly understand this, how will we propose to do that? Because we had a really good public meeting down there. And the expectations I thought were well managed. As a letter out to residents, because it's not a particularly big area, is that something that we've considered doing?
Yes, and I think it's probably actually going to be more targeted. We do have discrete areas like Swindles Road in particular, Kiwi Reserve.
As long as residents know, because we had big attendance down there obviously, so it's making sure they're aware. I don't mind a flyer drop goes right through you'll work with comms around that. We won't design that by committee for you, but some communication back to those residents would be helpful.
Okay. Agreed.
Thank you. Further questions? Councillor Atkinson.
Yeah, just page 211, Kelly. I just noticed in the Kaipoi area A drainage, we're talking about developer contributions going from a forecast of 82,867 to 169,03. What is that? Where's that from? Is that by any chance Beach Grove, moving ahead quicker than was predicted? But it's $90,000 difference.
Sorry, I'm not on. So page 211?
211, top of the table, development contributions. The forecast was 82,867. The annual budget for 22-23 is 169,304.
I believe.
Where have we got the windfill for?
Yeah, I believe that relates to the fact that we are now increasing the development contribution in relation to the shovel-ready project. But I think probably the question is whether there should be any income at all from that area. I just need to go back and double check exactly which development that is actually predicting is going to be contributing to that.
Well, the reason for my question really is if that's wrong, that has a direct effect on rate.
Okay, so you'll check that and come back, Kelly? Yep. And perhaps before we can, how soon could you get back to us about that?
I can look at that such
over
that it
lunch?
comes early afternoon. Yes.
Thank you. Further questions? Councillor Williams.
I think Kelly knows where this question's coming from. The maintenance on some of our product, have we got enough money in the budget for maintenance? Because at the moment, the maintenance on some of our drainage systems is not wonderful, and also the maintenance on keeping clean some of the pipes and what have you on the new projects we've got coming. Have we got enough money in the budget, or do we need more budget, or have we got enough budget? Well, I am actually sorry I answered that, but at the moment...
No, we don't need a speech with it, so you've asked the question, so yep.
Yeah, and I think particularly for our coastal, both urban and rural drainage areas, because of the flooding, both response and also the follow-on maintenance that we're doing, we're likely to be overspending our current budgets, just given that we've, with the work following the May event last year and also the December event. We're having a closer look at the standard of maintenance that is undertaken, and we will increase that and raise that where that's appropriate. I think in response to having adequate budget to keep up with that, our plan to address that is to actually to do the maintenance work to make sure we're meeting that level of service, and then to adjust the budget based on historical spends to ensure that we're budgeting correctly. So I think in response to your question, it's more about making sure we're doing the maintenance and achieving that level of service, and then the budget will follow accordingly. Unless there is a specific step change, sometimes looking at historical spend for drain maintenance, sometimes we have periods where we spend under the budgets, and then we have particularly wet years, or even warm and wet years where we get a lot of weed growth, and that means that we spend a lot more money. So we do have unders and overs, and we constantly review to make sure we've got adequate budget and we're not eating into deficit.
So will the UNR committee get a bit of a report on the progress on the maintenance on some of these drainage coming up? Or can we have a bit of a report on it?
Yes, you will be getting a report on the December flood event, and we'll make sure that the maintenance and status of maintenance is addressed as part of that report.
Because there are some items that some colleagues have been out to see that we're concerned about, so that'll be picked up as part of that briefing and report. Thank you. All right, any further questions? Thank you, Kelly. And you'll come back on that other item that Deputy Mayor Atkinson asked. So that's your...
the stock water.
Yes, we're going to come to that now. So I'm ticking one off at a time. So stock water races, you're dealing with this as well, Kelly, 233 to 240. There's...
Yeah, so you'll nothing really of note to mention in terms of stock water change. There hasn't been any significant change. You will notice under the long-term plan issues, there are two matters there that are noted that were also mentioned to council when you adopted the latest bylaw earlier this week.
That's right. Any questions of colleagues? There's no white pages that go with that, so thank you. Thank you, Kelly. We appreciate the work you and your team are doing. Thank you. Now, Jared, we come to your overheads, page 241 to 250.
Okay, so this budget is to cover the utilities and roading department overheads, salaries, and also there's allowance for asset management and projects that are not necessarily accounted for in the unit budgets. It is worth saying these budgets have been prepared on us continuing as per normal. So then we're not making any assumptions about the future of Three Waters in the preparation of this budget. If that was to come to pass, then there would have to be a substantial look at that. It has made allowance, as you can see, for some staff changes that have been signalled in the long-term plan. Happy to take questions.
Thank you. Questions? Thanks, Jared. It's probably your easiest overhead you've got through, but it was really clear what you were looking for, so thank you. And thanks for all the work you're doing in your space, particularly your leadership with your team on Three Waters, one of the most difficult issues that we're dealing with. So we appreciate the work that you're doing along with the team, so thank you. All right.
Thank you.
We can have Kelly Lavalley now. It's PDU.
So Kelly has got a development contributions report.
Yes.
So if you're happy to take that before the overhead.
That's PX.
No, that's
it's
public. So happy to do it anyway if you wanted to.
No, I will do it that way. Let me just catch up to that. Sorry, I've got bits of paper everywhere here, trying to stop between various agendas. Remind me where that is in our agenda? 4.4, pages 55. So if we go into our tab 6, so pages 55 to 113. Welcome, Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this report seeks approval for both the draft development contribution schedules as well as the policy. The policy had some minor changes that really came out of the Hamilton City Council High Court decision on development contributions, and just sought to clarify in particular that development contribution projects or projects that are included in the schedules are not necessarily within the map area for development contribution areas. Sometimes the servicing requirements fall outside of those areas, so we looked to clarify that in the policy. In the schedules, there have been several changes. Most of those are due to either interest accumulation, changes in growth numbers, or changes in budgets. There were some large changes in some of the development contribution areas, and that is really based on some more work that we have done on servicing strategies for specific growth areas and work with developers as to how we were likely to look at sharing costs. There are two changes, two corrections that need to be made to the schedules that are in the report, and that's to the district roading development contributions, 16532 as shown in the report. Because of these changes that need to be made, we need to add a recommendation H to delegate authority to approve these minor amendments to the DC schedules to the chief executive so that they can be addressed prior to publication of the consultation document. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you. I think, so H, delegate minor changes. Have you picked that up? Yep. So, questions? All makes perfect sense to me. So, someone prepared to move? Move to Councillor Redmond with H. You're happy to move for the H? Yes. Seconded, Councillor Ward. Would you like to speak?
Just briefly, these are fairly sensible updates to the policy to reflect that court decision, so I don't think there's anything too significant otherwise, so happy to support it.
It's okay. Welcome, Councillor Doody. Seconder? No. Yep, so any further speakers? I'll put the recommendation. All those in favour, please say aye. Contrary, declare that carried. Thank you, Kelly. So if we just come to your white pages now, page 251. So we're on the project delivery unit budget, Councillor Doody, so page 251 in the folder. Thanks, Kelly.
Okay, thank you. A couple of things just to highlight with the PDU proposed budget. So PDU derives all of its operating income from fees charged to clients for projects completed, as well as resource consents that we work on. So we're a fully cost recovery unit. There is a proposed increase in training budgets to restore them back to pre-COVID levels. And this is to address and ensure that staff members are undertaking mandatory training for their roles. It is fully funded through the charges and fees, so it doesn't have any rating impacts. We will be looking at an hourly charge rate increase for internal clients. However, our rates are still substantially lower than market rates for similar services. The only other thing to highlight is I'm anticipating that resourcing is likely to continue to be an issue into next financial year. Given the market that we're in right now, it's very challenging to attract and retain engineers, and I expect that that's going to continue to be an issue for us. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Questions? Thanks, Kelly. And we appreciate the work that you and your team do. And that alignment with the last report made a lot of sense. So great work. Thank you. Well, we've now I think we can now adjourn for lunch. You've arrived at the right time, Councillor Judy. We aim to be back at, I think we need time to have a bit of a break, so we're back at 1:20 back here, and we'll start with Chris's budgets at 1:20. Sorry? Well, I don't, sorry, but that's, well, 25, well, how long do you need, Sandra? Well, I'm not giving you an hour for lunch, sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry, but we've got to keep going, so 20, yeah, okay. Thank you. If there's anything you want picked up through that time, let us know. Thank you. We had signalled half an hour for lunch today, so that is half an hour. Okay, thank you. Oh, yes. Is that the young boys' book? Yeah, yeah. No, it's my book. Now the library's budget, pages 260 to 271. So thank you, Paula. Chris, look forward to your commentary and assume that we've read that through, because we have. And if you just want to highlight any main points that you've got there, thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Kia ora and Happy New Year, everybody. There's very little significant change to the library's report. Just a couple of points to draw your attention to from a risk perspective. We've had it confirmed last week that NZLPP funding, which was rumoured to potentially be extended for up to 6 months, will not be. So we now know it's definitely finishing 30th of June 2022. As we know from reporting, NZLPP has enabled us to address and support community outcomes, specifically social and cultural wellbeing, at a level that we've never been able to pre this funding. The library's leadership team and I are looking to address how the staffing reductions, so that's 3 FTEs, can be absorbed, but more importantly, the services, programs, events and learning support that have been offered to the community, particularly in Oxford, as we've had the capacity. So just flagging that as a risk. And also fines free, we're coming to 7 months with that. Timing couldn't have been more perfect. Incredible feedback, very positive for the community engagement, especially during COVID times. It's now reflected in our budget as the income levels are lower. So I'm just flagging that as well. That's all I've got.
Thank you. Any questions? There you go. Done.
Thank you.
Not every year is as easy as that, so take that while you can. Thanks, Paula. We appreciate all the work that you and your team do. Thank you. Aquatic facilities, Matt. Pages 272 to 283. Thanks, Matt.
Thank you. So the key issues for us are the just ongoing uncertainty around COVID. This budget was prepared assuming that based on the incoming traffic light system that things would largely be returned to normal. However, as you know, with new strains and variants, that could have any number of different impacts. And as with previous years, any impact to income will be offset against a COVID loan and reported to the council for a council approval at the time. We've got a 3% increase across most fees and charges and an increase to staffing budgets. Happy to take questions.
Questions? Thank you, Matt. Oh, sorry.
So Matt, just your projections, if COVID is ripe and we sort of have to shut down or anything, that'll all come out of the COVID loan, is that correct? Thank you.
Yes, Councillor Doody.
Matt, with the ongoing situation with Oxford, has that settled down, and do you need any more FTEs or anything like that, or you've got all?
The staffing issues, it hasn't settled down. It's right. If anything, it's continued. We've had more movement. We've reached out to Selwyn, Christchurch, to see if they have staff they can lend us. We're coming up with as many plans as we can to keep it open and keep it running to full capacity. We have seen lower customer numbers just through COVID and red light settings and all of that, but I'm trying to make sure we can keep it as available to the community as we can.
Okay, thank you.
All right, no further questions. Thank you, Mash. We, again, doing an excellent job there with our pools and your team, so thank you. Community development, let's see if this can be a role. Come on forward. So they're pages 284. So I don't want staff to think that we haven't gone through these thoroughly. The fact that there isn't questions, but we have had a process of sending questions in advance. We've done a ton of briefings before this year's budget, so we're well versed. So in your hands, Tessa. Thank you.
Thank you. I will take the budgets as read, but just would like to highlight some operational cost adjustments. These ensure that we can continue mainstream community development alongside the development and facilitation of larger long-term projects. And these have resulted from our ongoing and increasing need to respond and recover from pandemic and disaster events across the district. And you will be aware of the impacts on the social wellbeing of our residents. So this provision is necessary to see our rapidly growing and evolving district into the future. These adjustments also relate to necessary salary adjustments in alignment to align community team remuneration with the recent council-wide strategic pay review, which you will be aware of. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Any questions? Kirsten? Sorry, Councillor Barnett, pardon me.
That's all good. Just following up, Tessa, on the Safer Communities question that I asked, we were seeing that grants seem to be not keeping pace with the costs that we've got going forward. Is that percentage going to keep increasing, or is that just a one-off for this year from LTP? Page 291 of our budget.
Grants, okay.
In the Safe Communities area.
So in terms of grants, that is something we apply for as required, and you'll be aware that in the last 2 years at least, a lot of our projects have had to be modified under the increasingly online environment that we're operating in. So our need to source external funding for the project costs associated with those has been less.
Okay. All right. So any further questions? So thank you, Tessa. And you heard what I said before, same applies. The team are doing awesome work, and it's good to see some of them back there too, Rachel and co, with respect to the work that's going on with the community hub. So thank you. All right. Grant, come on up. Green space. 293. You're wearing a tie again today. I thought it was only Tuesdays.
Oh, no, it's a special week.
Missing the sheep tie.
Boats on the bar.
Well, actually, Matt's got one on too.
Yep.
Good.
Yeah.
So is Chris. So I don't normally see him in the tie either. Anyway, sorry, I'll stop my obsession with the tie. Carry on. So page 293 to 337. And we actually have some reports to deal with first. So here. We're going to deal with the community hub first. So that's actually Duncan and Rachel. So sorry, Grant.
So the community hub, the money for that is actually in the earthquake area. So
should we wait till that?
If we could,
it's been included under the community and recreation. Okay, that's fine. Let's hold that off. Although, does it matter if it's dealt with here?
we can deal with it here.
Do you need
we
Duncan?
can do it now.
I just think we might as well deal with it in order. Come forward, Rachel. Thank you. So do you wish to speak to this report, Rachel? Yep.
Just briefly.
Yep. No, I was just checking which staff member was speaking to that. So everyone got the report up there? Thank you. Thanks, Rachel.
The purpose of this report is to provide an update on the progress and seek additional budget allocation for the development of the Kaiapoi Community Hub. The current council budget provision in the 21-22 year is not sufficient to enable the development of the site based on most recent cost estimates. The reasons for the increase and benefits of the project were covered in the briefing yesterday, so happy to take questions.
Thank you. Any questions? Yep. So, hi, Duncan. Do you want to cover anything? Okay. Excellent. Moved by Councillor Atkinson, seconded Councillor Blackie. Do you wish to speak?
Look, I think the briefing did draw out the questions and the answers that we required yesterday. This is a very worthwhile project, and I'm looking forward to it moving ahead. And well done to all those that have worked on it.
Alan? Any further speakers? Do you wish to respond to yourself?
I usually do.
It's right of reply, I mean, in other words. So, all right, I'll put the recommendation. All those in favour, please say aye. Contrary, declare that carried. So that's, thank you, Rachel and Duncan. So the next is on reports is the Rangiora Airfield. So that's Grant and Ryan. So just you, Grant?
Just me.
Thank you.
So I'll take the report mostly as read. I guess just a couple of the points that we wanted to make there is really around the fact that the water is now considered to be a public supply, hence why we've proposed the structure of the water as we have over the 2 years. We've also got in there budget around reseeding of the runway. This is probably the main area that we actually get feedback and complaints about. What's happened in between the LTP and now is that we've had a trial actually done by a grass scientist, and that's actually gone really well. So we'd like to look at doing some resetting of the runway to occur, which will help us to actually kind of front foot some of the discussion around how we improve that surface. So that's why that's in there. The other one is the gates. At the moment we've got 22, 23 gates on the airfield. One of the things that we have been instructed over the last few months just around safety and with our safety officers standing down, CAA are really keen to see us limit access into the operational airside part of the aerodrome as well. And I believe this has been raised at audit and risk as well. And the two councillors that are on the portfolio group have raised this too. So there's a vulnerability there that we believe we can manage by the installation of 2 gates versus 22. And we can actually start to legitimise the use of the aerodrome side of the airfield as well. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Any questions? Councillor Williams?
Yeah, with regards to the gates, I know it's quite important. Surely it should be just about a user pays for the gates, considering we've actually caught people cutting the locks and the gates. So I'm a wee bit concerned about putting in these gates specifically for the people there that's been either too lazy to close gates, or when we close them for them and put a lock on them, they cut them. Surely we should be, I personally don't, I wonder what you think, whether the ratepayers should be paying for what comes down to basically vandalism at the airport when it's actually some of the tenants that are doing it. It's the first question.
Yeah, it's a good question, Councillor Williams. I guess one of the ways that we're actually approaching trying to put some enforcement and control around that is through the lease that we're putting in place with everyone. So the base lease that we're going to be negotiating with each of the leaseholders on in terms of renewing would look to address that. We've also spoken directly with the people who we believe have been implicated in that. The gates go beyond just kind of controlling the behaviour of 1 or 2 tenants that are on the airfield. It's actually also about restricting the access of the wider public as well. At the minute we get some unfortunate kind of access to it just in terms of the fact that we've got the fuel there, so people need to get to it. But we've also got cars that are driving over there that just do not need to be there. That's also creating some boggy areas and some other things around the airfield. We've got car movements we just don't need there. CAA look at us, we are managing an aerodrome. With that comes quite a responsibility back to council officers in terms of what we do to mitigate the risk there. This is actually quite a simple step forward for us to mitigate quite a large risk that we're currently carrying.
The second question is about the cost of the water and all this development there. Apart from the ATC Club, which is a community organisation, which is really good, and probably the Crack Aircraft, a lot of those places are commercial places. Are the council looking at increasing some funds to actually help pay for this, or the burden going to be fully onto the ratepayers?
Sorry, there's a delay on the button. The majority of it's actually been done through development contribution because of the fact that this is a growth area. So look, what we're doing is, because we've been identified as a public water supply, we actually have to look at it as the public has access to that water. The short answer is no. We haven't in the interim looked at, okay, how does that cost only burden the current users of the airfield? The only way that we could really do that is to take the airfield. The reality is there's a lot more people that utilise the airfield than those tenants. It's just not something that we've calculated at this point in time, based on the fact that it's seen as a district-wide asset, and it's something that we see as a compliance matter.
So will you bring a report to council regards the costs and running of the airport reasonably soon, if it's possible?
Yeah, and look, that's part of what we're getting the master plan to look at as well. With the amount of development that we've got going on out there and the rise in expectation with it now being designated, there's, I guess, an appetite from some people to remain with the status quo. There's also quite a large appetite from a lot of people that we're going to become this all-seeing general aviation airfield. We need to make sure that we find whatever balance is correct for the majority of users. There is going to definitely have to be workshops and a lot of feedback around the master plan on what it is exactly that we're willing to do as a council, plus also look at what it is that the general user of the airfield is wanting out of the master plan as well. So there is that process there for that.
Thank you. To that as well. You'll be aware of the process that we went through a few years ago to set both the landing fees and also the lease fees as well, and we do have some different categories of lease fees in there as well. It wasn't an easy process. It wasn't an easy process to do either of those two, and if we do want to embark on doing that again, based on the fact that there's additional cost being paid for by the ratepayer for those airfield assets, then it will be a long and difficult process again that will take quite a lot of staff time, but also quite a lot of community input and councillor involvement in that process as well. So not saying we don't want to do it, just saying that it isn't a short process.
Councillor
Ward. Being on the committee as well, is it true that have you found from Timaru's experience that when you get a full-time, part-time safety officer designated to the airfield, that a lot of these problems disappear and go away and are resolved?
So that's not something that we've actually specifically covered in this report.
That'll come up in the commentary and the community recreation overheads. The answer is yes.
Yes.
To your question, absolutely.
I'd just like the councillors to understand.
Timaru's an example where they've had similar issues with us over a long period of time. Slightly different airfield, of course, more complex. But when they did put resources into having a airfield manager, they also have a separate safety officer as well. The majority of their issues went away, and that's because they had someone on site who was there to manage these sorts of things.
And I think it's worthy to note, isn't it, that we're in the process of master plan.
And we need to take something time. That staff may like to confirm that, Councillor Ward.
Yes. If you could confirm that we are in the process with the property developer. There's a lot happening, and it will all evolve.
Thank
yes,
you.
We can confirm that your statement is correct.
It will evolve appropriately.
Very well framed there, Councillor Ward. Excellent question. Councillor Barnett and Blackie. You're fine.
Mr McLeod, I'm one of these councillors who very much dislikes increases in the first year of an annual plan, bearing in mind there are some cost issues and other things, but there do seem to be quite a lot of budget items have been added, which potentially were already foreseen. Why wasn't the seeding of the runway put into the LTP and put through as an LTP item?
It's a very fair question, Councillor Barnett. Because of when we were doing the trial, we originally thought that we were going to be able to do it at a later time. Our grass expert has come back now, and he's very firm in the fact that autumn this year is the best time for us to actually run that trial. Had we foreseen that year, we definitely would have put this up sooner into the LTP. We appreciate that it's a difficult position that we're putting you in to say we need to do this. Some of the other issues are more compliant that we didn't realise we needed to do. The water supply is probably a good case in point for that. The gate issue is something that's really kind of come on in the last couple of years. We possibly thought that we could have addressed it more towards the end of the master plan, with the acceleration of the development next door, and also with greater interest, I guess, from outside influences, just in terms of regulation for us. It's kind of becoming more and more prevalent. We also feel that, I guess, some of the liability that actually sits with officers, we kind of need to bring this forward and actually start to look at controlling access onto the airside sooner. But yes, I take your point. These are things that we could have foreshadowed prior to the annual plan.
To add to that, when we were preparing the long-term plan, we sat and had discussions around the airfield and around the things that we needed to do there, and the decision was made to ask for the $30,000 to be able to do the master plan. We all knew that if you do a master plan, it's likely that you're going to need to come back at a future LTP to ask for some money to do for some development. So we had that signed off, and we started on the process, and then Daniel Smith turned up saying, "Hey, look, I want to do this development." And we said, "Wow, we haven't really anticipated that as part of that $30,000," and so that's sort of stirred the pot at the airfield. We also had the safety officer leave as well, and that it started to identify some significant safety issues, which the safety officer had been talking about for a long time. And so now we've progressed with Daniel Smith to a certain point where we actually have a plan which has been reviewed externally. We know that these things can be done and can be done now, and are going to be significantly important from either a level of service or health and safety point of view for the airfield.
And just subsequent to that, if I may.
Yeah.
Obviously very, very excited about the prospect of development. I think that's fantastic, but as we all know, it often takes longer than we expect. How high is your level of confidence it'll be delivered in the 22-23 year, or needs these services in the 22-23 year to provide for the development?
So the money that we're actually looking at for next year is really some of the engineering planning and the forward planning into that. It is a growth project which is being dictated by a developer's timeline.
Yes.
So as much as we can always have confidence in what we're going to do, sometimes it doesn't necessarily follow the timeline that's required, but we do believe in this instance that there's already action happening down there, there's already plan changes lodged.
Right.
We believe it's going ahead as much as we can.
Thank you.
Thank you. Question, Councillor Ward? If it's not, you can wait. You can hold to debate, which is coming up shortly. If you've got a question, that's fine. Just pose it accordingly.
Do you know that it's come to my attention that part of the gate problem has been a lack of communication to the holders of the leases at the airfield, and more communication is really required when any changes happen to those people.
Would you agree? I think is the point that's been probably missed there.
Yes and no.
Right.
We are certainly improving the way that we communicate.
Okay. We're at 4.6. I'm going to move it from the chair. Is there a seconder? Seconder, Councillor Ward. Can I just say, I think you guys are doing a fantastic job meeting with, I think, developers' expectations and then a community overlay, making sure that we're getting the right outcome, the master planning exercise, the work that's been done before in terms of our noise contours and all that work that we did around the designation. In answer to Councillor Barnett's point, if it was up to the developer, this should have been done last year. We will never move at the pace, and I have huge admiration for Daniel Smith and what he does, but he would like this done and dusted. So I think from where our processes rest, you guys are working at an extraordinary rate, and the things that you've put in here are much needed, and I fully support. Yes, there's always issues of timing, but I think you've answered those well. This is an absolute amazing asset in our district, and we need to make sure that we continue to invest in it, but also see the future potential, which is through a developer, because there's huge opportunity and people are really excited about it. So I'm really fully supportive of what's going on down here, and thank you for the work that you've done in bringing it here. Councillor Ward, did you wish to speak?
I see huge potential. I see huge for our district, and this is an opportunity that doesn't come along, and having someone like Daniel Smith who has the finances that we don't have is a huge asset. And the fact that he's doing the Priors Road and sealing it, and he's going to make a wonderful job of the whole development. And with our ownership of the airfield and the opportunities of enlarging the runways, the future it could be really amazing for Rangiora Airfield as a light aircraft destination for engineering, tutorship, and for a stopover for flights from the North Island through to Queenstown, Wanaka as a base. It's huge, and I tell you what, in the next 10 or 15 years we'll be reaping the rewards.
Thank you. Councillor Williams, did you wish to speak?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, no, I think it's we've got to take this development by the hand and lead it through, because it's going to be a good thing long term. I do believe, though, we need to start looking at trying to get some cost recovery back, because really the whole airport is a commercial concern, apart from the Crack Club and the ATC people, most of them there. So they're the ones going to be benefiting long term. So there needs to be a cost return somehow on it. So we need to do that. I would actually hate to see the runway get reseeded and sorted out, and then afterwards a trencher comes along and puts a trench across for the sewer and water lines. So I think we've got to be very mindful that the water and the sewer line goes in first, and then the service gets reseeded and all that. So apart from that, it'll be a good asset for the community, but I don't think the ratepayers should be funding it fully, and we need to be mindful that place should be turning to a break-even situation rather than ratepayers funding it all the time.
Councillor Bartlett.
Yes, well, it's interesting to note that this report is totally about the ratepayer funding it. So we are actually approving quite a lot of extra expenditure today to make the investigation happen. But I totally accept. I just wanted to clarify the level of risk. The fact that there is a single developer makes it brilliant, because that does lower the risk for the council, and it's a developer with a track record, so who we've worked with. So I'm quite comfortable with how you've set the budget up, with a small proviso. When I looked at the overall community recreation budget, and I also factored in the community and recreation projects in the earthquake regeneration space, it's 40% of our budget, and it's increasing, and it's increased from the long-term plan quite considerably. While those projects are all totally valuable, we have committed to our community to a long-term plan which said the budget should basically stay similar for the next 3 years with a few alterations and changes. In this space, I feel like there needs to be a bit more prioritisation of projects, so that if this one is really important and has to be done ahead of time, something else should be pushed back. So therefore, I think we need to do that in the community and recreation exactly the same way we've done in all the other capital projects. And I don't feel that that's being done particularly well at the moment. We seem to respond to sometimes the loudest voices, and we need to get a little bit better perhaps at prioritisation in those spaces. It's very hard to turn down any request from the community, but going forward I do think we're going to have to do that to keep our rates manageable in this space. Having said that, the report I totally support. I'm excited about the airport development. I hope my father can fly in and see me at some point from Nelson, and I am very interested in hearing what's going to happen in that space. But like Councillor Williams, I do want to see a bit of cost recovery if we can, but I know we have to do the initial, and we certainly have to do the water. We don't have a choice in that at all. So well done for bringing this to us at this appropriate time. I really do appreciate the agility you've shown in doing this. We've always said we want to be an agile council when it comes to development, and although we're not as agile as the developer may like, this is actually quite fast-paced for us to have brought this forward. So again, thank you for your work. Thank you to the people involved in the airport committee, and I really, really hope that we see some exciting developments down there very soon.
Thank you. Any further speakers? I'm going to put the recommendation. All those in favour, please say aye. Contrary, declare that carried. Thank you. Sorry, did I hear? Oh, sorry. I thought there was a latent no or something or other. So I just wanted to make sure I got it right. Okay, so that's Rangiora Airfield. I think that's all on the on the budget, sorry, on the reports that you had, Chris.
The SNA.
Does that come under the green space?
It is, because the budget was transferred into the green space area. It's item 4.7, page 144 on my...
Oh yeah, it's under DPNR. Yep, so 143 to 147, so that's tab 9. Thank you. Do you want, who's going to speak to the report?
I'll speak to that.
Okay.
So the purpose of this report is to outline the need for the existing rates grant of $100 per rateable unit with a significant natural area to be amended to improve its value and equity. At the moment, the $100 is given to anyone who has an SNA, whether that SNA is 2 square metres or 200 hectares. There's no difference between all of that. So to better reflect the fact that people are essentially having pieces of their land locked away without them being able to do any development, recognising how significant they are, we are proposing that we give $155 per rateable unit plus a $30 per hectare for SNAs, and this, based on the current SNAs we have in the district plan, would come to $50,000 and $50. So that is an increase. We did have a budget of approximately 10,000, exactly 10,200, and so it's an increase of $40,000. The couple of things to be aware of. There are some SNAs which haven't been identified at the moment, and when the National Policy Statement for Indigenous Biodiversity is implemented, it's likely we will have to identify those specifically in our district plan, which will increase the number of SNAs we have, and therefore we would require more money in this budget to be able to offset those rates. There were many different ways we could cut this. We tried to get a balance between affordability for council, moving up to $50,000, and also something which was significant enough for people to feel like they were actually getting some benefit in having that SNA by having a meaningful reduction in their rates. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thanks, Chris. I see Tracy's joined the meeting. Tracy, do you want to join, add anything to this report on SNAs? Okay, thank you. So, questions? It's pretty straightforward. You have to move. Councillor Bartlett's moving, seconded by Councillor Stewart. Do you wish to speak?
Just very briefly, it was discussed at length in DPR. We felt it was really important to acknowledge the landowners who are contributing to SNAs in our district, and that the rate was way too low. So this is something I 100% support needs to go back into the budget.
Thank you. Councillor Stewart.
I endorse what my colleague has said. I think it's really important to follow up what the concept, well, more than the concept, that these areas of significant natural indigenous vegetation are dwindling in front of our eyes, and we really need to put a value on them to the property owner who is effectively, as Chris says, not developing them and preserving them for the long-term environmental and public good. And we need to acknowledge as a council on behalf of the community that these are in fact assets to the community, and increase the public, what is a public grant through a rate remission to these landowners. And I would like to see it increase in the future, and sort of echo that this only deals with what is in the draft district plan, and we will have some more to come. Thank you.
Thank you. Further speakers? Do you wish to respond at all, Councillor Bartlett? I'm going to put the recommendation. All those in favour, please say aye. Contrary, declare that carried. Thank you. So now we come to the green space pages, pages 293. Is there anything you'd like to cover in here? Well, sorry, your commentary, Grant, would be appreciated.
Thank you. Thank you there, Dan. Look, I think we've covered a few of the main points there just in the discussion that we've had previously just through the last couple of reports. I guess one of the things that I would like to just draw your attention to is the increase in vandalism across the district. There's been a few questions just around that in terms of how we can address this, or is there something that we're maybe missing that we're not quite doing? We've actually found that, I guess, post some of the issues that we've had over the last few years, we're actually starting to see quite an increase in vandalism, especially around some of our dormant assets. And what I would say there is that it's really around public toilets and a few other things. People seem to be getting into the habit of, I guess, just kind of not doing a little bit of damage, but actually doing quite significant vandalism to the assets that we're putting out there for the general public. It's a real shame. It's something that we're keen to work with Tessa's team on how we might redress that, and also working with the local police as well. So a couple of things that we've got on the cards that will help with that are the likes of the security network camera plan, plus also some of the work that we're going to end up doing through with Tessa's team's guidance, because you know, when social issues occur, that's the team that we lean on to get some really good intel as to how we might approach that. That's probably one of the more significant areas that we're seeing some costs, and the sad thing is we're not improving assets by spending that money. It's actually just responding to things that people have decided to do in the public realm. It's certainly not ideal and not something that we hope continues, but it is something that we're having to address. So look, I'm happy to take any questions that you might have.
Thank you. Questions? Councillor Williams?
Yes, with the Pegasus lease for our community service, is it a viable, have we looked into a viable situation of actually buying that whole block? Because the lease cost would probably just about, in my thoughts, cover that, and we get an income from the shoppers, you know, the retail activities as well. Have we?
Yeah, we have. We've been approached by Templeton over a number of years where they've asked us to have a look at purchasing the building. We've explored what that purchase price might look like versus what we could do elsewhere, and we've also looked at the viability of the tenants in the building, the market in terms of attracting tenants to that building, noting that we are the only long-term tenant in the building, everyone else is on a month-by-month lease, and also if we purchase the building, what we would have to do to bring it up to a standard that would be suitable for a community facility, things like the fact that it doesn't have a lift to get upstairs, etc., etc. Subsequently, Templeton Group are actually doing some work on the building themselves, and it isn't on the market, so it's not available for us now, but the purchase price was never suitable based on all those other factors that we had to consider as well. We have been working with Templeton on where we may be able to secure land and then build our own building so that we can have, and that money is in the long-term plan, and we would like that to progress as fast as possible so we don't have to keep paying this lease fee, and we can start to have a loan of our own and service that loan, which is likely to be cheaper.
Yeah. Thank you. Further questions? Councillor Barnett?
Thank you. In the report on page 297, it says under the Southbrook Sports Club grant, it says a report will be provided to elected members. Where is the report?
So that's actually going to be coming as a staff submission, Councillor Barnett. We briefly talked about it at CNR last year. We received the report in December. Yeah. We got the report in December. It's actually relatively comprehensive, and it's a good report in terms of offering us some guidance and direction. What we would like to do is actually kind of summarise that into a report to put in front of councillors so that you can appreciate where we might need to head to with that.
So are you looking at taking this budget out at this point? Well, because we haven't had from the long-term from the annual plan, and adding it back after we've seen the report?
No, we're not proposing to take that out, regardless of what happens.
You're putting it in extra. It's extra to the long-term plan.
Regardless of what happens, the report which we've seen isn't going to solve any of the issues in regards to the Southbrook Sports Club being able to pay their operational charges over the next financial year. So when we bring that report back, we'll be recommending, in line with what we've put into the annual plan, that we cover those operational costs as we have done in previous years. We won't be able to move the club. We won't be able to get them any additional funding to support themselves operationally between now and the end of the next financial year. So that's why we've left it in now, and we'll bring that report back to council as a staff submission, and if council choose, based on that report, to remove it at that time, then that would be what council can do.
This has come to us several times, and every time it's been said it was the final year that it would come, and that other solutions would be looked at. Why would we include it at this point when we haven't seen any information to clarify what the council position is on this report?
Because you are right, it has come many times to council. It's not an easy problem to solve for the Southbrook Sports Club. They're in a situation where, and I've mentioned this in previous annual plan and long-term plan discussions as well, if there isn't a solution, then they're in a position where they would have to close as a club and transfer the assets that they have to council. If they were to do that, then we'd be in a worse financial position than having to own and look after the building ourselves. So that needs to obviously be considered. The report which has been done looks at lots of different options, and it is a very comprehensive report, but the results of that report, regardless of what option council chooses, is not going to solve the issue for the Southbrook Sports Club in the short term. So there will still be a need for them to have operational support from the council. If we don't give that operational support, then, like I mentioned previously, they may be in a position where they have to hand over those assets to the council, which is what we're trying to avoid.
So are there other sports clubs in this situation, or are there other sports clubs needing our assistance at this point, and have they been considered?
There's lots of different sports clubs which are in various different positions. We continuously look... Like
the gymnastics club, for example?
Yeah, we continuously work with various different clubs throughout the district to look at their needs. Ice trampolining and the purchase of the Edward Street building, tennis, where the council's put money into that, the Kaipui Croquet Club, the Rangiora Croquet. I could keep going and keep going, and we do a sports facilities plan, which informed us for the long-term plan about where council would be sensible to spend their money to be able to make sure that the sports clubs in our district are able to be sustainable long-term, to make sure that they can provide services and assets for our community. Southbrook Sports Club is one of our they're probably on the highest cliff, closest to the edge of it, compared to a number of other sports clubs that we have. We always work with the likes of Sports Canterbury first to try and build capacity within the sports clubs, and we look at external funders to help them as well. So we do that with all clubs, and there are some other clubs who are struggling as well, and we work with them very closely.
Okay. Sorry. Different topic, Mr Mayor, if that's all right, because there's quite a lot in this report of increases. The Rangiora Town Hall Centre, which we discussed yesterday, given what I said about the prioritisation and the fact that with COVID less and less people are going to the cinema, would it not be prudent to actually push this out for 1 year until we're aware of the trends that are going to happen in the next financial year?
Andy's here if he wants to. If you want,
yeah,
do you
sure.
want Andy to step in?
I can start. If Andy has anything to add, then we've received information which has been circulated to councillors, I believe, regarding the projections for the Rangiora Town Hall.
It was put in. It's in diligent.
It's blank.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, so we haven't seen it.
Okay. Well, what we resolved yesterday was that was to be Manager of Finance
today. Yep.
and CNR to consider that and to report back to us. So very effectively it's putting a holding item in our budget, but it will come back to us around whether they're sustainable or it's feasible from the financial projections of I didn't realise that hadn't been updated in our report.
Sorry, Mr Mayor, the motion actually said council would consider it, not CNR today. The motion was council would consider it.
Just have to double check what that is.
So between the report yesterday and today, me and Jeff haven't had the opportunity to sit down and actually do that, as you can imagine. I mean, absolutely happy to do that with Jeff and leave this one sitting there for another time. I have had a good look through it. It's very difficult for for me, not being a cinema expert, to actually anticipate what cinema, how many bums are going to be able to put on seats. They've expected a 10% increase in their financial forecasting, but the experts are saying that it will be a 10-20% increase. And the reasons for that are not necessarily COVID related, but more that there's a huge backlog of blockbuster films which have been created in America that haven't come out for a number of years. They're expecting that in the later part of this year, they're all going to come out. And people are making films in the rest of the country where lockdown provisions are a whole lot less than they are at the moment. The main issue that they've had over the last couple of years, other than lockdowns, where you just cannot go in the building, is their content. They just haven't had a lot of content.
I appreciate that.
That content is coming on board, so that's based, that feeds into those projections. But I'm not. I have to go on the figures which have been put there and the advice that they have given to us. At the end of the day, when the financial information they provided us was very, very I wasn't expecting. They've literally listed every single thing that they purchase and how much they pay their staff and how much they make through food and beverage and absolutely everything. They've been very, very open. And what it shows is that on a good year, they make a good profit.
Yes.
They do. They make a very good profit, which means that they do have wriggle room to make sure that even in the bad years, they can still actually pay us the additional lease fee that they should be paying us. So I have confidence that they still should be able to pay that lease fee, which we have been flexible on over the last 2 years, but I believe they should be able to pay that going forward. But you're absolutely right. I can't say that as a fact because we don't know what COVID's going to bring in the future.
So Chris, just to move this forward, with a staff report coming to our meeting on the 22nd, where we adopt this to go out to the public, would you be able to have completed that in time for that?
Yes.
So, is our colleagues happy to leave this in here for the moment, noting that it will come back as on the 22nd of February, and if we choose to remove it at that point for whatever reason, we can do that.
Unfortunately, I'm an apology on the 22nd.
Okay. Well, we can get you briefed beforehand if you're comfortable with that direction. You comfortable with that direction, Councillor Barnett?
I'm actually not, because really this should have been discussed before today and it should have come to us a lot earlier so that we could have read it as a report as a council.
Okay, well, if we make sure you're briefed before the 22nd and your views can be taken into account, it's just that it's sitting in here as a line item now. The other alternative is it's just removed altogether. But if it's coming back on the 22nd, there's an opportunity to address that at that point without it being removed.
Yeah, I'm just looking for
No,
cost
I
savings,
understand.
Mr. Mayor.
Yep. Further questions? Councillor Williams, followed by Councillor Doody.
I'll go back to the Southbrook Sports Club operating grant. Have we actually, and it's come year after year, we'll pay the insurance and bits and pieces and it'll be kosher. And I know people have been wanting to rent that building for different community events and what have you, and they've been turned down. What would the response if the council did end up taking it over, so we could actually utilise it and actually get some income from it, which the present people don't seem to be getting the...
I think they'd be delighted if we took it over.
Well, and that's what I mean. Have we actually explored that situation? Could we run it better than what it is being now, more efficiently?
I could go into quite a detailed answer, but the report actually identifies that we will bring back, prior to this annual plan being signed off, it identifies the income they get, it identifies the groups that are currently using the building, but it also identifies the issues with the building in terms of it not being multi-purpose and not being able to actually provide for some groups. They have to go in and light the fire 2 hours before a group actually comes just to get the building up to temperature. That does restrict, with the lack of volunteers they have, the number of people who they can actually have using the building. Just quickly, the other thing is we would have to align that building if we owned it with our other community facility fees and charges. We are the cheapest community facility people on the market. So all the clubs that use the building at the moment will be absolutely wrapped because they'll get a significant discount and we're unlikely to be able to fill it to actually make as much money as Southbrook makes on the building at the moment because of those fees and charges that we have, which are very, very low for the community for many reasons.
Okay. Further questions? Sorry, Councillor Doody.
Just going back to the cinema, if we decide not to do the seating upgrade, are they likely to walk away?
It's difficult to say, but I think what we are doing is hindering their productivity. I think we've got to recognise that the Theatre 3 does need to be improved. They sell every second seat and they discount adults by $2 and they discount some of the older children by $1. So we do have to recognise that we're holding their ability back to generate an income. I recognise that obviously $150,000 isn't favoured at this point in time, but I do believe that during the lull of this period of this year, we should get ourselves ready for what will be effectively a boom later on in the latter part of the year, and then we'll probably likely to be criticised by them coming back to us saying, we've got all these box office tickets to sell and we can't sell them.
Thank you very much for your honesty. It's great.
Thank you. Is there any further questions? Look, I'm happy at the end of each of these, if there's some general comments members wish to make, within reason, you're welcome to make those, because we did do a catch-all at the start. So, and I appreciate there's views there. So if anyone wishes to, that I'm trying to keep us moving along, but if you'd like to, I'm more than happy to accommodate that. General comments about the green space budget. We finished with questions?
Yes.
Yes?
Please don't think that I don't think any of these projects are worthwhile. I think every single project is worthwhile, and I would love to say yes to absolutely everything, but we just don't have a limited checkbook. I don't think... Unlimited. I'd love to have an unlimited checkbook. I've just looked at the creep in this budget past LTP. Second year, I expect quite a few increases, but first year, I expect it to stay pretty much close. And a lot of the other budgets have apart from things like interest rates and shovel-ready projects and those sorts of things, and unexpected developments. But this is a little capital project that's a great idea, but it doesn't have to be done in 2022-23 necessarily. It could be done the following year. It could be brought to us with a more comprehensive report so that we can see it. I totally understand that you're trying to be flexible and everything, but what I was trying to do was to try to compensate for some of that extra expenditure we're spending on the airfield to try and see if there was something else we could save somewhere else. So please don't take any of my comments as a criticism. I love the idea. I love going to the cinema. I support town hall cinemas, but to be frank, I'm not keen to sit in a room with 100 people at the moment, and probably won't be for the rest of the year. So, and a lot of other people are feeling that way, and cafes, cinemas, restaurants are all seeing this downturn because of that perception. Even if COVID disappears and the tail starts to calm down, I think there'll still be some hesitation for people to go back. And there's been a huge increase in Netflix subscriptions, and Neon, and Apple, and 101 different things that people can watch at home. And people have set up all their home theatres now. So I'm a little bit nervous about this projection of increased income for the cinema industry until we see some clarity over the COVID situation and people's expectations of returning back to those closed environments.
I'm going to support these items remaining, and I do want further explanation on to come back once our staff have looked at those, particularly with regards to the cinema. But I've spent time with Andy. He's briefed our community and recreation committee. I was one that wasn't immediately in favour of that expenditure, as you know, because I like the flexibility of that facility, but I listened to the argument that was put forward, and also the feedback that's been coming from users which don't like the current seating. In fact, it's actually preventing them from using that facility. It's also, when the analysis comes back, I understand it's almost an in and out, and that's what we just need to make sure that the business model aligns with that. So that changed my opinion. Also, talking to Andy went and talked to Julia Holcroft, who was very much, in fact, well, she was a very strong person that got us that proposed that facility in the first place, and Julia supported that change in seating. So yeah, with Southbrook it's a really difficult situation there, and I think we do need to keep that budget in there because we will end up taking responsibility. Otherwise, they're in a really difficult financial position. The feasibility study's been done, and yes, we need to have that back here and consider that, but it's, as Chris has rightly observed, it's not going to have the silver lining we might hope for, but we've got to work with that club and give them hope. We do not want to lose that committee that's there, because they're the only hope they've got at the moment. If they walk away, we're left with it, so in its entirety. So that'll come back to us in time for the 22nd, and we can consider that further. It is a big budget, but we've got big expectations in our community. Our communities are around home now. People aren't travelling. So I do support where we're heading with this. We've always got to look for savings and opportunities, and I know our staff are looking through those, but they're also proposing those to us. If we don't like them, we can take them out. At the present time, I'd like to hear what our community has to say when it goes out. Then we can make that decision after we've had submissions. Councillor Atkinson.
Actually, it was your last point that I was going to comment on. This needs to go out to the public for consultation, and that's why I'm for leaving it in there. I mean, if we take the example of Christchurch, every cinema in Christchurch is struggling big time, but the reason that they have the bigger theatres in there so that you can have social distancing. They can at least keep a business going by social distancing between. Unfortunately, when you've got a movie theatre that takes 28 people, cutting that in half to 12 doesn't come close to buying the fish and chips for the week. So I'm not a fan. I like Dan, like the flexibility of that particular space in the town hall, and it was built for that purpose. However, I mean, if it means that we've got an entertainment business that needs to survive in our district, then we need to try and do whatever we can to make sure that the doors are kept open. However, let's see what the community has to say on the budget when it goes out. So I'm not actually frightened of it being in there. I'm not particularly worried about the report coming back beforehand. Just put in the budget, get it out there, and see what people have to say about it.
Councillor Williams.
Yeah, I'm not quite so concerned about the theatre because I think that's actually going to be a cost recovery situation, so it's not going to be there. But I do agree with Councillor Barnett. The costs are getting out of control, and I don't think the ratepayers can afford all these extra costs, and some of these things are really good to have. Are they necessary is the other big thing. We need to cut our cloth accordingly. I'll go to one thing which I actually would like to happen, and it's going to happen, is Milton Reserve. But there's a flow-on effect when we do these upgrades and all that there on the maintenance for years to come after that. So we've got to be quite concerned that the cost of the ratepayers could get out of hand, and this is probably one of the biggest budgets that's actually, I think, it's actually spiralling out of control with your cost expectations for the ratepayers. Really good projects, most of them, if not all of them, but it's a concern because somebody's got to pay for it, and unfortunately it goes back to the ratepayers. So, and there's some of these really good projects have got a maintenance following on aspect to it for my grandchildren, etc. So we just need to be careful.
Councillor Ward.
I think we all need to be a little bit cognizant of the fact that we're a growth district council, and it appears that some of the costs may be growing, but our income is growing as well. And we're in a transition where we're having to give and provide and create additional services to meet the growth demand. And that comes that you have to invest to get the return at the end, especially when we want people to come and live in our district and to have a wonderful lifestyle. So you just don't stop, you have to provide, and that all comes at the initiating and as the growth stage, it comes at a cost. And so you have to balance out the growth that we're experiencing and the rewards that we will get, but you have to invest so that you can keep the well-being and you can keep your community in good heart.
Thank you. No further contributions, Rob? Councillor Bryan?
You know, my observation over the years is green space is an easy target, and but Councillor Ward's quite right. We're a growth district. There are high expectations. We've got brilliant contractors. We've had reports on our brilliant but their costs are going up. There's a whole lot of things in this field that's it's inevitable it goes up. And just touching very briefly on Southbrook, I don't like having to put that money in there. I only got the report to read late Friday afternoon. It's a 3-hour read. It's one of the more comprehensive reports I've read on as far as a community facility, other than the likes of the stadium is concerned, but a very comprehensive report. It's coming back to us. It may be slightly abbreviated, but there's nothing in there that's secret. It's just that it took me 3 hours, or just under 3 hours, to fully absorb that report on Sunday. It's very comprehensive, and in the meantime, while we make decisions with regard to the future of that facility, unfortunately we're going to have to hold them up, otherwise we get the blooming thing. But yeah, green space has always been an easy target, but people expect nice, tidy green space. And look at that vandalism, I don't want to go into that.
Okay, all right. We've had a good, it's been good discussion. It's a very comprehensive budget. Thank you, Grant and team, for that. So we'll tick that off at this point. Thank you. Come to your overheads. This is where we could make some real savings, guys. Just kidding, Chris. Page 338 to 346.
So the main drivers for increases in this budget are 3 positions, the Parks Officer, the Airfield Officer and the Biodiversity Officer. I've identified those and given a reasonably succinct couple of paragraphs around the need and the driver for each of those. The Parks Officer is primarily to ensure that we can continue with our levels of service in the district. We're getting a lot more people, and we're obviously having a lot more parks and reserves that are being created, and are all coming on board. It's difficult to know exactly when the parks and reserves come on board because of the different timing associated with different developments, but we're at a point now where our service requests have gone significantly upwards, and the team is struggling significantly to maintain levels of service and actually provide for the community. The Airfield Officer, I think my words in there speak for themselves. It's a huge risk for the council at the moment, and we have a lot of development which is likely to occur, and CAA legislation which in the near future is going to mean that we are going to have to manage that airfield in a slightly different way, and we don't have that resource there at the moment. And the Biodiversity Officer, this is in response to the National Policy Statement for Indigenous Biodiversity. If we were to identify a budget for what we are likely to have to do in the first year to implement that policy statement, we would need about $220,000. So we haven't done that because that's quite a significant portion of money. We believe that an internal resource to be able to respond to the national policy statement is the better way of doing that, based on the uncertainty of exactly when it's going to be put in place, and then exactly what's going to be in it in terms of requirements for council. So I'm happy to take any questions on that.
Thanks, Chris. Can I just say that your papers and your team's papers have been absolutely superb. And just looking back on my notes that I was going through this, it's been really excellent, particularly the summaries here and the justifications for those new roles. It's been really well put. So just wanted to pass that on because I think it really does justify, in my opinion, the investment. So I fully support what you're recommending here. Questions? Councillor Blackie? Williams.
The airport officer, up till now it's been Grant, is it correct? Can you tell us what part of FTE has been allocated to that? First question. And second question, looking at employing another officer, are you talking FTE or what proportion, and how are you going to allocate or have you addressed allocation of financial responsibility for that thing from council as opposed to the airfield entity?
So the airfield offices will be broken up. At the moment we have $20-something thousand in the budget for an airfield safety officer, so we would look to bring that into one, so that the person we employ becomes our airfield safety officer, but also our airfield manager, to utilise that funding. Hopefully we can do that. As a proportion of what was Craig's job, he looked after the airfield himself, and now Grant's job is the airfield manager. I couldn't tell you exactly what proportion of the job is identified for that. What I can say is it's significantly more year on year. With the development, with the CAA regulations, with more people being at the airfield, it is taking a significant amount of time. At the moment, a lot of that is actually shared between Grant Reburn and Grant McLeod, where Grant Reburn does the operational stuff in terms of the grass mowing and all the complaints that we have around those who are trying to irrigate and those who are trying to save water, etc., etc. Taking this out of Grant Reburn's role and out of Grant McLeod's role is going to allow them to focus on other things that they need to focus on at the moment and ensure that they do the 40 hours a week that they're paid to do, as opposed to more that they currently do.
Further questions? Councillor Williams.
Whilst I think it would be a good idea to have an aircraft manager there, is the consideration talking about the available time the two grants will have extra now when they won't have the airport on their backs, considering other positions there? Because I know the 3 people turn up to the meetings we have, and I know Grant Reburn puts a heck of a lot of time in there, and I know Grant puts a lot of time in there as well. So surely that's probably just about one full person that's going to get freed up when you do get that manager job. So has that been looked at?
It's a good question.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's a good question. So all of those meetings which Grant and Grant go to at the moment, they still do a 40-hour week. So those meetings that they go to are over and above that. Or most of the airfield stuff that they do is over and above what they actually do at the moment. So as that keeps rising and rising and rising, that falls on Grant and Grant to just continually do more and more and more. There is a real issue with them doing more and more and more, because it gets to a certain point where they leave. And at the moment in our current market, they're not easily replaceable either. And so that's something that I have to consider when looking at staffing, is how much work they are doing now, and protecting them to make sure that they actually have a good work-life balance. And with more and more happening at the airfield, from CAA, from the developer, from a safety and risk point of view, that's putting a lot of pressure on those two staff members. So yes, it will free them up. It'll free them up to make sure that we retain them, but that we also have an increase in the amount that happens at the airfield as well. They're not doing at the moment what I would consider enough to be able to manage the risk that we have at the airfield in the appropriate way. I can't rely on them to do any more, because they're already doing more than they should.
No, it wasn't meaning for them to do more. What I was saying, there must be a certain current money in the existing budget that's paying for those staff to do those things now that can get transferred to the new person.
I'd say that they're just doing over and above what they should be doing. I know myself, in dealing with those staff, how hard they work in getting responses turned around. It's difficult. So I've seen, they're particularly hard-working staff members. So it is going to. That's why this is really important, what Chris has presented here today.
Mr. Mayor, I never said they're not hard-working.
No,
I know they're exceptionally hard-working.
I'm just passing on
members.
my observation, and that Councillor Barnett.
I think you know what I'm going to ask, Chris. Why wasn't this 300,000 in the LTP? Additional 300,000.
Some of these are positions which have been identified in the past,
Yes,
and they haven't crossed the line. So what happens is we sit down as a management team and look at the positions overall and prioritise those positions to make sure that what we're putting up is going to be affordable within the envelope that council is going to accept. There has been changes in the operational side of Delta and the community and the way that they're using their parks and reserves, and you'll note that that's reflected in the increase in vandalism, the increase in service requests. So that's become an issue which wasn't identified at the long-term plan. And look, we're going to do everything we can to try and look for alternative ways to actually limit that sort of thing. But at the moment, again, I can't rely on the same staff members to do 20-30% more service requests and try and keep the community as happy as they are at the moment. It's just impossible. They do a wonderful job, but they can only do it to a certain point. So that's the parks officer. The airfield officer, again, we've reached a point where the significance of the airfield is almost at 50,000 landings. Once it reaches 50,000 landings, I think we're at 47,000 landings. CAA start to lift their head and go, ooh, you're an airfield, but now we want to come and do an audit and actually make sure that you've got gates in the right place, to make sure that your airside and your non-airside are actually protected. Where's your safety plan, your operational procedures for your airfield, etc., etc. It's got to the point where we can't manage it in a way. Had we not had any development, had growth in this district not progressed as fast as we thought it was, remembering, of course, we've had I don't know how many extra properties in the district. It's moving a whole lot faster than we'd anticipated. And with all of that movement, it just means that this is when management team have sat down to look at the different positions, jumped up the list because we've got a risk sitting there that we need to address. The biodiversity officer, National Policy Statement for Indigenous Biodiversity, has been sitting there. We know that we need to respond to that. We know what the cost to respond to that is, and we believe that this is the best way to do that. In the past, we'd had money within the district plan to look at consultants being able to do this, like Wildlands, and this is a cheaper way of actually making sure that the additional significant natural areas that we are still going to have to go out and assess on site are able to be done and should cost us less money than getting that consultant work through the district plan to do that.
So you mentioned a figure of 220k, because I'll note that the MPS for Indigenous biodiversity was before the LTP. It was part of the LTP discussion.
Yep.
So where's the 220 or 200k?
So we did an assessment a couple of months ago to identify what it's likely to cost us to be able to implement what's in the National Policy Statement. Remember, the National Policy Statement hasn't been, it's not fully finished yet. And they could still make some changes to it. And at the time the LTP was prepared, we were even less sure as to the timeframes around what was going to be there. We were also less sure at the LTP time, as we were going through the district plan, how many SNAs we actually had out there which hadn't been assessed as well. So we've got that information now, and Kate Steele has put that together, and it's come out at 220 if we want to do everything that we're being asked to do. I think this is a better way of doing it and is more affordable for council. We'll get better bang for our buck having this internal staff member than we would by going out to consultants and getting the information. This is a lot around two additional things, not just assessment, but you actually have to build relationships with people who own these SNAs. We also are going to be legislatively required to ensure that Ngāi Huriri is brought along on the journey when consulting with everybody around their SNAs as well. So we don't have the capacity or the knowledge with the current staff members we have to bring in that Te Ao Māori view into the SNAs at the moment. So we would have to go out and get specialist help from both Wildlands and then someone else to guide us on that cultural element as well. So,
just a question for Mr. Harland, actually relating to the biodiversity space. We've got biodiversity people experience across UNR and CNR. Would it be perhaps recommended at some point to try and work out overall what is our priority in that space and where we allocate resource when it's between two departments? Because it seems to be getting a little confused.
I think the key to answer that question is our biodiversity strategy and our sustainability approach, and that does pick up a number of departments. So Simon Hart, who's not here, but he's the new manager, will be pulling together a review of all of our strategies and where the gaps are, and that'll be part of our thinking to ensure that we are aligned across the departments.
The comment I've got is in the last 3 years we've been asked to put on half positions and then an extra position, and now we're asking for another extra position, and it kind of hasn't been signalled that much resource would be put into the budget. Is that going to improve going forward?
Well, I hope so, but it comes back to individual requirements as well, and some of that is national work, and we don't know about that, so we have to respond when we get another commitment. So.
Okay. Further questions? Sorry, Councillor Atkinson.
I just wanted to make sure that if Chris, when hiring new staff, if you could just make sure they're named Grant, please, because it's a lot easier we're dealing with your department with the grants you have.
And they have good taste in tyres, yes. All right. Okay. There's no further questions. Is there any general comments anyone wants to make? Thanks, Chris. That's your overheads. Excellent. As I said at the start, excellent work. Thank you. We've now just come to earthquake recovery and regen, so that's Chris and Duncan.
Good afternoon. Perhaps the main things to note in the budget and commentary, just with regard to regeneration, there's been a slight change to operational costs, just with regard to staffing. The proposal was to also employ the current fixed-term landscape architect for a further year. As you probably know, we actually lost our landscape architect from the team towards the end of last year, so proposal was to extend that term for a further year. However, the overall operational costs for the year still reduce with the other changes. Other than that, from a capital projects point of view, the only significant change was the additional budget for the community hub that you just considered before. So.
Thanks, Duncan. Any questions? Councillor Barnett?
Again, just a general question for the Chief Executive, if I may. Just wondering, with the earthquake regeneration budget now becoming predominantly green space, when are we actually, or community and rec, when are we looking at folding this budget back into business as usual and prioritising it accordingly?
Probably an answer for Jeff. A question for Jeff, I should say. Yeah. Oh, right.
Just noticed that predominantly most of the projects fall under community and recreation. Now, we've done most of the roading, drainage, stormwater, those sort of projects. A lot of those have been done. I was asking, when is the right? Why wouldn't we be bringing this back into business as usual under green space, combining resources, and then prioritising the projects in green space accordingly through need?
So we have started to do that. There are less staff in this area than there used to be, and some of those staff have moved across into the operational budgets of the green space area. There still are some projects which are primarily delivered through the regeneration plan still, the likes of Mahanga Kai. At the moment, in the budgets, we've got what essentially becomes Duncan's operational code running out until the end of the 10-year period. However, our intention would be that's absolutely going to be needed until the next long-term plan. But at that stage, we'd be looking at coming back and providing council with a report that looked to incorporate most of that into the green space area, because most of the projects then will be either well underway, especially Mahanga Kai, which is probably one of the larger ones which is still sitting there, but others will be complete, such as the boat ramp, car park, etc. So for the long-term plan, we'd be looking to come back and let councillors know what we're going to do there.
Yes. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Any further questions? Any general remarks? You'd like to say something? Or is another question, Councillor Barnett?
I'd like to say something if that's
sure.
Right. Sure. So just because I won't be here on the 22nd, would like to make a comment in this space, because I have a bit of concern going forward about the prioritisation of projects in community and recreation. we've got a very big growing area in Wood End Pegasus. It's very soon going to rival the amount of population in Kaiapoi, and they have far less amenity and facilities than the Kaiapoi area does. And yet we have not very much, some things, but not very much in that space to improve the amenity in the short term for that very large population area. I would really like to see that we operate our budgets as a one district, very much so, and that all the prioritisation is therefore fed into where is the biggest need. Where is the biggest need for meeting spaces, for parks, for recreation facilities, and so on. It's been 12 years since the earthquake, and I sort of expected things to be a little faster, but I think we've had a whole lot of reasons for that. But we were always promised that the regeneration would sort of tail off. And I know there's a lot of very significant projects in there. However, if you measure it up against the need in the Wood End Pegasus area in particular, and perhaps even in the rural areas, there is actually need across the whole district that could be greater than some of these projects. And I really would like to see a look at a strategic prioritisation of community recreation across the whole district in the same way that is done in the Three Waters, in Roding, and in other areas. At the moment, I still feel like we're really putting Kaiapoi in a bucket, and we treat it completely differently from the rest of the district, when actually Kaiapoi's looking fantastic, it has fantastic facilities. It's a pleasure to go there. There's still more work to be done, but that doesn't have to be done straight away. It can be done as we go along, depending on where the need is in the district. I'm really concerned that Wood End Pegasus has missed out in this lottery. And unfortunately, we're starting to hear more complaints from that area. And as the population grows in that area, it's going to get louder. And I would really like to make sure we start to look at an overall. So I would really like to see that this budget, as you say, gets melded into the whole budgets in the earthquake recovery. We never have enough money. We never have enough money to keep rates at an acceptable level. So we have to prioritise. And I'd like to see prioritisation done as to where we have the greatest need.
Can I just say that I realise you've held that view, Councillor Barnett, for some time, and I appreciate where you're coming from, but we've actually put significant budget into the Wood End Pegasus area. We've working with those respective communities, we put in significant money for land and to build community facilities, which we signalled in our long-term plans. So that's there with Kaiapoi and Rangiora, and all across our district, things do get prioritised. We still require the regeneration budget to sit where it is. There will come a time when we're ready for that to perhaps come back in, but I'd like to wait for our staff to give some further reflection and advice to us when is the right time. I understand what you're saying with that, but I'm personally very comfortable with our present position, and regeneration, it's been an important signal that we sent to our community that was badly damaged, far worse damaged than proportionately than anywhere else at the time, and we've done that work and we've sent that signal really importantly, and our community have appreciated that leadership that this council has shown through that time and continues to do so. So when the time's right, there'll be a conversation here, but at the moment I'm presently comfortable with where we're heading there. Councillor Atkinson.
Yeah, look, I want to reiterate that I was one of these people. I went to the mayor at just before the last election. You weren't the mayor then, and to David Ayres at the time, and said, "Well, when are we going to wrap this up?" I had conversations with Al about that. And I think what Jeff has just described is the natural progression of wrapping it up. As projects are completed, it goes back into a wrap up because it goes into the BAU, and that's important that it does that. I don't think anyone has got any less priority over Kaiapoi, apart from in the initial stages. We had a regeneration plan, which we spent $1 million on with the government to make sure that we would get on and do things. We have done exactly that. And it took something like 4 or 5 years to get ourselves going and make sure that happened. That was never going to happen in 5 minutes. And 12 years in, that may be true. It's 12 years since the earthquake. We're not 12 years into a regeneration plan. And there is no one, when you talk, my experience, on natural disasters with the many meetings that I've been to with the experts that are there. There is no one that talks about less than 10 years. No one. So these are the tail end of these projects, and the natural progression I'm pretty happy with. I think that it's actually going the other way. The prioritisation of other areas such as Pegasus, all those other things, they are written in our long-term plan. It is there when we will be looking at using the funds that we've set aside to put things in place for those communities, and we continue to do so. The other thing is, there is no area in our whole district that actually has what is called a regeneration zone that needs to grab opportunity when opportunity arises. And that's one of the things that we need to continue to do, is make sure that when it does come across the table that we're not ignoring or putting in front of other people, which we're not doing at the moment, I might add, not putting other things in front of it to stymie projects that can happen there. Does that cost us money sometimes? It does sometimes, unfortunately. And does it get prioritised above? Generally, because they're PPPs. And that makes a big difference to what we're doing, and we need to seize those opportunities and make sure that they happen. So I'm not uncomfortable with where we are. I think that we're actually we're sitting pretty good with it, really, as long as all of those items in the priority list, which is our annual plan, are adhered to in the timeframes that are there.
Thank you. Any further speakers? Thank you, Chris and Duncan. I appreciate your work in that space, Duncan. Thank you. Right, that's the end of your budgets, Chris. Tracy, we might, thank you for all your work. It's excellent. Tracy, we might come to your overheads now, and then we'll break for afternoon tea, would be my plan. So if that's page 362 to 368.
Kia ora koutou katoa. I'll leave my mask on. I feel more comfortable doing so, but hopefully you can hear me. So thank you for the opportunity. It's exciting to be here presenting budgets for the first time. And I'll have my support crew with me for the other budgets, so they can give me the nudge when I get it wrong.
I didn't realise it was your first try.
This is my first, so be gentle.
Awesome. Well, now we can ask all those questions, yes. No.
So overhead budget is very hopefully boring and straightforward, and no changes from what had been outlined in the LTP, but I am happy to take any questions.
Thank you. I think it's a very straightforward budget. Questions, Councillor Barnett?
Tracy, just on your actual budget on plan management 368, there is a 30k increase, which in operations, I just wanted to double check what that was for, because that is, to me, 30k is significant.
I believe, let me just get in there.
Sure.
That is share of, the change in there is the share of corporate overheads, or what I'd term being corporate overheads.
So it's just from the general overhead.
Correct.
Budget.
Correct.
That's right. It's just when you're raising an exception, I'd like a reason.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I think that actually, sorry, just Jeff, I think that's applied on a few budgets. There's been a bit of a relook at the corporate overhead. Is that correct? Because I'd noticed in a few that it's sort of increased.
Yes.
Just
that
a
that was a trend. Yep.
Yeah. Councillor Ward.
Going to add, would that be because of the increased workload that you have as well?
I'm blaming Jeff. No, that's all the money that we all have to contribute towards to keep this good place running, and that's a reflection of the share and allocation across us all, so not directly from our unit.
All right. If there's no further questions, Tracy, I think, look, hard to believe you've been here, it's almost a year.
It's almost a year.
I think you've settled in really well and making a fantastic contribution here. So delight to approve your overheads and keep up the great work that you're doing.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we might, plan implementation unit, we might as well deal with that one now. Why not? Come forward, Matt. That's page 369 to 377. Going to break soon. Warren's hoping he'll get through as well.
Yeah, we thought we'd tag team.
Optimistic like that? 369, Matt, anything you want to highlight
Perfect.
there?
Not really, probably just key thing which you all know, very uncertain times in the resource management space along with a number of other spaces, and we will just have to pivot and roll with the legislative punches, and so this budget's sort of prepared on the basis that things will stay the same, but as we know, as early as August, things are going to change for us as well. So happy to take any questions.
Thanks. So, any questions, Councillor Barnett?
This is actually not about your budgets, but it's about a customer service comment that's made later on that LIMS are going to decrease in the 2022-23 year. Based on your projections, do you think that LIMS are going to decrease over that time?
Well, I would say probably not from what I know of the Amendment Act that will come through. But to be fair, we don't actually know because that's going to be market driven in terms of what happens there. So it may not be LIMS, but certainly this year we'll get a lot more inquiries on can I subdivide doing the 3 stories and 3 bedrooms. It might be that LIMS are saying, well, that actually won't flow through for a couple of years. Yeah.
Okay, any further questions? I say the point around insurance, I think that's an excellent move, really pragmatic. I like that suggestion. So where we can resolve things if we have to and we're in that space makes perfect suggestion, a perfect, I think, solution. So well done. Thanks, Matt.
Thank you.
Excellent work as you're dealing with. One of our regulars has just contacted me, so I'm sure he'll be in touch with you too. So thank you for all the work you do in that space.
No
Thank
problem.
you. Excellent. Warren, you're actually out of order, but I'll take that because we have the development planning unit, but you're doing that. But maybe, since Warren's looking so keen, maybe we'll just do that first. 386. Do you have anything you wish to highlight there, Mr. Taylor?
I suppose the highlight really is the budget is predicated on about 720 houses for the next financial year. We did nearly 900 and something rather this year, and if the budget keeps going the way it is for the first 7 months of the year, we'll hit 950 again. Doesn't look as be slowing up, to be fair, so it's got its own issues with that, and particularly it comes with staffing, and resourcing is the biggest ticket in town for us, to be fair, at the moment. But we're working our way around that, so we will hopefully be able to meet the demand. But I'll take any questions you have. I do know the comment about insurance, so
yeah,
thank you.
I see the same applies here
Yeah.
in your budget. I highlighted that as well.
Yeah.
I think it's
Okay.
a very good solution. Any questions? Councillor Blackie?
That comment you made about MB putting out a guidance document on tiny homes. Can we have a copy of that? We've had so much coming and going over the last 18. I've no idea what their deliberations have actually said.
I'll send you a link to the website and just sit down and have a read by all means.
I think a briefing DPNR would be helpful for us at some stage when you're
I can give you
able.
a briefing of the legislation and what's actually going on in the district.
That'd be great.
That'd be good.
Awesome.
Yeah,
All right.
that's fine.
Any further questions? Warren, thanks for all you're doing. 920 houses, or 960 has helped us out significantly today, so thank you very much for all that extra work you're doing. Oh, sorry, Councillor Redmond, I didn't see you.
I was just going to make a comment, Warren, that I had some feedback from one of your customers. They were very impressed with the service. They realise you're under the pump, and they were very complimentary with the communication.
Awesome.
There's
Thank
someone in your department must ring them or they talk to, I'm not sure who it is, but they were very pleased with that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, that's similar feedback I get from people, very pleased. And in fact, quite often get the builders, which construction firms have a differing view, when you go back through and then they're able to go back to people and say, well, actually it wasn't the builder, it wasn't our council at all, it's the builder. More often than not, that's the case. So excellent customer service, well done. All right, that's the building unit. I think we might have a break here and we'll come back and we'll deal with plan implementation and your other items, Tracy, just after. We make that just after around 3:30. Okay, everyone, we'll just stand adjourned at this point.
main drive, there's still quite a lot of uncertainty in this area, although we are narrowing it down, hence the increase. So we now know the number of submissions we had, so approximately 425, with a rather significant 6,500 submission points within that. So that is then allow us, we've got 2 years to complete that statutory timeframe, so we've been able to work back through now and say what FTE do we think we're going to need to require. So there's the additional fixed term FTE just for getting that process through, which is more cost effective than consultants, assuming we can find them, because experienced planners at this level aren't easy always to find. So, and also an increase in generally in terms of, again, as we've narrowed down and have been signalled in prior at LTP, we'd have more information getting closer to this time, but there are needing to do a review of the district development strategy. A lot of the input into the district plan needs to be, as we've got submissions on it, we'll need to update it. Right? Increases in estimated in terms of hearing costs, but it is loan funded, so no effect on the rates next year and a minimal going forward. But they are the key drivers as outlined, but I'm happy to take any questions.
Thanks, Tracy. Any questions? I think you can take that as a sign off.
Thank you.
Okay. Environmental Services, page 408 to 417.
That's also me, because we are down with Marie being away on parental leave, so Warren is assisting in that area and I'm also assisting. So I've looked after this budget. Again, no notable changes. We obviously have had a fixed term position and shared with planning, so it's something a bit innovative to say, actually, can we get a resource in and share it and get some flex and see if that actually assists our planners and our other staff to get out and do what they need to do with better backup support, and it has proved its worth. So hence the request, with some of that cost obviously being recoverable on fees. So no particular changes there. We have increased some fees and charges really just in line with inflation. We've certainly got, as we noted there, increasing dog numbers, and we believe there'll be increased revenue with food premises, and that's simply because we're getting really good at ensuring that we are charging directly at the time it was taken. That had not been as robust as it could have been. So they're the main points for Environmental Services Unit.
Thanks, Tracy. Questions? Councillor Bartlett?
Sorry, Tracy, I didn't quite get to do these, send these by email
you're
to
fine.
you. So.
Yep.
Just on the pound, it suddenly jumped up from 7 to 28. Is that from a previous report or something? Can you just explain why?
What was that?
The pound on page 416 on our agenda, under stock control item, and it says the pounds jumped from 7 to 28.
I don't actually know why that.
Probably hasn't had any money spent on it for a while. It's probably what it is. We were looking at building a new building at one stage.
We are certainly trying
but then they reduced
to
the
build
service.
reserves.
Yeah.
But
because
yeah,
because of microchipping, they're reducing the service, is what they were saying.
Sorry, what was that?
Because of microchips, dogs are going back earlier, so they were less than the pound, is what we've been told previously.
Yeah, I actually don't know why that much changed, because I know I didn't amend it.
Yep.
Now you've clicked me. Actually, we did do, we sat down and we hadn't,
changed the
because Environmental Services got different budget lines, we sat down and did a review of where people's time was allocated.
Yeah.
So that is why. Thank you
very much,
Jeff.
And just on that page, on the 417, can you just explain to me what random property is?
Sorry?
There's a line that says random property above accommodation costs in that first block of expenditure. And it's gone up.
Yeah. and I don't want to, I don't want
random
to
property
assume.
inspections or something?
No,
No, it's animal control.
I'm thinking, but I'll come back to you, but I'm thinking we have to have access to spaces for stock as well as the pound, so other than dog holdings. And I know we have got some properties, so that may well be that, but I'll come back and confirm via email.
Just looking at that whole dog control budget,
yep,
it's gone up 70k from the forecast LTP figure, which means the movement's gone from 4.99 to 7.19.
Now that's a classic of the net for the ESU hasn't changed, but we've done a reallocation of our costings and staffing because it hadn't been done, I don't think, in a really long time.
Right.
So we've attempted without the benefit of the team don't carry detail all their timesheets down to allocations of mixture of duties. So I've had a bit of a readjustment around that to try and say, particularly when it comes for dogs, are they covering their fair share?
Yep.
But the net impact on the unit is not
minimal.
negligible.
Okay. I appreciate also that you brought in a whole lot of new things and that you didn't have time to do that before the LTP, so I totally appreciate that there could be some movement. So just
we haven't, really have not authorised anything additional or new, really other than our investment in a shared administration resource.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Atkinson?
No, two of those questions are what
Any further questions? Thanks, Tracy, for the environmental services budget. Unless there's any general remarks? No. So we now come to 418 to 429, which is civil defence.
Now
Are you going to cover this as well, Tracy?
No, Brennan is meant
well,
to be
let's
here.
just keep going.
Okay.
If Brennan's on his way, yes, but
I might just quickly just give him that opportunity. Oh, thank you. Cool. There may have just been a miscommunication about timing on that. But I'm happy to kick off. So you'll be aware in this, Brennan talks about in this budget requesting consideration of an additional EMO. At this stage, it wasn't included as a budget line. It was, again, management team really carefully looking at all of those requests. And while it's more a case of if we want to do more, so it would be an increase in the level of service, and that's primarily around some of the issues we brought as part of the briefing around more frequent weather events, and there's one happening again for our poor friends on the coast currently, but also preparation for AF8 and trying to grow community resilience. So that was the driver for it, but we absolutely understand fiscal envelopes and that there may be a timing aspect. So Brennan, I think, has well laid out what would happen with that investment, so it's still up for your consideration. And then I certainly have looked at where the time is spent in the unit and trying to say, well, if we really want to grow broader community resilience, are there things that we could do less of and reallocate? Hence the option around the cadet program. Having said that, I totally understand the value it brings to those people in the community, but it would be remiss of me not to bring that forward as an option because it is quite resource hungry, not so much on the dollars. So they're the main drivers sitting behind there. We certainly don't budget in there for per se for events, so they do as a cost overrun. Anyone's guess. We certainly assume we will have them more frequently, so that may be something we consider as part of the next long-term plan around whether we actually start to budget for some of the costs that are related to running an EOC that we cannot get back from government, to make sure that we're budgeting for that. So that's for a discussion for another day.
Questions? I'm just generally going to say that I think it's really well laid out, the budget here. I don't support us moving to a third role right now, but I would be open in time, assuming we survive our performance review processes at the end of the year, to transitioning to some more resource once that's been considered. So I note the new guy, here is the new guy right now. Hello, Paul and Brennan. So I think so, Brennan. Tracy's just given a really good summary of your budget. I don't know if you want to add anything to it further. You're welcome to. Tracy's done a good job for you, but have another go, and then I might just pause my comments and give them again. We'll give you our views on that. Yep.
Probably, yeah, I do. I just want to highlight what I think is really important for any community, but particularly for our community, and that is an awareness of our risk profile. When I joined this council nearly 11 years ago, the risk profile of the district was quite different to what it has been in the last 4 years. And it's no surprise to anybody how global warming is shaping that difference.
Feel free, if you don't want to have your mask on, you can take that off.
Thank
That's
you.
entirely your call. Yeah. It's only if we have members of the public here, which we don't appear to, apart from those within our bubble, go for it.
So my proposal through the submission is really recognising that shift, that fairly significant shift in the risk profiles and natural hazards elements to it. And it's a big ask for any council to keep standing up people and resources to protect people from a physical threat. Something that's probably more sustainable in the mid to long term is enabling people to take that stand themselves and to invest in the right decisions and right measures and physical things in their homes to protect themselves. So how do we do that? Probably through the right messaging, the right discussions with them to encourage them to understand the risk and make those clever decisions to invest wisely, aka public engagement. And there are some people who can do that extremely well, and there are some people like myself who will try their very best. And I have no doubt that this council wants the best outcomes. And I think a wise decision to invest in the right people can make a big difference for us that saves our ratepayers in the mid to long term. And that's probably the basis of the concept that you have in front of you and of the concept that I've been espousing through the current LTP, and I'll continue to do so. I'm very, very aware of our need to save money and to keep the rates percentage down low. But we are competing with Mother Nature, and it's outrunning us. When I say us, I'm talking about the planet. And this might sound highly emotionally charged, but that is exactly what this council's been experiencing if you were to read the debriefs of the probably dozen or so small to medium emergencies that we've had in the 10 years that I've been here. I didn't bring those here either, by the way. They've followed. So that's my pitch. Do we really acknowledge truly what our risk profile is? And how best can we enable our community to look after itself in that context and in that framework? And I think public engagement, if we don't have the resources to keep throwing physical equipment at them and building structures where they can take safe haven into, then how do we enable them to look after themselves? And I think the right message from the right people pitched the right way can save us ratepayer money. That's my pitch.
Thank you, and welcome, Paul. Day 2, which is really great you've turned up. Brennan, thank you for those remarks. And can I just say, for me, it's not just about rates. I'll come to you in a minute because it's not just about rates. I genuinely do believe in investing in civil defence. It's really important. What I'd like to see in this here is perhaps a bit more work done on establishing a third role, and I would be open-minded to considering that when it's socialised a little further with colleagues. It's sort of come up in the budget papers around that. Whether it's a part-time that moves to full-time, I'd like to see some more work done on that, but I'm not personally not opposed to seeing that work done. And then Tracy and yourself and Paul, as it is now, work with the CE around how that's presented and brought back to us. But I'd like to see the your new chap get in the role first, see how that goes. But I certainly am not opposed to that being considered. But I'm just not sure that the case has been made to us right at this point. I think we need to do a bit more work on that. But I'm not saying no, just not right now. And I'd like to, the other thing I'd like to see, we've had quite a lot of conversation with the Gets Ready work, which Sarah Saunders certainly has done a very good job lobbying a number of us nicely. And I really like Sarah. I think she's a real find to neighbourhood support. I'd like to understand how we could get some more out of that partnership too. So if they put a bid up during the annual plan round, I've got an open mind to personally to considering that. She's looking for some resources to augment the work she's doing, which then helps us with some of that work. So it'd be nice, it'd be good to know how that could work for us as well. I do think around the cadet program, I support that program, and I would like to see it continue, but I would welcome, Tracy, a workshop at some stage around that, as we've discussed, to see where that can go and how that can be supported, whether it needs our staff leading that or whether there is actually some volunteers that might be capable of leading that program within parents or however. I'd be interested to see how that could be considered. But look, we do spend around quite a considerable amount on civil offence. Is it up there with some of the other councils? You're right, Brennan, to observe that we've perhaps got, you know, some things to think about. So I think in the next 12 months, 6 to 12 months, I'd like to have that work done and see where we get to. But I've got an open mind for the future to see how that's resourced. But I want to acknowledge you and you particularly for the leadership role that you've played. And with events, there is no one better than yourself around. I know you're supported by the organisation when things come up, but your leadership is amazing. And even on Sunday, just with the Sutton tools, getting that set up, that was fantastic. So you've got personally my support. Just like to see that work done a little further. Nev.
Very elegantly put, Mr Mayor. Mine's nothing like that. I see in the budget and the line items there that the sandbags have come out, $12,000 for sandbags. Why are we not budgeting to supply more sandbags in for events? Or are we getting them? Are we getting them for nothing, Brennan? Is that what's happening?
You notice the beach is running out of sand? No, I believe it's still in there. If you refer to the LTP, I think it's every third year we look to restock that.
Given the events, does that need to be increased? It's one of the biggest demands we have for immediate assistance when things go wrong, and I just wonder. You know, I mean, certainly being here last time, you were pretty close to the knuckle, and you could almost say it wasn't a huge event, but you were pretty close to the knuckle with them gone just in that small event. So I just wonder whether we need to, whether it be advantageous to allow a bit more in there for more of them.
I think it's definitely an option to do that. If I was to rate it on importance, it would probably be less than the middle for me. We have some there, but we're looking more now at some purpose manufactured devices that takes one person on their own to put it up really, really quickly, rather than 20 sandbags, which could take a person 1 to 2 hours to do. So it's a smarter way, slightly more expensive than sandbags. But, I would never say no to increasing the stock holding. But if I was to be honest, I don't think it's critical. I think the 3 yearly boost is enough.
So I'd already asked for questions before. That's why I moved into giving general remarks. No, that's okay. So questions or general remarks, Bill?
Thanks, Mr Mayor. You've discussed a number of topics that I was going to mention. One of them relates to the cadet program. That's been in hiatus for a number of months. I wouldn't like to see that continue for very much longer, or we may very well lose the impetus. I understand Paul has expressed an interest in continuing with that, so I don't know whether we need to give a direction or how that program can be resurrected. But
It'd be
it was
fantastic, but
worthwhile.
Tracy, did you want to add, or Brennan?
I think I just also note that a part of that hiatus has been COVID and limiting the ability to do training, so that's been quite a driver. And we've had, I really commend Brendan for the good communication that he has had. And very recently has been in contact with him about what does it mean for you going forward, how do we keep you safe. So that has been part of that as well. It's, I guess, really at direction of Council, Brendan put the option up there. I'm hearing the direction we're getting is keep the cadet program going,
Yes.
but look at other options in terms of sustainability and who we might involve to look at that resourcing and come back to you with a briefing or a paper potentially.
Do you want to add?
And probably if I'll just add that we are reconnecting. We reconnected just 8 days ago via Teams. A lot of the parents and the cadets weren't available because they were away on holidays, so we've agreed with them to reconnect after school starts back. So we also agreed for the 5 families that participated 8 days ago that once Paul is on deck, we will invite them to another Microsoft Teams hui to talk how and when we will start actively getting back into things. I also explained that we are waiting also on the outcome of the annual plan process, but it won't stop us from restarting training as early as March. We need to have some conversations with the cadets and the parents themselves prior to that to get agreement on how we can do this in a way that gives them confidence that it's safe for their kids to attend our activities.
Yep. Councillor Barnett?
Just a tiny question and then a comment. Is there still a waiting list for the cadet program like there was last year?
We did interview more cadets, so yes, there is a list per se. Whether those cadets who didn't make the cut are still interested, I haven't tried to approach them to find out.
Yeah, COVID and everything.
Of the 20 cadets that we had prior to Christmas, one has left. She notified me in our meeting 8 days ago.
Cool. And just a quick comment from what I've seen of the program that although it's under civil defence, it actually covers a lot more than civil defence. It's about resilience, it's about youth mental health. It comes under our youth strategy, youth development strategy. So although it's in this budget, it's actually quite a small amount to pay for the value it gives to the young people in our district. And I'm glad that you're connecting with them still, because I know our young people are struggling a little bit with the lack of face-to-face connection. And they're very comfortable in an online space, but I'm sure they want to get back to doing things as well. I really like the middle approach you've taken here, where you've just increased the engagement budget. The fact that you've noted you've almost spent it all on tsunami, and you know we just seem to have emergency after emergency after emergency. If it's not a tsunami, it's a wind, it's a fire, it's a we are having a lot of opportunities where we do need to help people help themselves, and even the connections you've made with the lifestyle group and the emergency services and the linking together of groups I've seen over the years, that's been essential. But as you say, someone who's specialised in actual education, it's not your role. Your role is to manage the whole overall and get us ready for an emergency. But to have someone who, even part-time, to start off and see how we can grow it, to actually help our community to be ready for the next emergency, which there will be one. So I'm really comfortable with the middle approach, and this is the one time I don't mind the budget being above LTP.
Any further contribution? I think you around the cadets. I think you're getting a. Sorry. Oh, Wendy. Sorry, I didn't see you there. Wendy.
Your report. I'm just very interested, as always, with this Gets Ready program and North Canterbury Neighbourhood Support, and I can see the benefit of those two going forward to help for the community side of things. So, going forward, do you think that you will probably in time make more adjustments to bringing them on board?
Yes, definitely. So Sarah Saunders and I met last week, actually, to talk about how we can strengthen the partnership as opposed to bringing them on board. So, yeah, we do have a deliberate mutual intent to do that. And she's agreed to join me with an online Microsoft Teams hui with our trained volunteers to talk about how we can make that happen in an operational sense. So that's something that's going to happen probably in the month of February.
Sarah's still looking to come to us with a submission, is she, Brennan?
I understand that's the case, yes.
Yeah. Around the cadets is, so the status quo budget, what status quo in here includes the funding for the cadet program. So around the mechanics of whether it's pool leading or how that's done, you'll work that through. Just keep us informed. Great, because like Councillor Redmond says, I get approached a lot by the kids that are part of it, really excited and want to see it continue. So they keep saying, please make sure there's funding in the budget for it. So we have got it in there, so tell them that. All right.
Certainly pass that on. And I think just to highlight, it's not the funding, because we actually accept that it's the time and to do it really,
Absolutely.
really well.
Okay. Right, so I think we've done that's the civil defence budget. Thank you, Brennan. Hope you're back tomorrow, Paul. Yep. Looking forward to working with you. Kia ora. Thank you.
Thank you for being kind to me.
Yeah, that's you. That's your first one, Tracy. Well done. Yes. Come again. Okay, so I think these are going to fall on you, Jim, aren't they? So these next ones, is that correct? Do we want to go into PX first and deal with site security? That falls under the HR budget. So let me just get that. Actually, Jeff, we might as well deal with the council software at the same time. It saves me having to come back out again. Are you ready to do that? Or would you rather we wait? Oh, is Andy coming? No. We can flow that on after, is that okay? All right, so yes, I'm just going to move that we go into public excluded for items 6.2 and 6.3. Seconded, Deputy Mayor Atkinson. I'll put that. All those in favour, please say aye. Contrary, declare that carried. So we're now in public excluded. Adrian, can you just confirm that? Okay, so we're now back in open meeting. So we're now going to deal with HR and organisational development. Jim, you're taking the lead on these.
Yes, you'll notice that in the last 5 years there's been 100 extra staff that have been employed by Waimakariri District. In addition, in the last year, the staff turnover has gone up to about 15%. So what that means when you put it together is that the load, the human resources load, has increased significantly, and we haven't had an increase of staffing in that area for a number of years. The HR advisor position, that's one of the 2 FTEs there, they give advice to line managers on recruitment and retention, and if that's not done in a timely fashion along with the HR administrator, then we lose good candidates because there's a lot of competition for them, and if you can't get your documentation done quickly, referee checks followed up, contracts drawn up, all those sorts of logistics things done, then you can lose candidates extremely quickly. And we have lost candidates because we haven't been able to get some of that back of house work through in time. As more pressure comes on your people and more uncertainty with Omicron, you can expect to see more HR advice needed for individuals and their leaders on how to keep them safe. If we want to keep a high-performing organisation, at times you have to deal with poor performance. I'm surprised I've had to deal with a few since I've been here, more than I had in Dunedin in 11 years, and they take up an inordinate amount of time because of the whole of the legal process, the toing and froing, the costs and so on. And the HR advisors are critical because if they're not involved early, then you just have to make one procedural mistake and you're on the back foot. So we need quality advisors to support the line managers and those sorts of things. Then there's also the recruitment and retention piece that you heard from Kelly Lavalley about that. And that's ensuring we've got an appropriate reward structure, but also that that's packaged in a way that's relevant to engineers versus planners and so on. In order to do that work, you need bodies on the ground. And if the people who in the past have been doing that are also providing the strategic direction on those things, which has been the case, then essentially you burn your people out and you're not getting the best results. So that's why there's an extra HR advisor and an HR administrator position in there. Similarly with health and safety, the world's expectation has changed significantly. In order to do a lot of the admin work around that, there's a 0.5 FTE for that as well. So when you put that together, that explains the sort of staffing increase, and that's driving most of the cost extra in this department area. Jeff, do you want to add anything further as a GM on this one?
Any questions? Thanks, Jim. Kirsten?
Again, it's only been 1 year since the LTP, and I realise we've had a lot of changes, but why 30% since the LTP? And couldn't it be phased in with, say, 1 in 1 year and 1 in the next?
Well, I wasn't here a year ago, so I had nothing to do with your LTP. And if I had been here a year ago with the sort of things I've seen in the HR area and the number of the matters that I touched on, I would have been recommending to you to increase staffing earlier, because we have had major challenges here, and they essentially come back to we just haven't got enough people on the ground to deal with it.
Further questions? Okay, does anyone want to speak to these? Okay, that's ticked off. Hey? Well, it is what it is, Paul. So, all right. So we come to now.
I understand that, and I have delivered a zero rate increase in my career, so I know about cost cutting. But all of us are only as good as our people, and we've got more pressure than I've ever seen on people in local government or anywhere. We've got more competition for those scarce resources as well. So, and we've also got obligations where if we don't set up the right work environment, we can be significantly liable for health and safety failure and so on, and I could end up in court if we don't deal with security issues. So, when we put that together, all of us need quality people who are committed. We've got some pretty good voice survey results, but there's some of these areas which have dropped a bit in the last few years since we did it. So it's incumbent that we have the right resources and support for our line managers to do the right thing.
Yeah. I support this recommendation. It's yes, we might not like the fact of these things coming up, but our Chief Executive, working with our HR manager, has come to this recommendation, and we need to make sure we support, make sure our staff are supported adequately. So I'm in support of this. So anyway, there's no one else wants to hear anything. Let's move forward. Okay, so now we're in communication engagement. Is Alistair coming in for that? Probably no need to necessarily. Who's going to handle Al's budget? Are you doing that, Jim? 435? I don't know if Al's... just see if he... I No. Hey? No, I know, but if he just wants to speak, but do you want to handle that, Jim?
There's really no change from last year to this year in this budget. So, and again, in terms of communication, this is a critically important group for all of us, because they essentially put into English the complex world that we all live in, and that ensures a lot of confidence in the community with things we're doing. Your communications ratings are incredibly high for local government, and that's a tribute to this department in being able to write in plain English.
Kirsten?
Just once again, there's a plus 50k from LTP with no commentary. I assume that's Jeff's fault again in operations. Can we clarify, Jeff?
No, I don't think so. I think there was a transfer of costs, wasn't it, between departments, as I seem to recall when I looked at that.
But there's an 8.71 increase instead of a 2.79 in the bottom column in the rate movement.
Yeah, I think the transfer is up here.
Which is not insignificant.
So which line item are you talking about there?
Operations.
443, bottom line.
Second, the one that says 706, so up the top. There's about 50k extra. And then the bottom line says the rate movement is 8.71 opposed to 2.79.
Is that to do with the accommodation costs again, Chief? Anyway.
You know, just wanting some commentary on that increase, that's all, as to why.
Page 436. So it looks like the full impact of internal cost changes from the previous year.
Yeah, do you want to say that, Jim? And I can't answer that.
Page 436 identifies towards the bottom of that page that in the 2021 annual plan there was some cost shifting around internal recoveries, transfers, all of that, and that the full effect of those transfers are now flowing through to this budget. So that might be the explanation of that 48k extra.
Perhaps for purposes of this, maybe get some. When Al's back, we could get an email sent with just that explanation further. I think Jim's right with what's there, but let's cover that off in an email back. Is that okay?
That's absolutely fine. I'd just like to comment that to me 50k is not an insignificant rating impact, so that does need to be identified on the budget as a 50k impact.
All right. Any other questions? Sorry?
So we're going to get some communications on that.
Will we get Oh, well done, Paul. Oh, gosh. You'll have the sugar rush is hitting in. Good work. Okay. Is there... All right. Any further questions? Any comment? We get really well served in our communication space. Al and his team do an absolutely superb job. And so their budget carries my full support. I understand Councillor Barnett's question I think it's perfectly reasonable to get an explanation back around what that's actually containing. So we'll get an email sent out to you all to get that explained. Further speakers? All right, let's move on.
Rob
So,
is here.
Rob, we're dealing with property and housing elderly. Is that missing a comma in between there? G'day. So, it says property and housing elderly. I think I'm missing a comma in between. All right, thanks, Rob. That's pages 444.
That's correct. Good afternoon, Mr Mayor, councillors and staff. I'll take the budget papers as read, but just highlight a couple of points for your consideration and a couple of areas where there have been some subtle changes. You may recall that last year we agreed to bring back to you a report on the use of the portacoms. So we've been underway with planning for alternative uses for them. However, this has been superseded by the anticipated need for project teams associated with Council's IT unit, which you have been discussing earlier. This is anticipated to utilise these spaces for in the order of 18 months to 2 years. So we have deferred that body of work for a future discussion and reporting in relation to those portacoms. Budgets associated with the campgrounds are currently under some review as a result of changed circumstances since preparing the budget, and you will have received a little bit of an update on some of those changes. We will be bringing a briefing and report to Council in April to cover several particular matters with a report in May that will in turn have some impact on the budget allowances, or may have some impact on the budget allowances there. A note that the rents associated with Housing for the Elderly service are increasing this year after no increase last year, and that was due last year to the legislative change that the government brought in, which meant that the timing of that rent increase that had been proposed was difficult to implement. So in order to put things back onto the normal cycle, we skipped effectively a year of the programmed rent increase that had been in place. So just to that, you will recall that we have a program of a 6 to 7 year stepped rent increase that was signed off by Council at the last LTP. Just as a point of interest, we have recently completed a satisfaction survey which covered the individual units that tenants have, the complexes and our tenancy services. So we will be bringing that report back to Council, or a report covering that survey back to Council later this year. However, the headline result for that is that over 90% of respondents were satisfied or very satisfied with the overall service. So a pretty pleasing result and some good intel for us to learn from that survey. The adoption of the property acquisition and disposal policy generates the need for an implementation planning, and this will be progressed in more detail level with the PAD working group. However, the budget does recommend the creation of a new property projects manager role to enable a more timely delivery of outcomes sought by the PAD policy. And you'll notice that within the body of the commentary, the aim is to generate solid returns from those sales that eventuate from that, or are anticipated to eventuate from that, which are aimed at making that not only neutral but clearly exceeding the cost of that. So it does allow us to respond and bring forward some of that body of work that we are now wanting to engage in. This is being progressed alongside a change proposal that we are close to completing after consultation with affected staff, and this sees a team leader role being created in the unit to support improved service delivery and free up some bottleneck areas So at an operational level, we see that there's some room for improvement, and this will allow that to occur. And it also allows a number of other work streams to be progressed around initiatives associated, for example, with Council's role in housing going forward, and the disposal program alongside others. With the support of the team leader role, several current vacancies are also proposed to be filled with officer roles, who are somewhat more junior to the ones that existed, so there are some cost offsetting factors within the change proposal. And collectively, however, this will also support business continuity and succession planning. You'll notice there's a few grey hairs emerging, so I think it's very wise and sensible for businesses to make sure there's a good business succession plan in place, and this will support that. The business continuity is also around the challenge that we have, because the individual staff are quite specialised in different areas, and while they can provide some level of cover, the value of that team leader role will really be able to step in and support that business continuity in a better way. But with that, I'll put that over to questions or comments.
Did you want to add anything, Jim? Okay. Any questions of colleagues? All right. Well, that's ticked off. Thank you, Rob.
Yeah.
Appreciate the work. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
And stepping in. Cheers. All right. Just having a look here. We've got next to strategic projects and economic development, Simon. So 464 and 474. You're taking care of both of those? Yep. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr Mayor, councillors. A bit of a nothing to see here budget with the strategic projects and economic development area. I just wanted to make a few notes and then happy to answer any questions councillors might have. The budget reflects a merger between two units that occurred in December last year. That is a merge between the former Business Incentives Unit and Policy and Strategy Unit to essentially form the Strategy and Business Unit that I'm now fortunate enough to lead in this new year. You'll see that's reflected in the budget in that we have consolidated some of the expenditure lines into a set of expenditure lines under the operational area that reflect the activities that we undertake, such as the policies, bylaws and reviews, plan and strategy development, so on and so forth. The underlying operational budget has only slightly shifted, as you'll note, by 60-odd thousand, and a significant chunk of that is the bringing forward of the Wood End Pegasus area strategy, which was desired by Council when we met with you last year. We brought that forward by one financial year into the next financial year, 22-23. Other than that, the majority of the budgets stay exactly the same and move across with the changes only to coding, essentially, that were made. So I'm very happy to answer any questions councillors may have where I can, just noting that Mr Markham is not actually present today, so I will do my very, very best now that this is new to this budget still.
Thanks, Simon. So any questions? Councillor Williams?
Can you fill me in, please, on the monitoring changes, from 11,000 to 69,000, and external scanning from 36,000 to 119,000 on page 470?
Sorry, Councillor Williams, can you just repeat those two budget lines?
The national legislation and policy efficacy has gone from 11,000 to 69,000. 69470.
Yes, so essentially you'll see that the two codes, the State of Environment and the District Planning Effectiveness codes, beneath the national legislation code no longer exists, so there's been an amalgamation of codes there. This has happened across the budget in a number of areas where we've essentially deleted some budgets and we've created them, we've added to other budgets. So the overall effect of the budget is actually very little or no movement. It's just that some codes will now see a significant increase and others will see basically a zero sum there in the new budget.
Okay, any other questions? By the way, Simon, sorry, you had a further question, Councillor Williams?
Yeah, that answer doesn't add up, actually. There's quite a lot of difference there. Even if you take those 49,000 and 30,000 away from that, there's still a huge difference.
Anyway, do you want to answer that, or have you already you've addressed that question?
I worked this sum out to be pretty close, and look, you'll see that across the fields a little bit. So under the business incentives codes, for example, you'll see in the yellow column there, budget 22-23, they're all nilled out, and that comes up into the policy, strategy and projects columns or rows, and you'll see that there has been some increases, but that's simply just a shifting of money around the codes to reflect what the new unit is now undertaking. I think the overall budget position is actually very, very similar, with the exception of the Wood End Pegasus area strategy that noted before.
Simon, this won't be a surprise to you, but I'm around strategic projects. Southbrook, I do regularly bang on about that one, so I certainly support Wood End Pegasus strategy, definitely, but I would like to know that Southbrook's on the horizon, particularly that we have a working group that Council signed off yesterday on roading-related matters. There are also business-related matters that does need a strategy down there, and I'd just like to ask you when that's been considered.
That's a very good question. We've thought about that in two ways. The first of which is that it's very possible that we could look at the Southbrook area as part of a wider commercial or industrial areas component of the economic development strategy that is currently being scoped and the brief being put together at the moment with consultants. So there is an opportunity to have a section or a subsection of the Waimaki economic development strategy that deals with those. If it were to be a separate strategy just for Southbrook, we would then want to think about what is the scope of that, and then does that set a precedent for other commercial areas that are not Southbrook but not town centres either, which have a specific specific strategy. And if that was the desire of council, then we could absolutely scope that up, bring that back to council, but we would then just have a look at how that strategy sat within the priorities of other strategies. So we've got a placemaking strategy and the Waimaki the economic development strategy, along with the Wood End Pegasus area strategy, which are there for development in a framework that's also under development. So we would just need to look at where that sits in the pipeline of strategies that's underway.
So will you be coming to council with the economic, and maybe you could answer that question as part of it. I'm not necessarily saying it needs to be but if it's considered as part of that, and a considerable part of it, because there's lots of areas in our district now that deliver economically, not that there hasn't been before, but I do think it does need to be considered. So if it's coming in that, I'd be open to considering that.
Yes, and there will be a briefing to council and the community boards on that strategy and how that's shaping up in the coming months.
Okay, Jim?
Well, also in that context, the council obviously has a district plan out there at the moment, and it's zoned land for commercial industrial purposes, so that needs to be built into the thinking.
Okay, any other questions? Nikki, Councillor Mellings?
Hey Simon, I just want to clarify, because I've kind of been pouring through it looking to see where I can find it, but I understand that your new SBU is now charged with the sustainability and climate change side of things, and the new role of lead advisor sustainable development established in underneath that. I haven't really been able to find anything in here that looks like it might match to that, so where's that hidden?
It's primarily hidden in the codes that sit under the policy, strategy and projects. So a number of our staff will have roles across strategy development, policy development, bylaw reviews, and so on and so forth. So we apportion their time across a number of those areas so that so we can sort of essentially report on how much time and money is being spent in any one of those areas. So the lead advisor role for sustainability has been factored into these budgets, as has the replacement of a senior policy analyst and a new business and centres role as well. So all of that is factored in, and it's essentially paid for by some of the roles that we've actually lost in recent times. So there's no change to wage budget as a result.
Any further questions? Thank you, Simon, for the strategic projects. By the way, I don't think we've had a chance to officially congratulate you at the meeting on your new title, which is Strategy and Business Manager. So congratulations on your promotion. Well done. Economic Development pages, you're leading that one as well, 474 to 481. So
I'll just take that as read. You'll see again that there's very little or no change in this budget, but very happy to take questions from councillors about what sits in there.
thank you. Any questions? No? So that's done. Thank you. Thanks, Simon. Oh, Jeff, sorry, thank you, Simon. We appreciate. Thank you for your time. Jeff, you've got an answer to the comms budget? Thank you. That's very helpful. Thanks, Jeff. All right, well, you can come forward now, Jeff. Finance and AIM. Thank you. In fact, you're here with us for the remainder, for lots of it.
So this is Airfield, so he's the ICT team.
Right.
Go through the information budget list.
Thank you. So we're at page 482.
And there's a staff progression movement sitting in the financial accounts area, which hasn't been explained. So we have a new CA there that we've trained on since he went as a provisional member. So there's a bit of a movement there on top of the normal 2%. So take that one as payroll. You might question that one there. There's a 30-hour person that was in the role. It's moved to 40. That's to support the payrolls.
It's one of the most important jobs in the business, isn't it?
Well, yeah. Other than that, just take the budget as read.
Thank you. Any questions? Do you want to add anything, Dave?
Pardon?
Does Dave want to add anything?
He'll chime in with the ICT budget.
Oh, sorry, pardon me. He's dealing with that one yet. Sorry. Okay. Sorry, did you want to...
I was just going to go to the next one, Canterbury Museum.
I'll just see if there's any questions.
Oh, right.
No? So there we are. Jump into Canterbury Museum.
So Canterbury Museum, we've received their draft budget. It's got CPI movement. They were forecasting 5% movement in their budget, which they have brought to us. The development that we've got for the new museum, that's had a CPI adjustment on it, and the overall rate has actually decreased that we were forecasting for both the levy and the development levy.
Thank you. Any questions? Councillor Williams?
Have we got a legal definition of whether we have to pay that $4 million development levy, because the museum don't quite know whether we're obliged to or not?
We've been over this many times, Paul.
We have not had a legal opinion on it yet. my
I don't
time on
personally
council.
support us going down that direction, but you're welcome to answer, Jeff.
Yeah, no, we haven't got a legal opinion, but the opinion is that if we don't pay the levy, all they'll do is raise a loan themselves, put it into the operation levy and charge us under the Act. And so we'd end up paying it anyway, and we could end up paying more than what we would normally pay because of our credit rating to loan fund the fees. And so we'd be in a worse position, I'd say.
And would that be legal for them to do that?
Yes.
Yep.
Under the Act, they can charge it for operating costs.
So Jeff, you do say in the report it would be really good, the commentary, it'd be really good to get an update from the museum, so that's being scheduled for them to come and brief us at some stage. Sarah's nodding.
Yeah.
So I note you referenced that in there, around that, particularly around the consents and process and how they're going with the redevelopment.
Yes, we do have a confirmed date. I think it is the one that's...
Yeah.
Yeah,
So that's
12th,
good.
12th of April, I think. They want to brief the council.
Great, thank you. Any further questions? Thank you. Information and technology support. It's your moment now. Is it Dave?
I'll do a quick overview.
497.
So you'll see there's a change in philosophy here around where we do projects to bring it more in-house than out of house. And so you'll see a 200,000 movement from a capital project into the operations. This budget, in terms of the capital budget, we've just covered. And so that's going to revise some of that capital works, which we'll bring back to the council with a report on once we've done an RFP.
Okay. I was just checking there was nothing else to... Yep.
Anything else you want
Any
to-
question? Do you want to add anything, Dave?
No, I've got nothing to add.
Any questions? Thank you. Right. Water unit, which is page 510. Thanks.
Thanks, Dave. This budget is more to an internal charge to the cost centre for the three waters. You'll see some changes in the training budget there to make sure that we've got the health and safety requirements of the job covered. We've done a significant amount of work with the water unit over the last year in terms of what that strategy is and where it's going. This budget actually allows for 2 apprentices to be taken on this year for succession and 2 apprentices the following year. We find it very difficult to find qualified water treatment officers in the current market, and so that's a strategy to for this budget for the next year. There is some upward movement in some of the costs, and one of the exercises we're doing there is to procure 1 year's of material ahead of time to try and take the risk out of the market of getting pipes and fittings. Other than that, just take that as read.
Question, Councillor Ward.
Just a query on page 515, 2/3 of the way down, downtime. Projected budget's 39,540, but it's 277,960 in the annual plan budget.
It's not that.
No.
Definitely not that.
No.
Good spotting. We'll fix that. I'll have to go back to the work paper and see what's done there.
That might bring our rates increase down a bit.
There we go. We can afford those chairs at the town hall.
Well done, Joan.
Just paid for.
Yeah, we'll leave you to resolve that, Jeffrey. Yep. Councillor Becky.
On page 511, why have fees and subs gone up 70%? Who's doing well out of that?
Sorry, can you just...
Page 511, membership fees and subs increased from 690 to 1,200, 70% rise.
I was quite amused by that downtime.
I can't answer that. I'll have to bring that
Whose
something back.
subs are they?
So maybe you could just bring that back by an email to clarify that
Yeah.
those
Oh,
2
it's
points.
not a
Jeff.
biggie, it's only $400. Seven.
All right. Okay. Is there any other questions? That's the water unit budget. Is Marie joining us for customer services, Jeff?
Yes.
Have a moment for a stretch, team, if you want to.
Nearly there.
Oh, we might just have a pause for a minute for our live stream. So we just adjourn for a couple of minutes.
She switched off.
We're back on live stream, everyone. So we come to governance and secretarial, 529 to 539. Jeff and Sarah.
I heeded your warning to be prudent with our budget, so I take it as read that we have kept within our LTP guidelines.
Oh, good girl. You get,
All right.
should get the chocolate fish.
Any questions? No questions, so
That's
I
wonderful.
assume everyone's
Thank
got
you.
there.
Thank you very much.
so
Sarah.
much,
Cheers.
Sarah.
Jeff, so Jim, why don't we go to district management, 540 to 544? Yeah, there's a new paper, everyone, so that replaces the old papers. They were on your tables. Yeah.
there we go.
It's new
Yeah.
paper, it's in very big type, you can't miss it.
It's that one there.
Unless you're going to do it right,
Kirsten, you can have mine because I know what's in there, so here we are. Here we are. Here we are. That's it.
Yep. So this,
All right, Jim, thank you. District management.
yeah, I think I'll just take the paper as read. There's nothing of any great significance. This is where my costs are. The EAs are all in here. There's been provision for salary movements, minor increase in travel, and a little bit of support for attendance of staff at corporate events. So 4,500, that's about it.
Any questions? No. Excellent. Right, thank you, Jim. Perfect timing, customer service. So we're going to deal with a paper first. Welcome, Marie.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, I think it is tab 10. Sorry, my computer's just about died, so just hold a second. Excuse me, just while I get the paperwork right. Should be okay. Thank you.
I've got a battery if you need it.
Thank you. Tab 10, so that's remissions of rates on Māori freehold land. Oh, thanks, Jim. Thank you. Marie, thank you. We are on live audio stream, just to let you know. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This paper is regarding a review of the remission of rates on Māori freehold land that we're required to undertake before the 1st of July 2022 as a result of the new legislation that came in last year. So the majority of remissions that we have been applying under this policy were for land that was unused in multiple ownership, and that land became non-rateable under the new legislation. So instead of striking rates and remitting them, the land is non-rateable, so no rates are charged on it at all. So that part has come out of the policy. The other item that we had in the previous policy, or the existing policy, was regarding land that was used for conservation purposes. And some of that land, if there's a dock conservation covenant in place, then that land is also non-rateable. So the changes to the policy are basically taking out the land that is now non-rateable and leaving in an option for land that is used for conservation purposes but isn't covered by a covenant, and also leaving in an option for rates remissions where there may be some use of the land but there's no direct benefit to the owners, so that some consideration can be given to that. And an example could be where there's someone squatting on the land who doesn't have authority to be there, but that provides the use and therefore the owners can't apply for a rates remission. The other change is regarding land under development, and the new law requires the council to consider remissions on land that is under development. So we've included that in the policy as well. And the criteria for those remissions are outlined in the Act, so we haven't repeated that in the policy word for word. Any questions?
Thank you. Any questions? Councillor Redmond, followed by Councillor Stewart.
Thank you, Marie. I think it looks a good policy. At the end of the day, we don't really have a choice. I just wondered, where no rates are charged, are services still provided to that property?
Yes, but the services aren't consumed. So, for example, the Tuahiwi water supply would run past the property, but the property is not connected to the water supply.
Councillor Stewart.
Yes.
Councillor Ward, could you just turn your microphone on? Thank you.
Yes, I note at 6.1, you've quantified the effect of the previous policies as $11,000. Do we have a handle on whether this is, how many properties this affects in our district? And yes, how many are affected by this new legislation?
It's hard to say at the moment. In this current rating year, we're not applying any rates remissions under this policy because the land that we previously remitted rates on was non-rateable. It's generally because of the multiple ownership and the values are discounted, the amount of rates on the land is very low anyway. The development one will be interesting because we will look at getting the information out to people, and the applications for development could come in from people who are clearing land to put it into a farming use, or who are wanting to build houses on it. So development isn't defined, so there could be quite a range of applications that come under that. There could be none. The people have to have the resources to be able to develop. Because of the range of possibilities for development, we have delegated authority for those to the Audit and Risk Committee rather than through staff who do the remissions at the moment.
Further questions? So we've got a recommendation there. Someone prepared to move? Moved Councillor Redmond, seconded by Councillor Stewart. Would you like to speak?
Just briefly to say, I think the new policy gives audit and risk some flexibility, and we have to meet our statutory requirements. So I thought you've done a good job with the policy.
Councillor Stewart, any further speakers? I'll put the recommendation. All those in favour, please say aye. Contrary, declare that carried. So we now go back to the budget, page 517. So, thanks Marie, if you want to cover off your budget papers there.
Thank you. There's not a lot different than what was proposed in the long-term plan. LIM numbers have dropped again this year, and we will be short on the income this year, and we've reduced it slightly for this year's budget. It's difficult to predict what the numbers are at the moment. I think they're low more because there's a lack of properties on the market rather than interest in the property market, but that seems to be the trend that we're looking at for the coming year. The other main change is just an increase in staff numbers for the team, both this year and the coming year. You'll recall that we were looking at a cadet role in the previous year's budget, and the council supported that. For a number of reasons, we haven't been able to fill that role, and we are looking at putting those resources to a systems and training role, just to give a bit more emphasis to keeping the team up to speed and getting the most out of the technology that we've got available. We've also found that our team are attractive to other units in the council, and in the last 2 years we've lost 4 staff to other units, and last year there were 3 of those 4. So that hits the team quite hard because there's a wide variety of skills and knowledge that they need, and when we're bringing people up to date, of course that takes the existing resources out of providing service to the customers. So we have allowed for additional staff both in the customer services contact team and in the LIMS/rates area as well. Again, because there are a lot of effort involved in getting those people up to date.
Thank you. Any further questions? Do you think our commission's accurate for Canterbury Regional Council prediction? Because I see their rates proposal is 24%. So,
well,
do you think our commission estimate's about right?
Yeah, we might have to revise it.
Yeah, it might need to sneak up a wee bit with that, but
sorry, I'm being tongue in cheek.
I know.
Unbelievable.
It's a silver lining.
Thank you. All right. No further questions. Oh, sorry, Kirsten. Pardon me.
I know LIMS are really, really difficult, and I know it's an area of, but talking to Matt Bacon and what he's seeing in the sort of planning and subdivisions and things that are happening, he doesn't see that LIMS are likely to decrease as much as they did in 2021. What would happen if they increase? Are we able to meet the capacity? And in your budget, you've actually got additional staff in the LIMS team, but you've said LIMS have gone down. I'm just trying to reconcile those two things.
When the LIMS were at their peak, recent peak, and towards the end of 2020, we struggled to deal with those volumes, and it was only really, I think, through the commitment of the team to working extra hours that we managed to get through. We've lost 2 members of the team internally, and if that had happened when the peak of 2020 occurred, we couldn't have coped. We did have a staff member move then, but fortunately it was within my team and I put them back. So it's just really, I guess, future-proofing the role and anticipating that if numbers do go up, that we've got enough people in place. The other side of that role is the rates team, an extra resource there. Rates can struggle because the work, when the property numbers increase, it just incrementally increases the number of roles, and it's hard to put a person in a particular place when a number of staff are feeling pressure. So what we're looking at is being able to put somebody else in that property setup role and get them trained so that that will complement work in the LIMS area, and so that if there isn't work in LIMS, then that person can take some of the pressure on the rates team.
So I guess the overall question is, you're saying LIMS will go, you're still predicting a reduction?
Just to put some context on that, 2020 was our second biggest LIMS year in history.
Even though there was
only
far less
to the
sales.
earthquake period. So what we're saying is the budget's not going to sustain at that level. So we're dropping that down.
The number, for example, if we look at last month, January, that was the lowest level of LIMS that we'd received since, I think it was 2015 or 2016. So
for January?
Yes,
right.
For January. And yet for last year total, we were only about 50 short of the previous year. But in the previous year, we had a couple of really low months when we were in lockdown. So it's a bit of a gamble, but we have to look at what the what the numbers are that are coming in now and try and predict what is going to happen.
Because the indicators in the property market is that it's actually there's more properties coming on the market at the moment, like starting to come onto the market. There's actually an increase in supply going forward, which will mean more LIMS. And there's also a huge amount of residents moving into the rest homes, which will be selling their properties now that Somerset is live.
Yes, but we had budgeted for a higher level, and we're just bringing that back.
From last year.
Yeah, so even with what we have in this budget, we're going to be ahead of or around about what we were in 2019 before it went ahead.
Went a bit silly. Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Yeah.
Trying to understand that.
Any further questions? Councillor Edmund?
Thanks, Marie. What's the full-time equivalent of people dealing with limbs exclusively? How many people are doing limbs?
2.5. 2.5. Yes. No.
Okay. I think, unless there's any other questions, thank you, Marie. And thanks for what you and the team do. Excellent job.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks very much.
All right. I think I've just been through my summary, and I think we've done everything that we've needed to today. So, Jeff, perhaps we just go through the whiteboard, but I don't think there's any necessary consequences of that we haven't already considered. And I was thinking that we probably need to just finalise this something along the lines that all budget resolutions with reports be approved and recommended to Council for adoption on the 22nd of February. It's probably what we need to do to cover off, but can we just go through those? Is there anything we need to do with those, Jeff?
No, not at all. It's just a briefing on those first three items for road. The other one was the addition for the 85,000. The rest of them don't have any rate impacts on the current year. But there's a 0.1%, which is into 23-24, which is very minor, and so there's nothing beyond. GCs have actually just done a work while we've been meeting today, and there's very, very minor changes to loans and rates, and it's not in 2023 year. So no, there's nothing further to do. So we'll put those adjustments through and bring back.
So there's a briefing to consider, well, this road in Coldstream Road, Blake Durham, and I guess the consequences of the parking building and updating council and the community board here on that one, which we talked of earlier. So we'll need to see how we can factor that in pre the 22nd. And the others are just as it is. We all happy with that? Sorry?
There's an 80k, which is 0.01, but there's for regular sewers, it's 240k. It's just the lines that are already taken into consideration.
Well, I think it has been, hasn't it, Jeff? Rangiora sewer? It's already included, isn't it? Rangiora sewer?
Yes, we've done the adjustment for Rangiora sewer, the 240. What that did is just shifted the incidence we sorted out. The rate's still the same.
Okay, I think it would be helpful perhaps just to have a catch-all resolution at the end. So I suggested something like that all budget resolutions with reports be approved and recommended to Council for adoption on the 22nd of February. Someone prepared to second that? Well, you can move it, yes. Councillor Atkinson moved, seconded Councillor Ward. Do you wish to speak?
Just really to say thank you to everybody for the day. Really, it's everybody conducted in great spirit, and it was I think to get through it in one day, probably the first time I've sat around this table in one day and done a full annual plan. So you know, I think that it's great that we've got there, and we've done very little in the way of movement, which is good to see in the recommendations. Good reports from the staff, so thank you to the staff.
Thank you. Yes, Councillor.
I'd just like to say a big thank you to the team, to the staff, and to Jim for presenting such a great annual plan budget, and one that is very thorough and very precise. And thanks to all fellow councillors for being patient today and getting it through in one day. Thank you, Mayor Dan, too. Well chaired.
Thank you. Just briefly, if I just quickly acknowledge our staff as well. I think they've done an awesome job. The budget papers were of very good quality, excellent quality, and all of us have commented that on the way through. Really good spirit here today, so thanks for acknowledging that. Neville, thanks for your leadership of the team, Jim. Just note that in other localities, they'll be in the 5s and 6s. There's one not so far from us that'll be in the 10s in terms of their percent rises, and then there's something that encloses all of us. It's sitting at 24%, which is just outrageous, apparently. So it's going to be, for us to have done our work and keep it at around that 4.3 is pretty exceptional. So a really big thanks, Jim, and your management team and all the staff underneath that have got us there. So thank you.
Interestingly enough, I learned a new term today to describe the underpinnings of a road, the guts of it. So thank you, Councillor Williams. We also discovered a new councillor, so we'll have to try and find that one.
All right. Okay, everyone. So, right a reply. Anyone else want to say anything? Councillor Barnett?
One very quick thing. I want to especially thank governance for getting the papers out so early to us, because that really helped me to get through the budgets. That was a huge, even though we had some changes after that, they were minor, and it was really, really helpful to have them out so early. So thanks to governance.
Yes, I should have, sorry, that was remiss, a bit tired to be honest, but thank you, a huge thanks to governance, and also for the catering, which has been fantastic, and the sugar-free lollies too, so thank you so much for all that support of us today. Thank you. All right, with that, unless you want to write a reply, I'll put that recommendation. All those in favour, please say aye. Contrary, declare that carried. The only thing left on here, budget summary, which we've dealt with, and our next meeting. Well, it says it's the Tuesday, the 1st of March. It's actually the 22nd. So that's all good. Go well, everyone. Thank you. See you next meeting.